don't tell me why. I know, no, no, you won't save my life, save my life. If you keep on you're making the waves. You and I will never be saved, be saved. If the walls come down, will you pick me off the ground? If the walls come down, will you save me or burn me down? lose our face. Let's take a spin to a foreign place. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Let's escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. I'll hold you close through the night. I won't let go until the sunrise. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Wave goodbye to your city life. Say hello to the desert sky. These open highways are calling our name, and now it's time for us to escape. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Escape to a world we don't know. Escape into the great unknown. Let's escape. Let's escape. Let's escape. Everything falls into place. The minute you leave and give me space. I wanna know how it feels to live and let go without being put in my place. I'ma just dive right into the wild side, and I'ma ride the wave until I die. Until I die. My skin is cold, as is my heart. I'm falling apart with a smile. My bridges are burning, I'm holding the match. I'm ready to fall with catch. Dive right into the wild side, and I'ma ride the wave until I die.
Hello, I'm Seth. I'm the founder of the Esport Company. I'm joined here today with.
I'm Brian, President of Operations here at the Esport Company.
All right, and let's talk about, we have this charity event going on. You're with our dear friend Luke Trotz. Just recently lost his life. Um, he was the president, or excuse me, the director of esports there at St. Francis, and he's really helped us since the beginning. Brian, remember back in the day, when was your first interaction with Luke Trotz?
My first interaction with Luke was, I believe, in 2019 is whenever they were building out their center there, their esports center at St. Francis. Gave him all the equipment, talked to him, got the whole planning and everything. So it was probably one of the first time I spoke to him and actually got to meet him as a person.
Yeah, what was your first impressions of Luke Trotz?
Um, Actually, it was pretty like upbeat. He was always upbeat, ready to encourage. He was always fun to be around. So it was actually a great experience to actually get to know him and be able to work alongside of him.
Yeah, I think my first meeting with Luke Trotz, I'll never forget this, is when we were trying to set up their esports center. We actually looked to get them set up, and they had like a makeshift office there at JFK building because they were redoing the renovations.
Mm.
And I'll never forget walking up the steps to their makeshift office. It was him and Bobby Anderson, and walking up there, I was like, "Wow, I have no idea where I'm at, where to go." I was kind of nervous because I never met any of these individuals before. And St. Francis, they took it kind of under your wing and treat us like family. And myself specifically, even though I never went to St. Francis, Luke was just so gung ho and ready to kind of tackle this next mission and working together on it. He trusted us, and the whole St. Francis family kind of just had that narrative behind them where even though again you didn't go there, they just treated you like family. And I'll never forget that. I was just so nervous. We sit in the classroom and he's showing us around campus. I'm like, well, this is really cool. Like, but it's cool for him to be like this, right? It's not like a business. It was more like kind of a family relationship. Like we've known each other for years. So that was my first experience with him, and just laughing, having fun, and said there was never a time where we were around Luke Trotz and he was ever like in a bad mood, or he was always just laughing, having fun, cracking jokes. About my skinny jeans or whatever the case may be. He was always the first one. Every time we post a video on social media, he'd be the first one to comment on. And that was that was back in probably 2018, 2019. So, and then from there, of course, we worked together with another company and trust us with Aaron. When you remember, we sent the PCs. Remember that in his office, Luke's office.
I remember sending the PCs. Yeah, we delivered, I think it was 12 PCs at that point in time. So we had a few of them. We're using his office, and we're using Bobby Anderson's office at the time because they're the only ones with Ethernet ports and everything that we needed to do it. So we were all cramming around the office, setting up all the PCs and everything. So it was a great experience, and yes, the opportunity there was that for that. Then we did all the chairs, all the other equipment too. It was just something to be around. Having Luke, the St. Francis, the whole entire esports team at that time, as well as Bobby Anderson helping out with all that.
Yeah, I'll never forget. We were trying to set the high schools and like what the strategy was for the high schools to get them on board. Like we had like this virtual like computer or PC we're testing out, and he's like, "Yeah, so just come in the library. We'll get you hooked up, and you can test it all here using one of our PCs that probably the schools had at the time." So, like I said, just that family, that connection that he was able to provide for us and testing, and coming from a college standpoint, you just never get those opportunities to work that closely with a college. So, Luke was the opening arms and getting us together, and his impact on the esport company, like I said, will forever live on with the scholarship fund that we're doing here at the esport company for high school students. One in the fall, one in the spring. We'll get a Luke Trotz Excellence Award and Scholarship Prize for one of the most outstanding players. What they kind of perceive, right, and what they do. The teamwork, the encouragement, just the positive attitude, helping others get better. That is what Luke Trotz kind of leaves back and leaves behind with us with these work company. What do you think about the award? Anything else? Can you add on to it?
The award, like I said, we're still getting everything out here. It's more of at least to me, what I kind of wanted to tailor it toward. It was more of like a leadership type thing, because that's what he was. He wasn't someone to sit back and watch. He was always open arms, ready to support people, ready to help out wherever and whenever he can. So it wasn't just about him. It wasn't just about St. Francis. It's about the community as a whole. So that's what we're looking for in these rewards. We're looking for other individuals, other students that have that same attitude and mentality.
Yeah. So that's what we're excited to announce that. And also with our high school jerseys, all the schools competing are getting jerseys. They'll be getting the Luke Trotz badge on the sleeves. So all the players in our leagues we'll know about Luke Trotz at the high school level and his impact. We'll continue to move on as we are working in Delaware and Kentucky and all these other different areas. Luke Trotz will always have a space in the TEC High School League, even if it's like I said in those other states, not just Pennsylvania. So his legacy will continue to live on with us because he made an impact. Without him, we wouldn't be where we're at today. That's the honest truth. And losing Luke Trotz, kind of made us reflect and like, whoa, we got to kind of take a step back and reevaluate where we're at as a company, but where we're at in our lives and the opportunities we're kind of involved with right now in esports and living our dreams. And it was always one of his dreams as well, playing Overwatch. And I'll never forget that. We always have a little joke going on with the character in the game. It's called Wrecking Ball, which a lot of the players of Overwatch don't really like. But Luke Trotz and I always had that back and forth joke of us playing Wrecking Ball together. So, again, it was more like a friend. It was never a business relationship, which I can say I've never had that in my entire life. He was a mentor to all of us, giving us feedback, and just out there in the high schools hustling around. Like, that's a special person. So, when we heard about, of course, his passing and, affected us personally here at the office, it took me about a month to kind of evaluate it and just like, whoa, this happened now. Like, I don't know where to go, where to begin, and where to go. So now here today with this event, this is allowing us to kind of showcase what it means and our community that we built here together, and hopefully support and move on and forever. We'll have a special place at the eSport company. So what do you think, Brian?
Yeah, there's not too much more I can add on to that. Like I said, he was the one that's out there hustling for the high schools. He was there interacting with the community. I mean, I've seen him participate in at least signs out here during Thunder in the Valley. I've seen St. Francis Esports sign. I've seen signs even in Altoona.
Texas Roadhouse.
At Texas Roadhouse. They were at the Potato Fest here the last weekend or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. So he's the one that's organized all of that stuff. Like I said, he's out there reaching out to the community. He's involved with everyone, from the kids and individuals to the parents to the school board meetings. He was your main point of contact for that. So he was one to really lead esports here in at least, Western Pennsylvania here.
Yeah. Helping us and trusting us to fulfill the league and partnering up with St. Francis. It was the goal. We just literally did a spring event. We had such big plans. We had a video, which I'm sure we can play right now, when we were at Somerset giving the championship and announcing in front of the bus, and then boom, it happened just so quickly. It was just, you couldn't wrap your mind around it. It was almost, it didn't seem like it was real until now. We're still, I think it's still setting in, but to the point we're at today, it's, I always think about him every day. So it's, so I mean, I can't thank Luke Trotz enough. He'll forever have an impact on my life, and he'll never be forgotten with our company and our future activities. No matter where it's going to be, we're going to be in every single country in the world before we know it, and Luke Trotz will be there as well with us in memory and of course in spirit. So taking his impact and his mentorship, and it's been impacting me a lot, and I'm thankful for the opportunities that he provided us, and we'll continue to repay that back. More scholarships, anywhere we can do with it, and of course St. Francis and everything he's been a part of, we want to help support, because like Brian said, he was out there hustling around, promoting the eSport company, promoting St. Francis Esports, and it's the least we can do. So I'm excited. I'm excited for this next season. It's gonna mean a lot, and I'm excited also to announce in the springtime we're going to have the championship at the First Summit Arena in downtown Johnstown, where Luke, of course, had a house in and was growing up there around that region. So, we're going to blow this thing up, meaning esports is going to be here in Western Pennsylvania, and I hope to have that announcement there with the scholarship there live on stage, and the students are there, and the crowd's roaring, and Luke Trotz is more there. That's the vision I'm going for at the arena, and that's what I know what Luke Trotz was excited for as well. So that's why we're doing this event. That's what Luke Trotz means to the eSport company, to me personally, and to Brian, to everybody here. Everybody's gonna know who Luke Trotz is. All the high school kids working with the YMCA, our amateur league players, all of them are gonna know, because without those people and individuals, you wouldn't be able to get to anywhere. And that's business. You can't just do me and Brian. We got people all over here helping us out. So, this journey can't be going. So, Brian, any final thoughts or words or anything what you're looking forward to and how we continue to live on?
No, I'm just looking forward to expanding here what Luke started with the high school leagues. Keep pushing forward, as Seth said here, just to get the badge on the jerseys, get his name out there, get, I guess, him as an individual out there, what he stood for, his visions as well, just to keep everything growing and moving forward, just to kind of honor him and thank him for everything that he did for myself, you, and the company as a whole.
Yeah, and, Luke wasn't always involved with esports, baseball and a bunch of different activities. He was always sharing stuff on Facebook for community events. So, our region, Cambria County, we lost someone out there that was fully bought into this area and supporting this area and building this area up. So I know a lot of people were impacted about hearing about him, and just, we can't believe it. We're shocked. So, but again, Luke Trotz will never be forgotten here at the eSport Company. He will live on, and I can't wait. I can't wait till this event here, the fall at St. Francis. We do something special, announce that scholarship award for a student competing, and make sure they understand who Luke Trotz was, and have a nice video on him. We have a bunch of footage of him, selfies, and our what was spring championship. There's videos of him and just laughing and having fun. That's who Luke Trotz was, and that's who he was to us. And if you're able to give a couple dollars here and there through this event, then we greatly appreciate going 100% again to that scholarship fund and who he's about, and the eSport Company's going to match. So we appreciate it. And I look forward to this charity event, and hopefully we can do more of this pretty much every season. Maybe make this as kind of a staple, one in the fall, one in the spring, and do this every time. So that is Luke Trotz, and we're excited to continue, for his legacy. So
yeah, just stay tuned in. Watch all the streamers here. They're donating their time. They're donating everything else here. So just tune in. Hope you enjoy it, and we'll catch you next time.
Yep, appreciate it.
Right now, the spacing not doing well as Sea of Thieves. Oh, what a phenomenal play, an emphatic goal. 2-0 for Penn Trafford. Did such a good job. They deserve to move on to the finals, absolutely. Round, it'll drift its way in front of the Somerset goal line, but Feast Nightmare is there. Out in front goes Pig Beast. He's got Boost to work with. He's gonna slide his way inside. It's so close, and finally the 10th goal for Pig Beast.
Penn Trafford, well, they've got their opponent, and they've got one they're going to have to look out for his Hills. And the likes of Pig Beast are coming their way, and they will be facing off. It looks like we've got a Clash of Titans going on in Division 2.
Dylan's gonna beat Vaco. It's a 3v1 in front of the net. Rise shot gets blocked, but the follow-up is there. Tizzy does it. Penn Trafford move on to the grand finals. They beat Forest Hills 3-0 for the second time this season. And the Kings stand once again upon the throne. Hoping to find a man cannot. Robs it. Todd comes over the top. Todd just did it with 5 seconds remaining off the wall. Todd just gives Bishop Carroll the go-ahead goal to send them to the grand finals. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Kind of a clinic. Flip Stingray showing that he can play just about anything he wants and do pretty well.
Dragon Blades in 2021, impactful. Dragon Blades in 2021, well, you've heard it here first. We're not playing on the creator patch just yet. And it's Greater Johnstown coming up with the kills here. They're large, they're in charge, they're on the point, and they are here to take names and take this series. We're into overtime. It is the Torb off the table. It is the Flarian trying to keep this alive, and they can't make it happen. All 6 of Greater Johnstown in the final seconds of a 3-minute fight just scrape out a victory and upset the number 2 seed to move forward into the finals.
But it's not enough. He will get taken down by M&A. She goes down to Blake. Here's Dudlev. He's good for 1. Can he find the shots? He can. So crispy. Oh. The Colonel would be proud. 6-3. Dudlev. What a play. And Trafford. GG's given. Move on to the finals.
Plan sitting inside hookah window, which is we know exactly how they defended it last time around. And Fantasy swings out through that call. Background will get the refrag. Now finds a second on top of it. Takes out Beckel. The 2v2 has been enforced, and Conrad Weiser will not be outdone. Background, not a background character here, more like main character territory as they find their 3rd and 4th, finding enough to save Conrad Weiser.
And they are going to finals.
shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad, I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast, didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't shining like it's neon, rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting. Yeah, shooting shots. Shooting stars. Didn't even get to cross. I said I'm moving too far. Get to glass.
Hello and welcome to St. Francis University. Alongside of me, my name is Kyle. I have Seth or Chris. I'm sorry, I'm looking backwards. It's been a day. It's been a day. I have Seth with me, and we have Santa Chris along with me here. So, everyone, I hope you're as excited as we are. We have such amazing matchups here this morning throughout the day to bring to you. We have Rocket League action, 2 divisions, D1 and D2. We have Overwatch action. And we also, to end the day, last but not least, Valorant action. All of these teams have been through such a grueling season to make it to this point here at St. Francis University. But like I said, guys and girls, and everyone watching around the world, I have my 2 partners in crime, Chris and Seth, alongside with me. Without further ado, guys, please introduce yourself. We'll start with Santa Chris.
First of all, yeah, it's Santa. Okay, you can call me Santa, you can call me Nizzy. I am Chris. I'm the director of content creation here. You might have heard my voice on some of the recap videos for the weekly highlights because you guys are such great gamers. You always putting up some good highlights for me. But we're here, we're out here. Seth, what's up?
What's going on? Seth, founder and chief marketer of the eSport company. Glad to be here. Glad to utilize the bus. It's kind of also a dream here of decorating, everything out. So it's exciting.
Yeah, I somehow, guys, forgot to mention this bus. I mean, check it out.
Decked.
We were decking it out here. We have Kate behind the camera that assisted with everything. We got the snow on the windows, the lights hanging above, Elf on the shelf.
Kyle's a
this
reindeer.
way, I cannot do camera angles right now. But everyone, we are ready to go. So without further ado, let's get right into the action here and start going over Rocket League Division 2.
Do it.
So the regular season standings that we had. So first of all, we obviously have Penn Trafford, 5-0, guys and girls, everyone, 5-0. I mean, Chris, Seth, 5-0.
Undefeated. I think the best matchup of the day is for lucky us. We get this. I think this might be the closest matchup, and it happens to be the round one. Forest Hills and Penn Trafford, 2 powerhouse teams. They faced off in the regular season. It was a close game 5. I think we'll see game 7 today. What about you?
Yeah, we're starting off hot with these 2 teams. Returning from the spring league, the OG schools in our league. You appreciate, of course, them coming back and playing. You see why, right? You're 5-0 and 4-1. Somerset even was there, but Forest Hills and Penn Trafford are the ones duking it out right now. So I'm excited to see. I think it's going to be, like you said, it might go to game 7.
It's surprising because Somerset was the defending champion for D2, so they're not even in it this year. A whole new competition this year.
I'm excited.
They faced off once, I believe, Santa Chris, you said that. Penn Trafford faced off against Forest Hills, and Forest Hills actually defeated Penn Trafford 3-2. Or I'm sorry.
There you go. Because they're 5-0.
Yeah.
Yes. I apologize.
It could have gone anyway.
Yeah, it could have gone either way, but that is the regular season matchup. Now, let's talk about the championship matchup. Forest Hills versus Penn Trafford. Now, we have some actually key players to come up here and find out exactly who we're looking for here today. So, Chris, without further ado, our statistician, get into the player to watch videos.
Our statistician, I like that. Yeah, well, we got some players to watch. You're going to watch this video here coming up. I think first of all, we're going to see Sea of Thieves of Penn Trafford. This guy putting up big numbers. You see 33 goals. I mean, look at this. He's a flip reset king. Look at that. All over the place, all over the field. I mean, you see the scoreline. I expect a different scoreline today in these games, because these teams are a lot closer. They're going to be a little bit better about rotating and all that. But I mean, you see the teamwork he's getting. It's not just Sea of Thieves. It's the rest of his team putting up big passes, big plays. Sometimes though, he just got to make the individual plays, and you see it there. But this is the player to watch for the day. I think, in my opinion, big beast. 78 goals. I mean, you saw him put on a clinic in the semis. He put up like 20 goals, I think, or something like that. Look at him off the ceiling. It doesn't matter where that ball is. Big beast is there. His teammates know their role. I mean, they're there to support. They're there to rotate back. They put all their resources into Pig Beast. I'm talking to the coach. I'll give you some of that info later on in a couple minutes after this. But it's Pig Beast to watch. Penn Trafford's gonna have to figure out a way to shut this guy down because he's moving up to Division 1 next season. And so this is his last Division 2 game, and it's going to be a clinic. We'll put it that way. I mean, look at this. It's insane. It's nuts.
So, I mean, Pig Beast, what more do you have to say?
You're watching it right here. These aren't easy plays to make. Anyone out there from watching it from home hasn't played Rocket League before. That is high caliber Rocket League right there that you're seeing. But we're seeing it from both sides. Penn Trafford, Forest Hills. This is a great way to kick this thing off. these two teams facing off, you can't ask for a better kickoff matchup.
I wish I had a stat for how many times the casters said pig beast throughout the season. It's just that was a constant in the conversation.
I mean, those amount of goals, that's ridiculous.
Well, guys, let's
be
get
honest.
into some picks. I mean, let's not waste any more time.
Yeah. What do you guys got?
Let's start with Chris.
Well,
Fan of Chris. Who do you have?
You heard me simping for my boy Pig Beast, so I think Forest Hills is going to take this one. I think they're going to get revenge on Penn Trafford. I think they're back for blood. It is, I do believe Game 7, but I think Pig Beast is just going to be too much for Penn Trafford to shut down. That's my pick.
I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going Forest Hills. Put that pick up there on my screen. Because Forest Hills...
So you're going to agree with me.
You're going to agree with him? What do you mean?
Oh, I thought you said Penn Trafford.
No. Forest Hills is going to shut down Penn Trafford. Look.
Santa Chris knows exactly what he's talking about. Forest Hills is going to prove why they deserved the #1 seed.
I have a feeling, though, you are going to be disagreed with.
Oh, there's going to be disagreement.
Someone in this bus.
I think Seth has a pick, though.
Oh, yeah, I'm going Penn Trafford in 7. Penn Trafford in 7. And the experience, first of all, their coach, great leader. Both these team managers on both sides. First of all, one of the two best combinations of team managers we have in the league, first of all. And I think the experience from Penn Trafford may come to play here. They're well coached. I think they're gonna play. They learned a lot from their regular season matchup, I believe. And obviously they won that regular season matchup, so it does hold some confidence. I'm going Penn Trafford.
I think we can agree it's going to go to Game 7, boys.
I think so.
Oh, it's going to be a great matchup. Heck of a way to start out the day. All right. So without further ado, we did Division 2 Rocket League. Let's go to Division 1 Rocket League. We have your regular season standings. Let's pull them up so we can discuss them.
Let's see it.
Obviously, once again, I mean, what do you expect? Penn Trafford, Rocket League, powerhouse. They didn't lose one game in the regular season in D1 or D2. I mean, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, like Seth said, they're a well-coached team. You can't disagree with that. They're putting up big numbers, big stats like that. 5-0. They are going up against the defending champs of Division 1, Bishop Carroll. They're back at it. So, but they're not the only powerhouse this season.
Yep.
You got a little switch up.
Yep. So let's talk a little bit about the matchup specifically between Penn Trafford and Bishop Carroll. They played once in the regular season. Penn Trafford did defeat Bishop Carroll 3-1. So Bishop Carroll was able to take a map off of them. But as we saw, Penn Trafford just straight powerhouse when it comes to Rocket League for the school. So without further ado, let's kick it over to the key players. Chris, Seth, let's hear your thoughts.
Who we got?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, we're going to start off with PK Dill, Penn Trafford. That's the player I was watching this season. I know fans at home were certainly watching. This is, I mean, he's an aerial kind of player. We saw that. I was talking to the coach, Ben Grove, before the game. He's saying they're going to need to beat them in the aerials, and I think PK Dill is going to be the player to beat. And he's got some competition, though. Peace Control Tot is going to be the other player to watch. But I think there are going to be some aerial fights. You see the scoreline. I mean, they don't put up a lot of goals like, some teams might, but I think they're going to make the win. I mean, you saw, I love that stat 3-1 that they matched up earlier, because that means Bishop Carroll can take a win. And they're not going to get 3-0 today. At least I don't think so. But I mean, especially with plays from coming like this from Peace Control Pot. I mean, this guy knows how to air dribble. This guy knows how to split the defense, can make the solo plays, off the wall. He gets help from Kentori. Kentori is a very good center ball player. And, I think Bishop Carroll has a little bit more teamwork going for him. And you see him going in the, he's not just an offensive player. Yeah, like Seth said, he's a goalie too. And this, I mean, check out this goal. This is the goal that sent him into the finals. It's a 2-2 scoreline. That was the game. We almost saw Somerset. We were within 5 seconds of seeing Somerset in this matchup. So, we're ready to go. I mean,
it's up to Penn Trafford. I think they're going to control. Obviously, they control their own destiny here. They're undefeated in this division, right? You have an underdog story here in Bishop Carroll. Does that fall over from the playoffs into this championship game? Is Penn Trafford sitting back, thinking, oh, we're going to sweep these guys? We'll see.
Well, Seth, let's find out right now. Let's make some picks. Again, Santa Chris, who are you feeling?
Bishop Carroll, defending champs. That's all that needs to be said. I got Santa Fe all over the place. So it's floating everywhere.
So now I'm going to get it right. I'm going to disagree with you on this pick. My personal pick is Penn Trafford, as you see on the screen, everyone. They're finishing off the regular season and playoffs with an undefeated run. No blemishes on their record. Seth.
I'm liking Bishop Carroll, the underdog story. I that there. I think the underdog kind of prevails. They're defending champions. Bishop Carroll, this is what they're kind of known for, high standard of athletics, and I feel like this falls right into this Rocket League defending champions. We'll see.
Yeah, it's gonna be another heck of a matchup, folks. But my personal favorite game coming up next that we're gonna cover.
Mine too.
That would be Overwatch.
That's right, baby.
So with Overwatch, we have of a matchup here. It is between the number 1 seed Forest Hills and the 3 seed, the hometown TEC team, Greater Johnstown.
Trojans, baby.
So they faced off once in the regular season, Chris and Steph. Okay, so let's check out the standings here and see how it worked out.
I got Santa fuzzies all over the place.
Forest Hills, another undefeated team, folks. 4-0. Greater Johnstown 2-2. The Cinderella team. Like I said, they faced off once in the regular season. Forest Hills defeated Greater Johnstown 2-0, but that doesn't mean anything. It all changes when we're here live at St. Francis University. Chris, Seth, any initial thoughts before we get into the key players with this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get into the key players soon here, but Forest Hills just has a very well-rounded team. They are very diverse. You see support players playing DPS players tank. I think it's going to be interesting.
In the semifinals, we actually reading some of the articles there in the Discord and the text messages back. Bishop Carroll, you see there was the second seed that got eliminated. I was reading the night before this semifinal matchup between Greater Johnstown. Some of the Bishop Carroll kids are actually, we're gonna destroy him. It's gonna be easy. But that's not the case here in our league. There's a lot of teams that are very competitive. And Greater Johnstown shows you're sleeping. They're gonna come out and now they're championship. And I have a great story I'll touch on Greater Johnstown at the end when I'm making the pick. But let's get into the key players.
Yes.
Yeah.
Statistician Santa Chris.
Let's go into it. Let's get right.
Who are the key players to watch?
Let's get right into these players to watch. I mean, I first of all, we're gonna see River Galaxy. He's a good Reaper player. He's a good Cole Cassidy, I guess he is now, but you're gonna see a couple of these big plays. He's got help from the grab. He's always on the back line. He's a good flank player. He's also their hits game player. He knows how to take out a pharmacy, which we might see from Forest Hills. I feel like Forest Hills does bring out that pharmacy, and River Galaxy is going to be the player to shut that down. And you see him in this play making a solo play. Wow! I mean, this is for the point, match point right there. So and now you're gonna see some McCree plays. Look at the fan. We're seeing another fan on this Lucio. Bang, get out of here, get out of my life. Yep. I mean, it's just he knows where to set up for the high noon. He can get those sneaky flank high noons. But the player I want to talk about right now is Kade. I think I got the pronunciation right earlier when we were interviewing. But Kade from Forest Hills. This is the Reddit Lucio. But don't write him off as just a Reddit Lucio. He's every support player, and he's a DPS support player, as I like to say. Most of the time you see a Zenyatta on DPS, but he knows how to get in the backline and just boot people off the map. So I think if they pick some, if they get some environmental friendly kill maps, the Kade is going to go off. You got to shut him down. But you see him here on the map. He's not just like I said, Reddit Lucio. He knows how to heal, and he's also a hit scan. I mean, look at him hit scanning the far up there. I mean, and he's got so much help from Flip Stingray. It was hard to pick a player to watch, but Kade is the one for Forest Hills.
Heck of a matchup right here. We literally have David versus Goliath in this matchup.
For sure.
Forest Hills obviously being Goliath, the undefeated, coming in here. Greater Johnstown.
I think Greater Johnstown is bringing the Trojan horse in because, like you said, they're coming in with some momentum. They upset the team that thought they were going to.
They're believing.
I'm kind of worried.
Now, guys, I'm very curious to hear the picks on this one. Santa Chris, as always, let's hear it.
I would love to see a Cinderella story from Greater Johnstown. I got to go with Forest Hills, though. I've been watching Kade all season. I'm a support player myself. Not as good as Kade, I don't think. But I love the well-roundedness of their team. It's just too much for Greater Johnstown.
Santa Chris, this is where you're wrong.
Get out of here. Get out of the bus. Open the door.
The Esport Company hometown is coming to play today.
Out the window.
As you see, Greater Johnstown. I know Seth after here has a story for you, but I'm telling you, Cinderella's story. Like I said, David versus Goliath. David is coming through, taking down Forest Hills.
Yeah, I think Forest Hills is going to win this game, but I think Greater Johnstown is going to keep it close. And talking to their coach, when they first joined the league back in spring, he said a lot of Overwatch players are new. Well, let's be honest, they literally just picked up the game. To see from where they started to where they're at now in the championship, I know they're super proud about where they're at right now as a program. And seeing them here at the championship, I can't wait to see how the students perform. Again, it's LAN event.
Yep.
A lot of variables. It's all new. It's not, sitting at your home or sitting at the school in your comfortable environment. You're playing in front of people, cameras on you. We're talking about you. We're watching. And I'm rooting for Johnstown, but I think Forest Hills with Flip Stingray, Cade, or Prade, excuse me, on the dynamic duo they have from last season, bringing over this season. And I think they have too much firepower.
And last but not least, I believe personally this is going to be the best matchup of the day. Let's get into our Valorant championship. So, with Valorant, we have arguably the top 2 teams in the league. We have, let's take out the regular standings. We have Penn Trafford Yellow. Penn Trafford's a huge school, so as you guys can see, they have two teams, right? Penn Trafford Yellow at 4-0, going against Conrad Weiser at 3-1. Initial thoughts, guys. I mean, looking at these regular standings, very, very competitive Valorant league.
Yeah, I'd like to see who that one loss was from Conrad Weiser. I'd like to think it's from Penn Trafford Yellow. I'm not sure. Didn't we have a previous matchup?
Yes, so Penn Trafford Yellow actually did defeat Conrad Weiser, and listen closely.
I'm listening.
It was literally 13-11.
Okay.
Wow. 2-round win.
Wow. So it is going to be a close matchup.
It's going to be a heck of a matchup. It's going all the way. So like I said, personalized matchup, regular season was very, very close. So let's get to these key players, Chris and Seth, because I want to know who the audience should look out for.
Yeah, I picked a couple of. It was hard for Penn Trafford Yellow. They got so many good players. I mean, between Dude-Lev, you see here, Scooter Duder is what I went with. Check out this no scope. Quick little flick. Oh my gosh, he's done. He's good with the ultimate. Bang, bang. We'll see you. Get out of here. And even in the early rounds, you're going to see a lot of pistols, obviously, because if you don't know Valorant, a lot, you can kind of work up your economy and get your weapons. Look at him in the no scope. But he's great on the pistol, too. We're also going to see that, however, from Kahlua. There's a great, even better pistol clip in here. But it's Kahlua of Conrad Weiser for me. And, he's a well-rounded player. He's patient. Check out this. just patient.
Right around the corner.
Getting the kills. He knows exactly. He's got great map awareness. And check this out. There is a clip in here, I think, of him shooting through like a smoke screen or something. Yeah. Look at the map awareness. He's nuts. So I think Kahlua, between him and Agar, it was a tough pick between him and Agar, but I went with Kahlua. And check out these. This is a quad feed right here. Bang, bang, bang. Gets the reload. Gets the peak. It's Kahlua for me. So it's going to be fun to see Kahlua face off against Scooter Duder, and Agar face off against Dulev. It's like Kyle said, it's going to be a tough matchup of the day.
St. Francis is watching. They have a Valorant team here. Seeing these high-level players from both sides of these teams. Valorant's a new game we just introduced. Yep. This is going to be a great match.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm really excited. I know the audience is excited. And I know the live audience is getting antsy to get these games underway.
Antsy.
So let's get straight into the picks.
And we're done.
Let's do it. Santa Chris.
They're tired of looking at Santa.
Who you got?
For this game, I'm going to go with Penn Trafford Yellow. I think, like you said, the earlier season, the close matchup, 13-11. I have seen Conrad Weiser do a lot of 13-1, 13-0 wins, but it's Penn Trafford Yellow. I think they're just a little bit more well-rounded between, like I said, Scooter Duder, Dude-Lev. They got the team.
So for me personally, I'm taking Conrad Weiser. Heck of a matchup in the regular season, and I think they are going to learn from their mistakes in the first game or the first matchup, and take the title here today live at St. Francis.
I'm going Penn Trafford. Penn Trafford's dominant, of course, all season. They beat him in the regular season matchup. Was a close one, like you said. I think it may go all 3 games for this, which I'm not too mad about that.
Definitely not opposed.
Valorant's becoming one of the biggest esport titles here recently. So I'm glad that we have Penn Trafford and Colorado here playing and competing, and I'm excited for the game. So let's kick it off.
Yeah. So again, guys, Tech Bus, St. Francis University, Fall Tech High School Championships.
We're out here,
guys. Check out the stream. Come out to St. Francis and check out the live event. Tons going on. Chris is doing a lot of sideline reporting and intermission skits.
There's going to be a lot.
Everything going on. So, guys, without further ado, we're going to send this to a quick intermission and get right into it with Rocket League D2.
Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you.
Going on, guys? It's Santa Claus without the beard. I shaved really quick in the time that it took me to go from the bus to here. But I'm here to tell you about a little bit some of the strats. I talked to the coaches of Forest Hills. I don't know why I'm whispering. They can't even hear me in there, so I'm just going to start screaming. I talked to the coaches of Forest Hills, Ben Grove. He said they're getting prepared for this match. Obviously, Pig Beast is one of the players that they're putting a lot of resources into. Like we said, he's a player to watch for Forest Hills. And what their biggest things are today are rotations, communication, and just have fun. That's what Ben Grove told me. And then we had John Carlisle of Penn Trafford. I'm whispering again. John Carlisle of Penn Trafford. He is the coach, and he told me that they're also going to be working on rotations and communication, but they need to defend well if they're going to defend against Pig Beast. Obviously, they know that he's a threat, so they need to be ready on defense and work on their aerials and also have fun. He thinks it's going to go to a Game 7. I think it's going to go to a Game 7. I bet the casters think it's going to go to a Game 7. So I'm going to send it right back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Chris. We are about ready to get into it here. Into our finals for Rocket League from the Esports Company High School Fall League. I'm Bull Skunk. I'm alongside Ultrism here. We are live from St. Francis University. I can't wait to get this thing started. Hey, I mean, we're all set up. Let's take a look at our brackets. We've heard about the players. Let's see how we got to where we are today.
Indeed. So Penn Trafford versus Forest Hills is here in the finals. Both these schools are actually showing a lot of proficiency in most of the esports. I mean, Penn Trafford with the guys that are kind of slated for that Valorant win later, but really coming through with a very strong team coming out here. Sea of Thieves, Step Up Bro, Burb, Riot Guy, and Royal Pain. All of them coming out as a very cohesive team. And I like that their coach said that they need to try and come together and work on their rotations and their communications. But over the series, over the whole season that we've looked at, I think this team has been one of those teams that really has managed to solidify their rosters and their rotations a lot more that's brought them here to this grand finals.
And that defense is going to be so key to try to keep Pig Beast from finding that rhythm. Pig Beast gets in that rhythm, gets that confidence, and this game could get away from Penn Trafford real quick. So that defense is going to play a huge part. We'll see if they're able to pull it together. Let's take a look at the roster on the other side. Forest Hills, your number 2 seed coming into this. Speaking of Pig Beast, it looks like we are going to have Pig Beast, Strike Force, and Willie start things off. You do have Given You Hail and Mega Blaziken subs available to them, who have both played on the D1 squad quite a bit this year. So a lot of experience on this team all around. And despite being the number 2 seed, I'm not sure that this is the underdog in this matchup, Ultrism.
No, I must admit, we did hear from Lizzie talking about how this is probably going to go to a Game 7, and I'm behind that. You know, I'm always a Rocket League dreamer. I always want those Game 7s because It shows the two teams so closely matched. And like you say, coming in as the underdog after such a long season, I don't know if that title is really well deserved. These guys have worked hard. Pig Beast is the one that they have been pushing so many resources into to try and fortify that very aggressive game style. And it's worked out for Forest Hills. And I think that there's a lot of pressure actually put on Penn Trafford from that key position of if you don't shut down Pig Beast, there could be some little chinks in the armor that he's going to manufacture, not just find.
Yeah, I mean that is the trick. That is absolutely the trick. We'll see if Penn Trafford can shut it down. I mean, they're the number 1 seed for a reason. So that's they've had a strong road to get here. Have been pretty unstoppable thus far. We're ready to get this championship day started. We're getting it going. His kickoff time, and there we go right out of the gate. It's Forest Hills putting some pressure on, keeping Bourbon that defense in check.
I like that. Cheating up early on the first challenge, being able to be there for a very good solid shot going through, and a little bit of mistouch here is going to put Forest Hills on the back foot for just a second. Sea of Thieves trying to work it towards the center and get Penn Trafford some pressure the other way. But so far being controlled out nicely by Forest Hills. Looking for this. This is open in front of their net though. Burb just decides to drive past and gives it off to Sea of Thieves to open up the first scoring for Penn Trafford.
That did not take long, did it? Oh my goodness, it was just a bit of an overcommit into the corner. And it left the left half of that goal wide open. A great cross pass, and Sea of Thieves there to put it home. And just a reminder, friends, I mean, we are all on LAN here. This is all live. All the players are live. So, you got to take that into account as far as nerves, as far as getting settled, getting in your groove a little bit. But Penn Trafford getting that early goal, that's gonna get them started off right. We get an awesome look at our players there in the corner. This is where it's at. This is what it's all about. The live experience coming in from St. Francis Arena. This is an absolute awesome start to the day for Penn Trafford.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you think about what these kids are getting to really experience, being at a LAN, that's such a growth moment for any youngster, any Rocket League player. It changes the mentality like you're talking about. Maybe you start being a little bit more sketchy on your mechanics. The little nerves start showing up. You don't play as cleanly or as smartly as you do. Maybe you start panicking, and this one's an open opportunity here. Penn Trafford taking a great shot through Burb, and Sea of Thieves even following up quite dramatically after that. And you got to imagine what these guys are feeling, knowing that the whole arena around them is cheering for them right now.
Pigby's looking calm and collected, some great plays on the defense, but the ball's still in a dangerous spot, and Sea of Thieves eventually able to put it home, picking up their second on the day. The defense held on for quite a while, but just couldn't quite get out of in front of the net. And eventually the pressure overwhelming from Penn Trafford 2-0, and we're just over a minute 30 in.
Yeah, Forest Hills at this stage starting to look a little bit pressured on their defense. They're starting to overcommit one or two. There's one or two little touches that aren't coming off as cleanly as they want to. And even now on the counterattack, just giving that away a little bit more and leaving players out of position. It makes it a very difficult game for Forest Hills to push out of the back. They need to just get some good clears, get some good pushes forward now. Just unfortunately missing out on that aerial touch towards the center. But Forest Hills starting to group up on their side, and this is where we've seen Penn Trafford look so dangerous before. Sea of Thieves going to go out, but cut down early. This is actually an opportunity here. Pigby going to go up on the backboard, looking for the second touch, gets it down, but doesn't get it into the goals, even looks for the bump on Step Bro. Doesn't come out this way. Pigby going to be up in the air again, tries for the second touch, a little bit slow, and that allows the defenders to come in. And that's Forest Hills, who would have really liked a goal there.
Oh, what a golden opportunity for Pigby's. Just doesn't quite hit the mark with it. But, you know, Forest Hills looking like they're starting to wake up a little bit. They're not going to go into this. They don't want to go out scoreless, clearly. They're trying to cut this lead in half, but unfortunately going to give up control midfield. And a demo from Burb is just going to intensify the pressure onto this defense. Finally, the clear comes through. Step Bro right back to send it into the yellow half. Looking for the shot in. Pigby's with a great save.
Man, Penn Trafford has looked really good in there. You know, Forest Hills has been making some nice plays, backboard reads and stuff like that. But as soon as Penn Trafford pops it up high and starts falling in with these shots from Sea of Thieves and the rest of the crew, they're able to put so much pressure. Here's Burb going up high into the air, trying to force something out here. Step Bro now trying to push up on that left-hand side and gets one touch, actually starts following it and gets a second touch, pushes it out of the way of his teammates and nearly finds the goal himself. Now is Forest Hills with a golden opportunity, but Burb going to turn the pressure right around and get that third goal.
Oh, the entirety of Forest Hills commits on that, trying to back up Pigby's, but Burb wins the all-important 50 right at the midfield line. Nobody back on the defensive half for Forest Hills. An easy goal for Burb. Oh, what a play. What a challenge there at the midfield.
And that's important. Hey? You don't want to focus your defense about what is the last man doing. Is the last man able to get to a very big ball? It's can you shut down these opportunities before they even start becoming dangerous? And Penn Trafford being able to take their coach's advice to heart and really work on that defense have looked so solid in the back line. There's been a couple of opportunities for Forest Hills that they need to focus on and just try to collect those a little bit more. Get one more step towards that golden opportunity without giving up everything, because if you throw too much at the Penn Trafford defense, you could pay with a very costly counter goal.
When we heard Chris talking about in our pregame that they were working on their rotations, and that's definitely something that we're going to be keeping an eye out through the rest of this series to make sure that they are communicating, that they do have somebody back, and a constant flow of sending people forward who have the boost, somebody there to defend. Defense needs to be strong right now. Strike Force with a good challenge there in the middle. All three players from Forest Hills in the corner. They've got to get this ball out of here. Kind of a weak touch. Stepbro's going to keep it in. Tries to cross the pass, the goal. Burb from over the top. Able to slam that at home. Set up with a beautiful pass here. Look at this. Stepbro just drops it right up, and Burb's able to go over two defenders to increase the lead to 4.
And again there, Forest Hills committing too many to the corners, feeling that pressure. And if you can start building up that pressure for a long time, Penn Trafford just gets 1 or 2 touches, a nice little pass, a beautiful pass, in fact, from Stepbro, all credit to him. And then Berb, the rest of the team being able to follow up so consistently with those aerial plays, coming in over the top, like you say, and dunking it down. This is an opportunity. Forest Hills going to be able to bring it back by 1 goal. It's only 16 seconds left, but I think just for their morale, they're going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable.
I agree 100%. Especially going into game 2, you got that goose egg off the board. Your first land goal on the table. You got that one behind you. Now you know you can get it in there. You need to just one step at a time, take that momentum into game 2, and put a couple more together. Opportunity, yep, Stepbro will put up a 5th goal. A dagger in the, well, I mean, if the dagger wasn't already in, it is certainly in now.
It's twisted, it's pulled out the other side, at least for game 1. 9 seconds left on the board and a 4-goal deficit. Penn Trafford looking so strong, and you can see it in the cameras. They're jumping around, they're happy to be here, and an interesting little swerve at the beginning there. Sea of Thieves trying something cheeky for the last 10 seconds in this game. But Penn Trafford look like they're here to have a good time. That was what both these teams really wanted at the beginning of the day. And I think Forest Hill is going to be having a better time with that 1 goal, but certainly with some work to do. And considering they made so many opportunities, I think that the opportunities are there to be taken, and they'll be able to put in a little bit more pressure the other way in our next game.
High fives all around game 1 from Penn Trafford. As you can see, everybody getting involved. You're looking at 10 to 5 in shots, goals all around for Penn Trafford. Everybody getting opportunities. Everybody putting ball in the net. I mean, just good team play. It wasn't one particular person you got to watch out for. Everybody on the pitch is a weapon for Penn Trafford.
Yeah, that's huge. The fact that 4 out of their 5 goals came from assists just shows you that ability to cramp up that yellow goal box. You guys in chat, you can put whether you think that's yellow or green, but the fact that they can pin in literally Forest Hills with their constant play around there, they're getting good 50s off. It's something that turns the tide, baits Forest Hills into an overcommittal, and then slowly entraps that net. The passes are coming in there. The reliability of the shots for Penn Trafford have been stellar so far, and Forest Hills, like you say, kind of so far just putting it a little bit on the side of Pig Beast, trying to get him to carry it on his broad shoulders. And I don't know if one single player is going to be able to turn around against the 3 consistent players that Penn Trafford is bringing to the field.
Yeah, we need to see Strike Force and Willy Wonka kind of come into their own a little bit. Spread out the ball, create threats of their own, get a little set up to give Pig Beast some room to work. Otherwise, the defense is just going to hard focus Pig Beast and not give him any room whatsoever. Right out of the gate, Penn Trafford into the yellow half. Ball does get cleared down. I am going with yellow, by the way, here, Ultrism. That's just for simplicity's sake. I'm calling that one yellow. It is kind of a yellowish green. Both of our teams are green and yellow, green and gold, respectively, for Penn Trafford. So, hey, you know, I guess that's those are the best colors in Pennsylvania, at least as far as Rocket League's concerned. Pig Beast with a big goal. Finally gets on the board. His first of the day, and it's from a beautiful midfield shot. Look at this read off the wall. Able to get over Stepbro and drops that right in the bottom right-hand corner. Well done. Well done.
I have not seen that goal explosion before. That is beautiful. Man, that's good.
I love that. Yeah.
I'm going to get used to seeing that a couple more times from Pig Beast, because what a nice read. Comes off, slams on brakes there at the center. Goes, oh no, this is my one opportunity. Gets himself just in there in the nick of time. Reads it beautifully and sends in a good shot. This, again, a good clear coming out from Pig Beast to start this around. A little bit of a collision means Penn Trafford has to push it out long and high, but Pig Beast straight away back into the attack. Just a constant danger in that midfield, and now Willy Wonka kind of shoving it out of into no man's land. See if Thieves going to try and pull it up first, but has to try get it past Strike first. Pig Beast now challenges, push it hard into the wall. And Forest Hills actually looking really solid in the second game, considering they lost that one quite decisively.
Yeah, Strike Force tried to drive it in, but loses the ball at near post. Burrow with a huge clear, able to grab that midfield boost. Oh, there's a demo as well.
Oh, no.
This could be dangerous. Penn Trafford into the middle. Stepbro finds the goal. A beautiful pass. A beautiful play as you get the demo coming through. Burb draws in the remaining 2 defenders and gets the ball over to Stepbro for a wide open shot. We are tied up.
Man, that was the highest impact 2 seconds ever. Gets the demo, forces a little bit of consternation between the last two players, both of which commit to that ball, and it means that all he has to do is get some sort of touch. Get a 50, get it to pop into the corner, and just take it out of the reach of the Forest Hills players. And he sets up for a beautiful open goal opportunity. Penn Trafford back into this and setting up for another attack. Burb straight away onto the offense. And looking to now carry it on, just has to try and shut down this Pig Beast attack. And a decent save comes out from Stopro. He's got the 50. Pig Beast has to come back and do some desperate defense.
That was a great challenge and a fortunate one for Forest Hills. Pig Beast is looking good on both ends of the pitch, no doubt. A little double touch there. It's enough to get past the defense. Stepbro finds enough of the ball to get over the midfield line, and it's a bit of no you across the midfield of the pitch. Finally, Forest Hills are able to emerge with the ball. Force a play into the corner. Nice 50 from Burr. Gonna force it all the way back down. Kind of a pass to themselves. Finds a demo along the way. Bit of a
it's just me where both of these cameras suddenly gone still. Everyone's suddenly in a much higher focus mode now. They both came in wanting to have fun, and they're just like, we win Rocket League, then we have fun.
Everybody's in full focus right now. It is nothing but concentration. And you can't blame them. I mean, it's looking like a vastly different game, too. Big save from Sea of Thieves. The error as Forest Hills were trying to get that go-ahead. Now Sea of Thieves with an opportunity going the other way. Off the back post, looking for somebody maybe on a rebound, but nobody was there to follow up on that.
Definitely a big change in the mindset just because of that. Penn Trafford was so keen to get up into the air. They had no problems with throwing their third man into a risky ball. Maybe not a risky ball, but certainly too close for comfort that Forest Hills could be able to get there. Now Penn Trafford's having to think. They're going, all right, if we actually give up too much space, they do have the opportunity to score. And this could be now a desperate save coming out from Sea of Thieves on the goal line. Willy Wonka creating magic in the most literal ways there, but not being able to get it out at the end there. Pig Beast not done with this attack yet. He's got Strike Force looking for the Strike Force, goes by without hitting it. Pig Beast takes a good shot. Step Bro sends it up high and defends off the Forest Hills attack for now.
The Trafford coach said they've been working on their defense, and it shows right there. What a beaut of a save. That was an amazing defensive play from Penn Trafford, keeping this thing tied up as we approach the final 60 seconds of game two. Forest Hills trying to strike back. Got to get possession of this. Big B. Gets enough of the win on that challenge. We'll call that one a dub. Is able to get it out from in front of the net, but right back it comes. Burb is trying to drop it for Sea of Thieves. Big B with the challenge, forces the ball into the corner. Here comes the two defenders, Willy Wonka and Strike Force. Force the ball back to midfield, but Forest Hills can't quite get into the green half. A shot, a save from Higby, and a very important one at that.
And he had to make that work. He was the last one back. Both of the Forest Hills defenders again going forward with this, and Willy Wonka put into a dangerous position now. A nice pop out comes from Sea of Thieves. He's up. Bird is meeting for the second one. Step Bro looking to turn this around. Doesn't have a good position, and all he can do is just hand off possession. Forest Hills going to be glad for this breathing room and going to be looking to take this opportunity. 16 seconds left in the second game. They really want to pull it back onto their half. They've got the opportunity so far. 50 is going the way of Penn Trafford, starts to send the pressure down the other way. Berber's looking for a shot, just decides to roll it into Forest Hills. Pig Beast up, he's got one touch, he's got two, he's looking for the third, and it goes wide. He actually had it on goal there, but the timer buzzed out just before, and we go to an overtime.
Game two, looking for that golden goal. Oh, that was so close on both ends. I think we almost had the 0 second, but hey, now you'll have to get it in OT. You see what's good. The double commit from Willy Wonka and Strike Force. They are staying very close to each other. I feel like they are 5 meters apart at all times. Those two. It's a dangerous combo, but it's also a high risk play.
Yeah,
Willy
you
Wonka
have
to
to
the
start
corner.
winning those challenges.
Yeah, you've got to win those. And Strike Force, speaking of winning it, it's Higby who's able to get the drop pass down. Willy Wonka with a nice touch off the wall. Higby goes to the sky. Look at that drop pass. Bird doesn't get enough of it. Strike Force gets the game-winning goal for Forest Hills, tying up your championship series.
Yeah, and you got to feel for Burb at that stage. When that ball, he was in the exact right place, jumped at the right time, but that ball is so hard to read it coming down and picked up so beautifully by Strike Force, slides it in underneath, and suddenly the pressure coming out the other way. 10 shots coming out from Pig Beast. That is a way to lead it forwards, and basically the rest of the field caught in the same sort of stats. Penn Trafford having to make 9 saves in that game, and Pig Beast really did take it on his shoulders at that stage and carried the team to victory. Like you said, would have loved to have done that in regulation time, but being able to at least take it to an overtime shows the change in momentum between these two teams.
A huge change in momentum. I mean, game 1 it was 10-5 in shots favoring Penn Trafford. Game 2, it's 13-4 favoring Forest Hills. What a turnaround! That is calm and collective I've ever seen it. Not letting the nerves get to you. Kind of finding their stride a little bit, as you talked about. The land has a different vibe to it. It's not the setup you're used to. It's not the creature comforts that you play with every day. You're coming into this new setup and having to perform there. And Forest Hills really got their feet underneath them there in game 2. Oh my goodness, what a showing from Pig Beast! Able to pressure down the strong defense from Penn Trafford. Now it's a level playing field. It's anybody's game.
Yeah, going into a best of 7, that first game can just be seen as a warm-up game, start feeling out your oppositions, and Forest Hills really took their lessons from that first game, implemented them so well. And the best part for me is that their camera over their entire scene has even lit up slightly. The first game, there was a very dark atmosphere, a very big difference between these two teams. Everyone on Penn Trafford bouncing around, obviously really enjoying themselves in the St. Francis University Esports Arena. And Forest Hills now coming to life, starting to put their light on there, and it's brightly shone by Pig Beast. He's looking to do some more here in game number 3 as Penn Trafford versus Forest Hills draw up the series.
It's a battle for midfield to start things off here in game 3. Zebro's going to grab that midfield boost, take to the skies, and Pigby is right there with the aerial challenge. Has a look at the goal! Oh no! Thieves misses on the save. Pigby sticks with the play the entire time, is there to put it home, never gives up on that ball. Oh my goodness, what a start for Forest Hills. They're just rolling with this momentum.
Man, I think there was some sort of conversation between Burb and Sepro there, because they both kind of had an opportunity to get a touch on that, and I think eventually, Sea of Thieves at the back there, but eventually just goes, oh no, I thought you had, oh goodness, and now they have to try and make up all the work, and there's another dangerous ball coming out here. Forest Hill's going to try and make something happen. It's a nice pass coming out from Willy Wonka, popping it off that curve, but no one was there to follow it up, and Pigby instead going to try and take this forward, gets the second touch, beats out Burb. The Sea of Thieves now has to put in pressure in the corner. Pigby looking for another one. Strike Force coming through, hammering home, but with the demo coming out the other way, there's open space here in front of the yellow nets, and Penn Trafford managed to pull it back.
Again, a bit of an overcommitment on the attack for Forest Hills. Did not get back in time. We see Willow Wonka went for the boost on that far left-hand side. Nobody gets in front of the net. What a play. I mean, we are 1-1 again. We spent the majority of game 2 with this 1-1 score line, and history is starting to repeat itself. Penn Trafford looking to see if they can change the outcome as they immediately go on the offensive. Step Bro misses on the aerial there, and Strike Force has a little bit of room to work. Step Bro chasing him down from the back, and see if these challenging from the front is going to get the clear. Alleviate some pressure. Dangerous ball in front of the net. Pigby going up for it, is able to find the clear.
That's nice, and we talked about how most of the last game was spent at 1-1. I don't feel like this is the same tempo that we're going for this game. These teams are going end to end. They're looking for big opportunities. Forest Hills holding their composure for now. Pigby sends it out. Still Penn Trafford looking to carry on this pressure. Stepro going to try to chip it up nice and high, but Pigby's there to meet it and turns it down the other way. Sea of Thieves hasn't got the touch, but Pigby does. He sends it around on the counter attack. Nice and high off the wall. Gets down to it. Sea of Thieves unable to make any contact, and Burb also left standing. Beautiful play.
I mean, that was a straight 1v2. Pig Beast absolutely just outclassed him on that attack right there. Oh my goodness. What a well-earned goal for Forest Hills. Stepbro looking to tie it up. It's Pig Beast there for the big save. Coming across the wall all the way back down into the green half. The ball goes. Pig Beast is going to go up. Burb is going to win that aerial 50. It's Pig Beast into the skies to keep the ball from falling in front of the net in a battle for the corner. Pig Beast is going to dribble it out of there. Fortunately, Penn Trafford were rotating back for boost and didn't follow up on that ball in front of the net. A huge boom of a clear.
This creates pressure down the other way, and Strike Force comes through, instantly pushes that. It's been Penn Trafford really keeping up most of the consistent pressure, but this explosive ability to turn around and the aggression, again, Willy Wonka and Strike Force. We've said that they've gone twice at the same time before. and it's proved to be detrimental for them. But this time, coming through as a solid wall, gets that dunk under the player who was under so much pressure, and suddenly Forest Hills has turned the momentum around completely. They don't want to send it to an overtime. They've got a 2-goal lead for the first time in this series and are looking aggressive, want to keep up this momentum, but they may have overcommitted too far. Sea of Thieves has got the pass towards the center. Burb's going to be there. And maybe a little bit too much aggression. The hubris for Forest Hills cost them.
And that 2-goal lead did not last long. Penn Trafford quick to strike back and cut that back to 1, cutting that in half. And I agree, perhaps a touch of hubris out of Forest Hills. It just seems like an all-in kind of play style in general. I mean, it is boom or bust for Forest Hills. When they look good, they're suffocating to Penn Trafford. But if they get hit on that counter attack, they're giving up these goals in transition. That's certainly a weak spot that Penn Trafford have been able to exploit a couple of times already.
My goodness!
Oh, what was that?
What? He beats all three here. He gets the touch there, flicks it over Stepbro, and meets this overburb. That is a proper 1v3 goal. Pig Beast looking to take this game solidly on his back. He gets the pat on the head there in the coach's room, and well deserved. Penn Trafford needs to be careful of this. Forest Hills, when they overcommit, when they start sending up Strike Force and Willy Wonka, end up getting a little bit of space left in wanting behind them. But man, you just need to send Pig Beast forward, give him that freedom, and make sure that he's got someone backing up. He's going for it again. He's going through the air, tries to go for the one touch there, and Stepbro this time turns it away.
Nice patience from Stepbro. Now looking for that transition goal. Oh, Burb is going to bounce it off the near post, all the way back to midfield it goes. Willy Wonka has an opportunity. See if he can't get back there in time. Willy Wonka is going to score, gets their first goal on the day, increases the lead by 2-3 with a 5v2, under 90 seconds left to go. Forest Hills looking dominant here in Game 3.
Suddenly this team has rallied behind their leader. I mean, Penn Trafford the whole time, even in the beginning of this game, I would say had the more structured play. They've got the passes, they've got that pressure building up. They're looking for Forest Hills to overcommit, but this is not like the same game. It's the same strategy. Oh, this could be a very easy goal opportunity. Sea of Thieves gonna be ecstatic about that. Just manages to read this up and over. Yet again, Forest Hills leaving themselves with a bit of an overlap on the back line and no one there to save that trickling 25-mile-per-hour bouncing ball.
What an angle. Well, Sea of Thieves puts it off that, off the corner there, just to barely sneak that ball in. That was an incredible angle. Your math teacher very proud right now, Sea of Thieves, very proud.
Oh man, I would be pretty proud. And Forest Hills being allowing Penn Trafford rather to get away with what should have been an open goal opportunity and now turn some pressure around. That 2-goal lead is starting to look a little bit more fragile than the very solid 5-2 that Forest Hills was playing with before. They're still getting down to the dark green side of the net, but they have to worry about these counterattacks. Penn Trafford has looked very structured, very solid the whole way through, always looking for these high balls, looking to pick it up. Stepbro going to try and make something happen here. Gets a pass, but it's not hard enough to create any problems. Bird going to look for that second opportunity. With 20 seconds left, though, you got to wonder, can Penn Trafford actually bring this back?
Defense holding strong for Forest Hills, and they are certainly watching that clock, hoping it'll count down quick enough. The ball's still lingering. What a demo. Stepbro just gets absolutely demolished as they're about to take the shot. Finds a little revenge, but it's Forest Hills who gets the last laugh as they move up 2-1 in this series. One game closer to the championship. Oh my goodness, what a turnaround.
What a turnaround. That was insane. Forest Hills going down 5-1 in the first game, then coming up 5-3. And I would like to say that Penn Trafford had a couple of opportunities there that they just didn't manage to sneak through. I mean, they took a total of 11 shots and only 6 of those were saved. So 1 or 2 of them, the key demo timings, the key plays, the key counters from Forest Hills, giving them that little bit of impetus that they need to take that lead in the series. And are you starting to believe in Forest Hills? Now that we've gotten to see some play between these two teams, Bill Skunk, who are you starting to favor?
I mean, like I said, the number 2 seed, I don't feel like they're the underdogs. I mean, you had Pygmies coming through with the hat trick, almost a 900 score in that game, 3 saves, 5 shots, outstanding. Pygmies looking like the SSL that we were all expecting to come into this series and can start to take over. And that's exactly what we saw in game 3. It's the Pygmies show, becoming to the forefront. I mean, just that 1v3, I think, embodies it all. Like that was the play of the series so far, and Forest Hills are showing no signs of slowing down. I believe in the Rangers. Forest Hills absolutely have a shot at taking home this title.
Yeah. And I think that they've got some very easy mistakes that they can fix if they just slow down and change the way that they want to prioritize their gameplay, because Pygbeast is doing the work. He's got the mechanical skills that he's able to create these big opportunities. The weakness of Forest Hills is their defense. They're starting to maybe go a little bit too fast, trying to pick up the pace, trying to outplay, or even just try and keep up with someone like Pygbeast. And they're getting themselves a little bit caught out. Strike Force is diving for some balls. Willy Wonka also going up at the same time constantly. And now Strike Force out of position, doesn't manage to get back. Depro pass off to Sea of Thieves, and Sea of Thieves capitalizes on this aggression, this misplay, and these misrotations coming out from Forest Hills.
You spoke it into existence. As you were talking about it, it developed right in front of our eyes. And you see just a wide open net. I mean, Sea of Thieves, it ends up being a 2v1. The ball gets past all the defenders, and Penn Trafford able to get down there and cherry pick that thing. And look at this, coming back in for another opportunity. Pygmies is able to get a crucial save up top. Stepbro misses the ball, and Forest Hills find a little bit of breathing room, but Willy Wonka's going to lose control of the midfield line, and Sea of Thieves goes right back towards the yellow net. Burb, looks like they're going to not challenge that. Yeah, Burb decided to wait at the line, and Penn Trafford are holding it there, just keeping this thing in the yellow half.
And that's big. They recognize, okay, it's going to be Pygbeast coming forwards with this. We need to make sure we don't dive at 50s. We need to make sure we try and shut him down as early as possible, and they pin him in. Once they've got that overlap, now they start to collapse upon it. And Pygbeast at this stage going to be drained out of resources. Willy Wonka going to be stationary in the ground. But if Penn Trafford can keep up that mentality, keep the ball in where they want it to be, every time Willy Wonka or Strike Force tries to poke out like this, they just shadow nicely, they pick it up off them, start to turn around the pressure. Burb going to send it up even further, and now you've based it out Pygbeast. He's on the wrong side of the field. Stepbro going to be coming in here, gets a nice touch out there. Burb going to cut off the counter-attack from Forest Hills, and they've managed to buy enough time for Pygbeast to get back into this attack.
I'll tell you what, Burb has been outstanding on these 50s for the entire series. A big reason Penn Trafford have had the majority of the possession here in Game 4. But it has done the Lord's work as far as getting that ball downfield and being able to capitalize on these transition goals where Penn Trafford been able to strike. It's a big boom of a clear. It's going to be a 2v1 in the corner. Stepbro beats them both, sending it back down the other way. But it goes right to Pygbeast. Pygbeast to the skies, able to beat one, but Burb gets an important touch and shuts that down.
Yeah, there's those 50s that you were talking about. If you can get those consistent 50s, just take it out of the control of Pygbeast, you really create some big opportunities. Now it's going to be Penn Trafford. They've managed to burn down half of this game with just that 1-goal lead. I'm sure that they would like a little bit more. They've got a chance here. Pygbeast gets it past one, even manages to pick up the boost. He's going over the top. He gets it in!
Oh man, you see Burb is marking Pygbeast, and Pygbeast was just that little juke maneuver, throws it off the wall and goes underneath the challenge. That was astonishing. What a juke to send that thing downfield. Then the follow-up equally as beautiful. Pygbeast winning at that time, and the result is a goal, a tying goal for Forest Hills.
And it seemed like Strike Force was actually just there as like an enforcer. He was there to bump anyone out the way, give some space. And this time, Willy Wonka going to pick up their second goal of the series. Going to be ecstatic about this one. Actually looked to be covering off from Strike Force, who was AFK at that stage. Sends the booming clear down. Stepbro just out of range of that. And suddenly Penn Trafford, having held on for half the game, is suddenly 1 goal down.
Keep an eye on the camera in the bottom right corner. I mean, you just kind of see we take those. That's the vote I'm getting from that bottom there. Willy Wonka almost picked up a second one there. It's going to go off the crossbar. Nice demo midfield. Penn Trafford might have a little bit of room to work, but a slight miss. Eventually, Burb's able to get the touch. and gets past the starved Forest Hills. The recovery is there. It's going to be a 2v2 the other direction, but Pigby's got to bounce for two in his own right. Off the top crossbar. Can't quite finish that play.
Man, and he was going for some musty flick there at the end. You could see it rotating the car 180 degrees sideways and then trying to get that. He nearly had it. Here's the pass across there. Strikeforce doesn't go forwards, doesn't have the boost. Now trying to create something, just create a 50 opportunity for Pigbeast to follow up on, and now Pigbeast tried to pick this up. He's gone up high, he's looking for this, he gets the one touch. He's got to try and find one of the two players in the center, but Penn Trafford hold it out. They don't have a quick counter attack yet. They've got to beat Pigbeast again. The 50 comes out, Burb not being able to get much on this either, and Pigbeast on very little boost looks to push even more pressure, has managed to steal the green boost and hanging around. Could actually pick this up. Could be another opportunity as we go 1 minute remaining. 1 goal is the lead for Forest Hills for now. Oh, the burn! The demo!
What a demo! That 1 goal lead quickly vanishes before Forest Hills' eyes. The Sea of Thieves just puts it straight on, and the trust to come through and demolish the goalie. I believe that was Burb who got that. I mean, that's how you tie a game.
Yeah, that's it. If we can't get it past them, if they're being able to shut down our opportunities, if we're not building that same pressure as earlier, we're going to try some explosive plays, and a nice dunk comes out, actually. The second touch as well actually causes consternation. It goes back and forth across the goals. Sea of Thieves having to come back with no boost, desperately watching this play unfold, and has to be able to breathe a little bit better now. Stepbro going to get a nice dunk. Burb looking for the follow through here. Strikeforce actually collides now with Willy Wonka. Pigbeast has to set it up high, and with 20 seconds left, the next goal you've got to think has got to take this game.
Yeah, and that was an outstanding play from Burb. A game-saving play potentially. As we're about into final play territory. Strikeforce might have an opportunity to create something for Forest Hills. Doesn't get a solid look on the ball. And Stepbro has an empty net. 30 seconds. Stepbro's going to do it. Remaining Stepbro just escorts it home, and the Penn Trafford team explodes on camera, jumping up and down as they're going to come right back into this thing. We're heading into Game 5, tied 2-2, barring a miracle kickoff goal for Forest Hills right now.
Was that a double demo? Is that what set that up at the beginning? Yes. Because there was just no one back. That key timing with literally a second back. He didn't even have to flick it up. He didn't have to dribble. He just kind of rolled it next to his car the whole way, styling in the parade, and manages to level up the series. Forest Hills looked really good. Penn Trafford holding control of that game for most of it, and then suddenly put on the pressure, turns it around, doesn't even need an overtime, and is able to bring it back. We're down to a best of 3.
Oh my goodness, what a season. This is how we start off our championship day.
Yes.
Yeah, you couldn't ask for anything better here, Ultras. This is amazing. I mean, it's 2-2. It's anybody's game. I mean, we're looking at 5v5 in shots there in game number 4. Both teams making some adjustments. The tempo has slowed a little bit. We're seeing Pigbeast kind of go back in rotations and play a bit more defensively, kind of put it in front of the net and let Strikeforce and Willy Wonka see if they can finish off the play while Pigbeast rotates back to prevent those transition goals that were giving him so much trouble earlier in the series. On the other end, Penn Trafford are playing a little bit more defensively, but really trying to, I think, win it in the challenges. It's those 50s. And Burb, I continue to be impressed with Burb, and though the score wasn't super high for him in that particular series, the play has been outstanding and has done a good job of keeping Pigbeast in check.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I think Penn Trafford realized that on average their players are better than Forest Hills. They just need to take out that supersonic legend, and that spearhead that is Pigbeast, because he is really creating the opportunities. If they can do that, if they can just take him out with a good demo or a really nice 50, Burb coming to mind when you talk about those great impactful 50s, that is the play that sets up for Penn Trafford. If they can then try and push their advantage, not even go for the kill shot, just get to the other side of the field and start penning in the side of Forest Hills on their side of the map as Pigbeast has to respawn or rotate back, there is opportunities. For now, Forest Hills has to just be able to buy time. They need to make sure that they give every opportunity, and Strikeforce with an important save doesn't manage to get it. Burb going to be picking up a goal in the first 10 seconds here.
Oh, what an impactful goal. Oh my goodness. And this is because the the wheels had kind of stopped. Like I felt like there was no momentum going either way. Like, you know, it was quiet in the air. As Penn Trafford managed to silence Forest Hills there at the end of Game 4, and that goal just shifted the momentum back in Penn Trafford's favor, starting off Game 5 like that. I mean, what a beautiful touch for Burb. And it's exactly what Penn Trafford wanted to see. They carry in that game-winning goal from Game 4 and a 1-0 lead in Game 5. Now they're putting it all the way back down towards the net. It's Big Beast winning out the challenge over Burb. This time it's Sea Thieves. They're at the midfield line trying to keep pressure down. Ball sit in off the left wall, but a great challenge from Stepbro puts it right back into the corner.
Pig Beast has work to do now. He's been followed into the corner by Strike Beast, but he decides to take it up high and long. Baits out both of the Penn Trafford defenders. Strike Force sitting at the back, has some time on this. Doesn't manage to get a great clear out of this, and Pig hands it off to Sea of Thieves. Big Beast has to send it up high. Stepbro waiting, lurking, looking for the shot. It is soft and able to be cleaned up at the end of that, but had the exact right idea. Now's another opportunity. This one not gonna bounce off the crossbar. Every time you want it to, it doesn't. Every time you don't want it to, it denies you. Still Penn Trafford hanging here and hereabouts and looking good until Pig Beast gets the opportunity, gets the dunk!
Oh my! Forest Hills had 3 golden opportunities. Pig Beast comes back, gets the double tap to put it home. Oh no, Forest Hills were looking at we're staring on the barrel of an 0-2 deficit, and Pig Beast takes it back the other way. Instead, it's a tie game. Whoa, what a defensive play, what an attack, what a goal. This is everything that we could possibly ask for in a championship series. I can't believe it.
Oh, I love it. There's 2 very different play styles. We're getting some big individual plays, a really nice team plays coming out from Penn Trafford, and he's going to find that calculated pinch. Burb picks up that 1 goal. All the work from Pig Beast undone in a single big 50.
That's really what it was. I mean, it's just a great 50 challenge, and you know, a little bit of a lucky pinch there, we'll say. Yeah, I mean, you take those if you're Penn Trafford. He just kind of shoots out to the right and bounces right back into the net. But hey, I mean, you keep pressure on and good things are going to happen. You know, you put shots down, eventually they're going to go in. Uh-oh, Piggy's an opportunity going through the other side. Beats Sea of Thieves, and Stepbro's going to win it in the near post.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite quotes of all time, and it's, you know, it's weird. The more I practice, the luckier I get. And so, like, I feel like that's got to weigh in a little bit. Yeah,
that's amazing quote.
It's great, right? And because you just make these opportunities, you just keep going for those solid 50s. You know you're winning those 50 challenges. He does it over and over. Yeah, he gets one really amazing lucky pinch, but how many of those went wide, who went to a pass, who went to something like this? Sea of Thieves, clearing it up at the end. The assist made possible by Stepbro, and just reading it in this corner to bait out both the defenders and leaving it open.
Stepbro with an outstanding move in that corner. Oh, what a pinpoint pass. Gets it past 2 defenders, put it off the wall, angled beautifully, and just drops it right in front of the net for the finish coming through from Sea of Thieves. A round of applause for Stepbro. That was fantastic.
And this is where Penn Trafford is shining. Everyone is coming through. We've seen Burbs with the 50s. We've seen Stepbros with the solid make plays. We've seen everyone coming through here. Who's the 3rd player on this Penn Trafford side?
Sea of Thieves.
Sea of Thieves, yeah.
Has 6 goals on the day. I mean, yeah.
6 goals. He's on defense. He's on offense. A brilliant team that's coming together and showing what it means and why it's so big when Pig Beast is able to play these 1v3 players. It's because he's getting past 3 incredibly solid players.
Impressive work from both sides.
Oh, no.
Triple commit from Penn Trafford. Fortunately for them, they are going to win the ball. Pig Beast takes to the sky and denies any easy rebound on that one. They're even able to get it over Stepbro in the corner, driving it down past the midfield line. Stepbro and Burb right on his heels, but the ball is bouncing dangerous for that. Misses. It's still lingering. Willy Wonka misses. Strike Force can't get a hold of it, and Forest Hills watch a golden opportunity slip through their fingers.
I'm crying, and then Pig Beast nearly gets it with the flip reset. Over the top, shot comes in, Pig Beast desperately trying to make something happen. This ball has to go in now for Forest Hills to be able to keep this game number 5 alive at this stage, and it doesn't seem to be able to do it. They had every opportunity in the world. Panic Station screaming on the cameras, and they're not able to put it in.
Oh, that one hurts. I can feel the pain from here for Forest Hills. That was an absolute golden opportunity missed. And as we've crossed the 1 minute mark, you can't help but feel a little of the wind has gone out of the sails of Forest Hills after that one. They just need to put that behind them and come back and see if they can score one on this attack. They're going to lose the ball from midfield. It's Sea of Thieves coming through with a really important challenge. Burb taking it up to the wall. Stepbro going up looking for the shot. That one's going to deflect off of one of the players up front. And it's Forest Hills finding the clear. Pigbeast looking. What a flick!
What? Let's take a moment. Let's just take a moment. Picks it up. The backflip, the corner flick to just get it up and over. What an exquisite bit of mechanics. He had full control of that the whole way through that maneuver, but they've only got 20 seconds left. That is why it was so important for them to be able to get that previous golden opportunity, because this would have put them back in. Penn Trafford going to be very content now to slow it down, keep it in this yellow half. Burb just cutting out any sort of offensive resources, tries to hunt them down. Pigbeast getting booped by his own teammate. Willy Wonka has to keep this alive. That's a good shot towards the center. Forces out two. Pigbeast looking to keep it alive. Holds it up in the air. Is going to be denied down though. And Penn Trafford look at taking this all the way.
And now on championship point, putting in 2 back-to-back, winning games 4 and 5. And this is the wind shifting yet again, and this time it's favoring the Warriors. It's Penn Trafford hold on through thick and thin. I mean, that one was an absolute nail biter, and it comes down to that moment where time stopped in front of the Penn Trafford goal, and the ball just lingered menacingly. But Penn Trafford hold. They do not buckle. They do not give up that all-important goal, despite the best efforts from Pigbeast and the rest of Forest Hills. 8 and 8 in shots in that one. We could not be any more even. Penn Trafford need one more to take the crown here in Division 2.
Yeah, that's the thing. We are so closely matched between this. At the beginning of this series, you and I both said we want a Game 7. Nizzy came through and was like, these two teams are as evenly matched as you can get. And it would only be fair for us to now go to a Game 7. Forest Hill so close on so many of those attempts. But Penn Trafford probably going to be coining the phrase, we'll take those at the end of this so far. The goals that have just snuck in, the saves, the open goal opportunities that have flashed before their eyes have been there long enough, carrying them through to be on series championship point. They are 1 game away from winning. Forest Hills needs 2 to bring it back.
Oh my goodness. It's up to Pigbeast. I mean, it's really been Pigbeast versus Burb. And I think a lot of these challenges, if you get Pigbeast in front of the net, dangerous. There's Strike Force a little late off the kickoff there, but eventually ball does make its way into the green half. Some early pressure from Forest Hills. It's Pigbeast going up, but takes 2 from the defense, but the defense of Penn Trafford does indeed deny the ball. Willy Wonka, a lot of pressure in the midfield, and Stepbro doesn't get a whole lot of good contact on the ball. And they're still fighting it out on this line.
Yeah, it almost seems Forest Hills has gone, okay, Willy Wonka, you guys go up first. Strike Force, you go with them, just shut them down. And Pigbeast lurking for each of these opportunities, trying this time to take it up and over the top with a nice air dribble attempt. But it's again, just rotate back, give some space. Pigbeast gonna go up, trying to bait out. Burb is already there to meet him. Gets the 50. Someone from Forest Hills has to clean this up now. Stepbro passed it down towards the center. There's a shot from Sea of Thieves.
Oh, wow. You can't draw them up any better than that. Burb with the beautiful aerial. Stepbro puts it off the backboard. Sea of Thieves comes in from the midfield, speeds in with the laser to put it home. That's how you draw it up in the locker room, executed perfectly.
Yeah, 1-2-3 strategy, guys. We get the good dunk at the beginning there. It pops it out. We get the pass off the backboard. We follow through with the good shot attempts. Once we bet it out and broken down their whole defense, we go for the finishing kill. Beautifully executed, beautifully planned, and you can see almost rehearsed. And that's what Penn Travel is. They're a rehearsed team. They are a team that knows how to play together, how to get their rotations right, how to go on offense together, not really overcommitting a couple of times. and still creating big opportunities. Pig Beast doesn't have any boost now, not going to be put under pressure very quickly. Sea of Thieves gets it towards the center. There's a desperate attempt that has to come out here. The demo attempt comes from Burb. Stepbro taking the shot on top right. Doesn't manage to get anything out of it just yet, but the ball's not dead yet. Sea of Thieves.
That one going across and Stepbro trying to chase it down. Pin Trafford selling for the back pass just to maintain possession here and really slow down this pace, maintain their 1-0 lead. It's a long-range shot from Pig Beast, just keeping Sea of Thieves in check, making sure he's still awake. As Stepbro finds the clear, not allow Willy Wonka the rebound shot. Stepbro's going to put one on goal here. Pig Beast coming through with the save. I think that was going to go off the near post anyway, but I mean, it's still making Forest Hills sweat. You see the double commit as they both miss on that ball. Stepbro is trying to follow up on it, and Sea of Thieves comes in with a good touch. Pin Trafford are going to create an opportunity. Stepbro, I think, was looking for a bounce towards the net, but it went off the ceiling, and Willy Wonka is able to come through with the save. Eventually, Forest Hills gets it out of their zone.
Yeah, Forest Hills eventually, that's the problem, is they're taking a lot of resources to get this out. Pig Beast actually goes completely wide of that, allows the Strike Force to come and clear that up, and like you say, it's an eventual thing. Forest Hills need to rely on this burst pressure. They need to get it down towards the other side of the field, and Pen Trafford just not giving them the opportunity. Pig Beast desperately trying to make something now. Gets a nice musty flick over the top, looking for the second touch, gets denied out. Sea of Thieves being a good rotational play here, keeping Pen Trafford alive. And Pen Trafford straight back into the attack. Strike Force with a good 50 actually. Could be setting something up here. Willy Wonka going to be diving in over the top as well. And the two of them just creating some space. Pig Beast eventually picks up it, but not really anything to follow through. And the patience from Pen Trafford.
From Burb. Burb was keeping all three of the Forest Hills players in check in that corner. Big save from Sea of Thieves there. Pushes it all the way down. A demo on his Stepbro is a little bit of a pressure relief valve here for Forest Hills. Still looking to get rid of that goose egg. Still looking to climb their way back into this thing. In game 6, it could be Pig Beast to do it. Off the top crossbar. No rebound opportunity, and it goes wide. Willy Wonka trying to come back through, but Burb wins the challenge along the wall. A slow bouncer out. Pig Beast versus Burb, and the ball bounces up neutrally, straight in the air. Stepbro is going to be the one to punch it back down into the yellow half, and Pin Trafford going back on the attack. Big Beast actually has other plans for him. Even is going to send Stepbro into the mechanic shot for a moment. But Burber's got a wide open shot. Willy Wonka with his good job to get that save.
And Forest Hills now within a minute. That if that was a goal, that would have actually been all over, I would say, for Forest Hills. Pen Trafford, of course, on series point, and they are one goal away from securing this. The shots come out. Pig Beast making a good attempt there. 38 seconds separates Forest Hills. If they want to take it to a game 7, they're going to need to do it now. They got to first shut down this offensive opportunity. Pig Beast goes up for the good attempt, but no one else really able there to clear it out. Here comes the second shot. Pig Beast in the goals. He saves it out at the last. Tries to send it down towards the other side of the field. 20 seconds left on the board. Sea of Thieves clearing it long. A nice pass comes through. Just the 1-2 from Pen Trafford, being able to hold this out of the range of Forest Hills. Now 10 seconds left on the board. Bullskunk, can they do it?
They're driving a victory in their sides. Pig Beast with one last chance. It's a big challenge to knock him off the ball, but he's got a look. He's got a shot. It goes off the post, and Pin Trafford win it. The Warriors out of Harrison City take the championship, jumping up and down in elation and enjoying a hard-earned victory. Forest Hills put up one heck of a fight, but Pin Trafford stand alone on top of the mountain, taking the Division II title.
Man, back and forth. The emotions for both these teams running high right now. You can see it in just the jubilation of the Pen Trafford change room there. They're high-fiving. They're clapping each other on the back. Still, everyone on Forest Hills is... All right. So we're going to be jumping into a quick break now, it seems. Just confirming with production quick. All right.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have an interview here in a few, but I mean I just want to take a moment and tip of the hat to Pig Beast. What an outstanding player! Really made an exciting match. Almost single-handedly had that hat trick in game 3, but it was the coordination, it was the team play from Pin Trafford that wins the day, and I think that speaks volume in of itself. You don't have to be an individual hard carry to win championships. It's about teamwork. It's about communication, smart play, good rotation, good 50s.
Exactly. And you can see that's the mentality of Penn Trafford as a school. We're talking about how they're solid across so many of their esports, and being able to come together with that mindset of we pull together, we work together, we get the 50s and the next person's into the attack. We can shut down even an SSL. Massive tip of their hats, though, to Forest Hills and Pig Beast especially, being able to carry so much of that game on himself and hope so much of their championship run. It just comes down to the individual skill. You got to remember, Skunk, this guy's a 9th grader. This is a guy who has such a future ahead of him. You can imagine this is going to be an RLCS competitor one day. If this is the level and the caliber of individual skill you can bring to a game like this, there is a future for you, my friend.
And that's what TC is all about, is watching these players grow and really dip their feet, cut their teeth in some land competition here on Championship Sunday. And it's been exciting to watch all season. But we do have word that Chris is coming through with an interview from our winners of Penn Trafford. We're going to send it over to Chris and get a word from our victors.
It's your boy Nizzy. I'm here with Burb, or Bird Lord of Penn Trafford, who just won that crazy game. That was a upsetting miss for Forest Hills, but what a save by the post, I guess you could say, for Penn Trafford. So, Burb, how did you guys shut down Pig Beast and Forest Hills overall?
We really needed to keep rotations tight, and we needed to work around our bumps and demos so that we didn't overextend, so that we could really deal with his really good aerial plays.
Yeah, I definitely saw a lot of bumping, a lot of a couple demos, but the bumping was a huge thing because he couldn't. Once he's in the air, it's over. But they were able to get those bumps. Do we have any caster questions from the two casters?
It seemed like Burb was marking Pig Beast. I mean, like, was that part of the game plan? Is that how they drew it up?
Were you marking Pig Beast? Is that part of your game plan?
Yeah. Well, mainly because once we were able to deal, because Pig Beast was very offensive, and once we were able to deal with him, then most of the time we had a clear shot into the net once we got over.
I want to know, is the mentality shifted so much back and forth between the games? Penn Trafford had such a good first game, and then it seemed to turn on a dime. How did you rally? What did you guys talk about in that game zone for anyone who's not used to LAN environments? How did you rally so well together?
Yeah. So how did you rally? There was a momentum shift at a certain point during that series. Was it a coach decision? What happened with that momentum shift? How did you guys rally?
Well, we just had the whole team there telling us, giving us advice and telling us how to keep our rotations tight. And that's really, once we got that down, that's what really changed the game.
Yeah, I was in there. I heard the coach saying, "Hey, one in net, get rotations tight, communications up." And from then on, I was watching the feed. The coach was jumping up and down. Everyone, there are other teams that are in there were jumping up and down. So. Again, congratulations. I'll send you up to get your plaque and your picture. But yeah, Forest Hills D2 champs for Rocket League. I'll send it back to you guys.
Well, guys, we're back. That was an incredible first series. Skunk, do you have a play of the game that just stuck out to you, or last thoughts on this first series between Penn Trafford and Forest Hills?
Oh man, I mean, honestly, the 1v3 from Pig Beast is it still has to be my play of the series. I know it's unusual to highlight the second place squad for that, but that was such an incredible individual show of skill. And the other one that I'm thinking of is the 1-2-3 that we saw from Penn Trafford, where it was the one where I was like, this is how you draw it up. Where I mean, it was the perfect spread out the defense. Get the touch, win the 50, get the pass off the backboard, and then the solid shot straight on goal. That was teamwork epitomized.
Yeah, 100%. It's not just the individual montage-worthy clips and high-level mechanics that can carry you, that can make amazing Rocket League. It's how well you play together. And Penn Trafford being able to take that Division 2 crown home, I think they're going to be very proud of themselves. I'm sure their coaches are very proud of them. As casters, they brought us such a beautiful game. We're going to be going to a quick break, guys, so that we can get to see those guys getting their accolades up on stage there. When we come back, it's still going to be Skunk and myself, Ultras, and bringing you our Division 1 championship. That's going to be Penn Trafford with their other team taking on Bishop Carroll. We'll catch you in a couple of minutes.
All right, I am here in the. Oh, I got an echo. I'm here in the room beside the esports lab where all the action is taking place. In this room, it's a little less stress, a little less, there's still competition though. We got a little mini game planned for you guys. Let's see how well you guys know not only Overwatch, because I know these are Overwatch players, but let's see how well you guys know Rocket League and Valorant. And before I get to the game, let's just introduce ourselves. Obviously, you see what schools they're from. These jerseys, pretty fire. But I'll start with you. Give me your name and, Overwatch something.
I'm John Agee. I'm from Forest Hills, and I do DPS on Overwatch.
And what's your gamer tag?
Jagward.
Gotcha, Jagward. I've seen you in the clips. Let's see about you.
My name is Cooper Baloff. I am DPS for Trojans on Overwatch. It's fine. I don't know what else.
You're one of the. I know the Trojans use like the Trojan one. So our statisticians, okay. Kit, you over there paying attention? Trojan 1 stat. Okay, he's gonna be the stat. All right. So basically, how this is gonna go is I'm gonna ask you a question. Kyle's gonna reveal the screen in just a moment, and it's basically gonna be a question about one of the 3 games that we're streaming today, and it's called Name That. So you're gonna name that, agent or hero or weapon or map. So hopefully you guys are been paying attention. Hopefully you'll get the Overwatch ones, but we'll see how well they do. So basically what we're going to do is they're going to do rock, paper, scissors to determine who goes first. And now if the loser of the rock, paper, scissors will have the chance, if there is a tie, they'll have the tiebreaker question. So, it's a little even. So Kit's dropping stuff back there. It's fine. The mic didn't pick it up. All right, we're going to do rock, paper, scissors. So gentlemen, it's one hit. Ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh boy. Okay, so it's going to be Forest Hills taking this first question. All right. Let me see if I have any. You have 10 seconds to make your guess, and if you are wrong, this goes for both of you. If you are wrong, the other player can steal it, and then we will go to that next player. So if you can get a steal, and then you can take your turn right after that. Don't get it wrong, boys. All right, let's go. Let's see what the first one is. We have name that agent.
Kyle.
What is it, Kyle? This one's a tough one. Started off tough. We got Yoru from Valorant. They were just confirmed. They were both on the Valorant team. You hate to see it. Next slide, please. All right, here you guys go. This is an easy one, and we're gonna start with Greater Johnstown. Name that map.
I don't know.
I don't know is incorrect.
I like his answer because I don't know.
You don't know. This is an Overwatch map. Eichenwald, or if you took 4 years of German in high school, Eichenwalde. Okay, Eichenwalde. All right, score is 0-0. Let's go to the next. Let's see what we got next here. Name that car. We just saw Rocket League. What's we're starting with Forest Hills on this one. Name that car. I don't know. Sports car. Octane. That was, yeah, if you don't play Rocket League. All right. Well, we'll see if we can get a score here. Go ahead. There you go. Come on. Name that weapon.
Weapon's name I know Anna uses in Overwatch. Anna's sniper rifle.
Judges, do we give it to him? We're getting an All right, let's see if Forest Hill steals it. from an okay. So we'll give it to Greater Johnstown. It is Anna's biotic rifle coming from It does, and it also hurts your enemies when you shoot them. So all right, we'll give 1 point to Greater Johnstown. We got the word from Seth himself. Next one. All right. Valorant, guys. I'm just gonna give you a hint on this one. Valorant, okay? Name that map. We're on Forest Hills now, right?
Is that Haven?
Haven is correct. There it is. They tie it up. We got one. Lindenwald or something. All right. Next we got here is name that goal explosion, Greater Johnstown. Dinosaur goal.
T-Rex goal?
T-Rex is correct. All right, 2-1, Greater Johnstown. And come on, you guys know this one. Forest Hills. Can you tie it up? Name that hero.
It's Reinhardt.
It's Reinhardt. Oh. All right, we're neck and neck, 2-2. Let's see what the next sport is. We have name that map. Greater Johnstown.
From Rocket. It's like destroyed.
Destroyed is kind of close. Destroyed is kind of close, but I'll give you. Actually, I can't give you a hint because I didn't give him a hint. Name that map.
I'm gonna go with
Wasteland is correct. Let's go. That $10 gift card to Wally World is going to be handed out pretty soon here. Pretty soon, Wally World, you know.
It's a Walmart. It's Walmart for everyone. Okay.
I know that mom and dad is going to love that. So let's go next thing here. This is our last question. If it's a tie, we'll go to a tiebreaker question. We are on Greater Johnstown now, right? Name that weapon.
Is that the Phantom?
Phantom is close, but it is incorrect.
Spectre.
The Spectre! The Spectre from Forest Hills. And they take it 4-2, sir. Me find my eyes. Boom. Here we go. Joy for the holiday season. This is yours. It has $10 on it. Unless I typed in the wrong number, then it might have $100 on it. We'll see whenever you go to Wally World. Either way, I'm out of here. Back to you guys. I don't have my ears in.
between us. It's getting hard to reach out. Haven't seen you in seasons, but all I hear is your voice. I know my limits, you can break me down, but I'll stay till the finish line. And I've been counting minutes for quite some time now, just to see you again. And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been finding ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. See gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off that darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down.
And we are keeping the action going here on Championship Day. It is Bullskunk and Ultras. I'm back with you as we have the Division 1 Rocket League Finals about to start. Penn Trafford taking on Bishop Carroll. This is going to be another one for the record books right here.
Yeah, this is what we're really looking forward to. This is the best Rocket League players in the Pennsylvania schools coming out here to give it their all at Atlanta Championship. A massive shout out to the St. Francis University Esports Arena. I'm sure the people there are having the time of their lives. If you guys are here live with us today, give a big shout out now. Shoot out who you think is going to win this. Give some love for the teams here. Massive shout out as well, of course, to the esports company bringing this whole thing together. And now we're getting to see two teams who fought their way through from the quarterfinals. If we look at our brackets, Forest Hills fighting it out there and actually getting pinned out by Penn Trafford in the previous ones. In the Division 2, we just got to see those two teams match up, and that semifinals games was huge as well. Penn Trafford coming out on top of that one as well. And on the other side, Bishop Carroll with the long fight all the way from the quarterfinals, having to take out Salisbury and then take out the Titans coming out of Somerset. They have fought valiantly and they're coming all the way to the end, led all the way by their chief player. Tot leading the charge there. Really good player, leading goal scorer for the entire tournament so far.
Yeah, and that continued through playoffs. There were 30 goals out and 58 shots in the regular season, more than 50% conversion rate for Tot. I mean, got 5 in their semifinals match up against the number 2 seeded Somerset. Bishop Carroll able to take them down in a map 5 thriller. Final game going all the way down to the wire. 1-goal victory there in game 5 for Bishop Carroll to send them here, to send them to our LAN event and the championship to take down the undefeated Penn Trafford, or the opportunity to at least, but they are facing their toughest opponent yet. As we take a look at this Penn Trafford roster, this is a monstrous roster. Everybody here is a weapon, Ultrism. Everybody is a weapon. Dylan and Joe are so dangerous on the pitch.
Yeah, we talked about how important it was in that last series where we saw Forest Hills throwing 2 people at the same time. You're going, maybe that's not the most advantageous move. When these 2 start moving together, though, BK Dill and Rajo, the 2 of them are such a devastating force. Back and forth, 1-2 touches, being able to find that synergy between the 2 of them, and then Tizzy Wizzy bringing up that 3rd-man slot, consistently good on the back line, able to buy the time for these 2 to have that freedom and that space to go forwards and try and make some opportunity, and then buy the time for them to get back and just rotate it out over and over again. On the other side, though, Bishop Carroll looking as the more mechanically reliant team, especially we talked about Tots there coming in there as the leading goal scorer, 35 goals so far in this season. A powerhouse to be reckoned with when he comes forward, and that's maybe where Penn Trafford needs to be careful, is if they send both Joe and Dill up too high, they may find themselves with an overlap. And then backed up by Max and Kentori 77. This is a strong roster as well. They're coming in as the 3rd seed, but they do have their opportunities, and we are, of course, going to a best of 7. But first, we have Nizzy standing by with some on-the-scene reporting. Nizzy, take us away.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, this is going to be another great matchup. If it's going to be anything like the D2 matchup, it's going to be high energy, high competition. I got a little insight from the coaches here at from Penn Trafford and Bishop Carroll. First, from Penn Trafford, they said they need to fix their rotations if they're going to survive in this game, fix their rotations from the semis and do a little bit better with that. They also need to just stay calm and don't overcommit. They saw a lot of overcommitting maybe through the playoffs and through the regular season. That's going to be their 2 biggest fixes, are rotations and overcommitting. As far as Bishop Carroll, I talked to John, coach. He said they need to work on their comms, the basics. Also need to work on their rotating and stick to, like I said, stick to basics. And they are a very offensive team, so they need to utilize that to the best of their advantage and just keep Penn Trafford on the ropes the entire time. Back to you guys.
Appreciate that. Is a good insight coming from our coaches. I love hearing the kind of the behind the scenes and what to keep an eye on going into this. And it is, all about those fundamentals. That's what's going to win you Rocket League games. That's what's going to win you the championship. It is no different here. Only difference now is the pressure is on. The stage is a little bit bigger, but you got to keep those fundamentals solid. And just stay calm and do what you know to do.
Exactly, 100%. We saw Penn Trafford doing that so well in the Division 2 finals earlier, where they were able to get good clears. They were able to get decent passes. The 50s that they were going for are solid mechanically, and they're able to shut down an offensive opportunity, especially from a key player. And I think that's going to be a very similar mindset and very similar dynamic between these 2 teams coming out. Of course, John Carlisle, the coach of both of these Penn Trafford sides, amazing person. And again, just focused on rotations, focused on working together as a team is going to be the crux of the matter. And it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to have a very similar scoreline. I definitely think we're going to at least go to a game 6 or 7. And I would be excited to see some back and forth. That hype action, the change in momentum that we saw in Div 2 can be a really key factor of something like a LAN environment.
Oh, Dylan. Dylan has so much personality. I'm sorry, I got distracted there. So when Dylan first joined, the name was, had "What's Up, Dudes" behind the name. Now, if you look at it here, we'll see if we get a shot of it. But it's got "Hey Mom" in his. There it is. PK Dylan, the left side of your screen. Oh, I love it. I absolutely love it. Big shot start things off. Penn Trafford won this head-to-head back in week 4, 3-1. So they know they have the tools to take down this Bishop Carroll squad. I love the respect coming out of John Carlisle and the rest of the Penn Trafford team. That they still have things to work on despite being completely undefeated. They've been flawless through the season. They know there's still things to improve and still ways that they can grow. And a lot of respect shown to this Bishop Carroll team, and rightfully so. You see Tot going in right out of the gate, trying to get the pinch, but can't quite push the ball down.
Some breakdown play in the center, and both teams don't want to overcommit right now. There are pokes, there are prods, both teams testing the defense of their opposition, but no one really getting caught out of position right now. Very good rotations. Missed touch there from Tizzy means that it isn't able to go back and towards the center, and Ryan actually lets this drop down, gets a nice 50, has pulled all of Bishop Carroll into the corner. This pops out nicely. Tot's going to be able to send it down the long way. Tizzy going to be picking it up once, picking it up twice, picking it up for a third time, and just pushed it over the top there. And unfortunate missed opportunity there from Penn Trafford, but again, just like the Division 2 team, staying here and hereabouts in the goal lines.
Yeah, they'll be living in the blue half here so far. A very defensive look, and Bishop Carroll just kind of give up the ball midfield and giving up a goal opportunity as Dylan's shot goes off the crossbar. The first real look of the game, and it just bounces in Bishop Carroll's favor. Hanging on to this 0-0. Bishop Carroll are trying to go back the other way, but Rye comes through with the challenge. Rye versus Max in the corner. Max is going to win that 50 and push it back into the green half. Goes Bishop Carroll.
And I like what you said there. Bishop Carroll so far definitely the more hesitant team. They don't want to challenge for these things that it might come back to cost them. Penn Trafford always looking to fight, always looking to maybe get that one extra touch. And a nice pass towards the center sets up the shot. Max making an important save here to keep the score line level. And so far still the poking, prodding Bishop Carroll seem to have it read out and looking to make opportunities when they present themselves. They've got some freedom now for Tot. Tot, the top goal scorer, looks to go over the top. Nearly turns into a pass, but no one there for the follow-up. Max going to try to pick this up, but booted off the ball, and it's sent down the long way, and it's actually going to come in off the top car. PK Dill, hey mom, making his mom proud, making his teammate proud, looking for that acute angle the whole way there, and beautifully placed.
And it was Rye with that huge contact at the center of the play to just knock Bishop Carroll off that ball. And it was an easy shot. I say an easy shot, but Dylan had the time necessary to find that look to make sure the shot was accurate and on point. And it was pixel perfect off that top crossbar. What a play. I mean, Rye already making presence known. And I love how Penn Trafford are starting to ramp up this aggression.
Yeah. They're saying, Bishop Carroll, if you're going to give us the space, if you're not going to come in for these challenges, we're going to. We're going to get the 50s that we need to. We're going to get some sort of touch and start pulling it back. We're going to make sure that we resource manage well enough. But have they done anything there at the back line? Max picks up an easy open goal with two players flanking the goal line.
Oh, a bit of a miscommunication I can't help but feel from Penn Trafford there. As Gintori looked like kind of got stuck on that near post side. The rest of the defense off looking for boost, and rotations break down. Max finds the opening and evens up the game with 2-minute mark.
That's going to be a big change in the play of Bishop Carroll. Now it's Penn Trafford actually throwing too many people at a half opportunity. They've got to go up for a risky play there. Dylan doesn't manage to get too much out of this. Now it's Max coming in there. Gintori gets taken out in the back line. Going to be able to respawn and reinforce from there. Is going to be charging up now, gets a nice chip in towards the corner, doesn't really want to pursue this too much. Again, hesitancy coming out from the Bishop Carroll side. They're wanting to let Penn Trafford make the mistakes, but so far Penn Trafford just using the space to create more opportunities. Dills pops out a little bit more. Here comes the pass attempt. Tot was looking at the right place, and PK Dill trying to send it out.
Yeah, I like this rotation back. Penn Trafford kind of use up all their resources and a moment to breathe. Bishop Carroll don't take advantage of this and fail to get out of their own half. Finally push it down, and Max is going to win at the midfield line. Try to create an opportunity. Big challenge from Tizzy. And a big double demo. One from Dylan, one from Tizzy. To the scrapyard goes Bishop Carroll. Penn Trafford looking to go in with an opportunity. Max with a huge aerial 50 at the midfield line. And Tot now passing it over. Bishop Carroll back on the attack. Max gets the goal and the lead for Bishop Carroll.
Finally, Bishop Carroll looking to turn on the offensive. A lovely pop-up from Tot. Meets Max in the air, beats out both the defenders, charging at him, and he had to make that quickly. He had to make that cleanly and gets no mistake there. Beautiful touch, and Bishop Carroll suddenly looked to be in the driving seat with just 45 seconds left. Penn Trafford maybe looking to do too much fancy work and giving themselves a little bit too much freedom right now. They're going to try yet again, but Bishop Carroll has managed to force it down with the last 30 seconds on the board.
I mean, what a turnaround. Bishop Carroll starting off a little hesitant and a little slow, and they just ramp it up. Tizzy! Tizzy doesn't have the boost, doesn't get on the ball quick enough, and suddenly it's going back the other way. Dylan has to race back to make a save, and Tizzy is kicking themselves right now. The opportunity to tie it was there. Now, having to overcommit in the final 15 seconds, Top finds an opening to put the dagger in.
Penn Trafford looked so good for so long. They controlled the tempo of the first part of the game, and then they gave a little bit of a doorway to Bishop Carroll, and Max clamped upon that twice in a row. Beautiful touches both times, and suddenly Penn Trafford having that opportunity, you know, they had that chance for that equalizer. Now they're going to leave it down, and how many of these shots have they been able to just let drift in front of their nets? Penn Trafford being punished by Bishop Carroll's explosive personality, and suddenly there's life in the purple side.
And it was Max coming through with 2 goals. It wasn't your lead goal scorer and Tot who had that, although Tot did have the majority of the shots. It's Max coming through with 2 very important goals. And Bishop Carroll taking game 1, your number 3 seed. That loss of the Penn Trafford squad, 3-1 or 1-3, depending on how you look at it. Last time the 2 met, Bishop Carroll starting the championship out on top.
Yeah, that's good for them. I really like this. Penn Trafford, I like to think of the first game of a best of 7 as just the warm-up, just to feel what your opponents are going to do. And there's obviously this chance for the back-and-forth momentum that we got to see in our first series of the day. But Bishop Carroll turning it around like that, finding their feet, realizing, hey, we're not actually being punished. They're not as venomous as we thought they were going to be. Let's give ourselves some space. And it was nice to see where Tot was the top goal scorer for the season so far, not afraid to hand those balls off, not afraid to make some space for his teammates and be able to work together, because that's what it's going to take for Bishop Carroll to carry on with their momentum.
And doesn't mean, when we talk about Tot being, such a beast and such a lead scorer, Tori and Max obviously still very formidable in their own right. I mean, they can absolutely carry their weight on the pitch. No hand-holding necessary for these 2, and it's not going to be just a big old backpack. That's an opportunity! Rye, the follow-up, pushes it out wide. As Rye was trying to go for the far post and just got a little too much of the angle. And now Penn Trafford having to rotate back, find some resources. Dylan's going to steal that corner boost. Still an opportunity as Penn Trafford maintain control, forcing it into the opposite side. It's Dylan going up to the skies, has Rye close. Rye takes the shot. Good stuff from Max. Great defense from Bishop Carroll all around as they look for the clear. Tizzy's going to meet him in the air, and Dylan's going to put it back on the backboard, looking for the double tap, but Max says no.
Important clear. Max has been such a stalwart here for Bishop Carroll, being able to get those important shots, get the important saves. I mean, he made 1 or 2 of them in the previous game as well. They were fingertip saves and really kept this in. This is a bad touch coming out here for Penn Trafford. Rye has to clean this up and send it down to the corner. Doesn't really have another good touch. Finds Tizzy on the ground there. Misses the boost, but Tizzy actually looking to go the long way. Has Dill in support there. Dill going to find this one up into the sky. Looking for the second touch. He's been denied on a couple of these backboard reads so far. But creating the pressure, and Tizzy actually going up high. This could be a chance. Tori is cut out by Rye on that counter attack. Then Penn Trafford back into the attack. Even getting that demo out, you can see the aggression that they were trying to rally with here.
Yeah, it's kind of, you love to see it, and kind of atypical for Penn Trafford. I don't remember them being that aggressive during the regular season. I feel like they've come out with some new vigor, but Tot is able to sneak that one through, and it's going to be a 1-0 lead here for Bishop Carroll. Oh, I thought Rye had that for sure, just couldn't quite get there quick enough.
Yeah, just a hesitancy on the jump meant he killed his momentum and was just millimeters away from carrying that. And Bishop Carroll, again, looked to be under early pressure, but turn around, pick up the important goal, calculate it at the end there, and finish it off. A nice pass backwards actually sends us into the hands of Max. And Penn Trafford starting to group up, starting to really try and put pressure on. They want to get this game back under their control. It drops down. They're going to have Tizzy looking for this next shot. He's not able to get anything just yet, just has to deny it. But there's another shot coming in. Tot pushed it towards the side, and Ryan dives out. And now is out of position, gets shut down. Max creates overlap. Tizzy has to make work on the back line, has no boost here. Max going to keep it around here. All 3 blue players sitting on the side of the goals. It pops out high, but no one there to follow it up from Bishop Carroll. Means Penn Trafford can start making their own way down the field.
And Pin Traffic do a good job of grabbing both of the big old pots of gold on the route to that. So Bishop Carroll, a little starved at the moment, do finally get that all-important clear and buy themselves a little bit of space. Todd with a pass to center. Max with a decent shot. Great challenge from Tizzy. Keeps the deficit to a mere 1 goal. That one would have gone in for sure. Now on the counterattack, Rye can't get solid contact.
And creating these opportunities again, getting across the goals there, making these good touches, always back into the attack, always looking dangerous. Tizzy looking for a pop over the top. It's not going to come out there, but Dill's straight back into the attack. And I must admit, every time Dill's name comes up with that hey mom, I love to see it. I mean, this is probably the first LAN experience for most of these kids right now. And they've probably got their parents in the back line as this is going to get turned away by Rye. But they've got their parents here. Their parents are getting to see that sort of hype that these guys have. This is a big opportunity. Bishop Carroll setting it down long. They're going to let it pop out. Dill even not going to get that. And Max puts it up high. There's a second shot coming in there. Kentori got to set it up high. He's created that overlap. There's still the pressure going the other way as we tick down to the last minute. Shots going both ways.
And Bishop Carroll's doing a good job of just building the wall at that midfield. And just living in the green half, maintaining possession. Another good opportunity there going off the near post for Todd. But all the while, clock is ticking down. And there's an important point you made there about the family support. That's something I definitely want to touch on, but let's see what they can do here. Pin Trafford on the attack, have an opportunity to tie. The pass goes past Rye, but able to win it out in the corner, and Tizzy keeping touch on the ball, but Pin Trafford not creating really any good looks off of this possession so far. They've got 30 seconds remaining to tie up game 2.
And it gets pushed to the side, picked up nicely by Tots. He's going to send pressure a long way down the field, create even more space. Max looking to carry that on. A rare miss, though, opens up some opportunities. Tizzy's managed to force it high. Kentori not able to get that. Dylan coming off the wall, sends the shot in, pushed towards the side by Tot. The demo's coming out from both sides at this stage, just creating desperate opportunities. Pen Trafford have 10 seconds left. Denied out by Max for now. Max going to push it. Hill picks it up. Trying to push it up in the wall. He's going to make sure that it doesn't get touched down at all, but cut down by Bishop Carroll. They pick up their second game in a row.
Oh my goodness, the number 3 seed up 2-0 in our grand finals for Division 1. Only needed 4 shots to win that game, and then it was just all wonderful defense from there. Great challenges. What a start. This is not the start I expected here, Ultras. Not at all.
No, Pen Trafford coming in as the clear favorites, seeded number 1, showing themselves across the games as amazing esports competitors, and now going down. I mean, they had control in the first game, at least for the first half. They look to be bringing it back now as well. Looked so good, had some opportunities. Dill making incredible pressure on the front line, but turned aside. You know, it was like you said, they didn't look really potent on any of their attacks. There were no big opportunities that were missed, and at the end of the day, Bishop Carroll just being able to save out enough, solidify themselves from the back, and push forward. I was worried about their passivity in the beginning. Not anymore.
I mean, I can tell you right now, this is already a feat nobody's been able to do all season. No team has been able to take Pen Trafford, has been able to put 2 games against them, has taken Pen Trafford even to a game 5 in regular season. Bishop Carroll already coming out with the first, and are looking to be the first team to beat them, as they have leveled up in the postseason. Bishop Carroll are a playoff squad and seem to just getting better and better every week. And here in the LAN experience, and then kind of pointing back to the point you made earlier, because this is where, like, the families get to truly see what the energy is all about. Traditional sports, you can see the teamwork in action. You see the players on the battlefield out there leaving their hearts out there and giving it their all. But playing online as we muscled through this pandemic and everybody's kind of been remote, and they didn't even get a chance to really experience that. Great save from Tot there as I make my point. But I think this is such an awesome opportunity for families to see what this passion is really about. And Bishop Carroll are bringing it in spades here today.
Oh, I love it. Both of these teams fighting so hard. Both of the games so far being separated by just that single goal is what really creates that story for the parents. You can imagine they've had to drive their kids now to this event, and they were going, oh, now I've got to spend the day around computers. Who wants to do that? Now I can imagine so many of the dads cheering as much as they ever have for baseball, basketball, or football. They're going, my kid is going to score this goal. We've got to be able to get this. I love to hear these sort of crowds and what sort of adventures these kids are getting to have at this stage. And both of them bringing it all. And you can imagine that the parents are just reflecting that passion brought here by the students.
Absolutely warms my heart. It's an amazing thing to see. We're minute 30 and still scoreless. Neither team really putting in much pressure at the moment. It's been just a battle for possession so far, the opening 90 seconds of game 3.
Ooh.
Good opportunity here. Better defense from Bishop Carroll.
Yeah, it's like you say, is even these little opportunities that go, the little pop-ups that could come. Dylan going to be using this one.
There it
He's
is.
going to find it. He's going to be able to turn it back. Penn Trafford take the lead, a desperate lead that they wanted the whole time. Max just not able to get it far, and Tot pushing to the side instead of for the follow-up means that the goal left open and no mistake coming out there. Great shot there from the lead shot taker, at least for Penn Trafford in this series, and finally escalates it to a goal.
Penn Trafford's second goal on the day, not able to get one in at all in game 2. It's been, I mean, roughly 10 minutes of game time since they've scored, so that was a very important one. Dylan able to put that home. Penn Trafford looking to get some momentum back, so now they can get the goose egg out of the game win column. Right, going back on the attack here. Good pass off the wall. It's another touch coming in. Going back. Dylan has to run and chase it down in the big old van. Not a car we're used to seeing from Dylan, but I like it. I think it's indicative of the aggression Penn Trafford we're bringing to the pitch today.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in their Division 2 side earlier. They like these physical plays. They like the bumps, and Tizzy going for one there right as we speak. PK Dillon happy to pick it up on that side of the barn door, trying to make it happen, and actually gets in the way on his rotations back. This one going to be picked up by Tizzy. Has some opportunity to make something happen. Gets one touch, going up for a second, but gets taken out quickly by Max. Penn Trafford looking to push forward, always looking to put more pressure, so far keeping it far away from the green goals and leaving Bishop Carroll with no real answers and no possession.
Max with an important win in the air there. And the follow-up. Holy cow! Max gets the big aerial 50 there and then chases the ball down. Minimal use of boost, disciplined play, brilliant accuracy. What a way to tie up the game.
Yeah, you make it as difficult as possible, and there Tizzy Wizzy from Penn Trafford was there, had that read off the wall, but just millimeters short, and it's Bishop Carroll being able to take that. Max again leading with these beautiful touches, so consistent in the aerial plays that they've been able to pull out consistently. And it's the way that Penn Trafford as a school seems to favor their esports. Get it right more often than your opponents, and is a favorite co-caster of mine from South Africa, Greybeard. And he says all you're going to be able to do at the end of the day to win Rocket League is score one more goal than your opponents. And that seems to be what Bishop Carroll, or what Penn Trafford is trying to do. But Bishop Carroll finding the weakness.
A good opportunity with the doors shut by Tot. We're not out of hot water just yet as Rising go in. Didn't quite get enough of the ball as they were hoping. But still into the corner for Dylan it goes. Right over the top, doesn't let Contori find the clear, and looking for that opportunity. Just good, solid possession here from Penn Trafford. They need to convert it into some shots, but so far that is yet to happen. Contori tried to get it up, but couldn't. Dylan looks for the shot, gets the goal.
This angle, this beautiful read around there. Penn Trafford, like you say, had pushed people into that corner. The lovely pass comes out, gets his car upside down, flicks it at the last second to give it that extra bit of height, and scoots it in over under the crossbar, over the defenders. Beautiful combination, and just so fitting coming out for his second goal of this match, taking the mantle firmly on his shoulders and leading Penn Trafford with less than a minute left. They're even looking to push even more. Penn Trafford's spirit and resilience is to be noted here.
Certainly on display. I love this patience from Rye. Does give up that corner boost and eventually gets bullied off the ball. Big booming clear. Max trying to chase it down. Can't quite find it, and Tizzy pushes it back into the Blues side. Tried to get a little extra touch there, but Tot manages to run away with it. Rye winning out the ball in the air. It's going to be a pass off the backboard, but the rotation defensively from Tizzy. Didn't want to let the attackers get behind him, but misses the ball. Max misses the shot, bounces off the near post. The tying goal, just a little short.
Last desperate attempt as the ball goes high here. Rye content to push it down there. Not a lot of people in the corners there. Max going to desperately try to keep it alive. Is not going to be able to. Bishop Carroll, who looked to be on such a dominating streak there, picked apart by Dylan with two amazing plays to get it in there. Just the two shots that he took, finding their mark, and the pressure built up by Tizzy and Rye, constantly covering that back line, putting in the assists themselves, and eventually takes it away from Bishop Carroll. Max still the forefront runner there, and Tots doing the work in the back line, going from the offensive line. And maybe that's what Bishop Carroll wants to do in going forwards, that you can see a lot more animated play and a lot more animation coming out of the characters in each of these booths here.
Yeah, Penn Trafford waking up a little bit, and this one has certainly injected some life into the squad. This victory that they get in Game 3, I mean, it's the hardest one. Scoring the first goal is the hardest goal of the series. Getting that first win is the hardest win of the series. Then you've got a little confidence. Then the mental is strong, at least stronger, and that confidence is key. That is instrumental in Rocket League. You've got to believe. You've got to not only believe in yourself, but believe in your team and know that y'all can carry the day. And I mean, that's going to breed trust, good communication, good attitude, good vibes, and that snowballs. Those things come together and they equal victory.
Yeah, and that's what you're going to now do a couple more times. If you're the side of Penn Trafford, yeah. John Carlisle, you can imagine, sitting as the coach in the back line, has words of encouragement and support and just buoys his team up constantly. Oh, great shot getting denied by the woodwork there by Rye. It's up to Dill to try and make a second attempt, but so far, scrambling defense in the purple side there leaves them with a bit of pressure out the other way, and Penn Trafford have definitely rallied themselves back into this competition.
Yeah, Bishop Carroll were holding their breath on that one. Ooh, Todd's got a look here. Dylan able to get the roof of the van to knock that ball wide. It's Bishop Carroll keeping some pressure on. Todd Kentori going up for it. Kentori steals the shot away. Sends it wide. Todd had the angle. And I'm in just as much disbelief as everybody gasping from Bishop Carroll. And now that's turned to size as Dizzy is able to put it home. What was a surefire goal for Bishop Carroll. Suddenly, now they're looking down the barrel of a deficit.
Oh, that is heartbreaking. You got to imagine that's coming down to nerves now. You're on the big stage. You're in the LAN environment. You don't often get to play with your teammates here, and suddenly communication is harder when you're a foot away from each other than when you're on the other side of the town. So a bit of misplay coming out from Bishop Carroll gives the opportunity to Penn Trafford, and they nearly make it again. Max, a desperate save off the goal line, looking to create some opportunities now. Gonna pick up this boost and send it back towards the center, but instead hands off the position for too long to Rye. It goes down. Penn Trafford so happy with that first goal.
And that was a dangerous look from them. That pinch play coming out of Dylan. Had Tizzy open in the center, Bishop Carroll had a difficult decision to make. And now they're rewarded for their good decision making as Kentori gets the long distance shot, able to blast this thing home past the midfield line.
Tizzy just sitting, waiting for that boost in the corner. Does not spawn for the longest amount of time, is actually backwards, goes for the half flip, but not able to retreat backwards. You can see that again, the communication just coming out a little bit lacking here from the side of Penn Trafford this side. And they're going to give up a second one. The missed attempt at the save comes through. Tok going to be able to extend that top goal scorer lead a little bit more and pops the softest little shot. 3 members from Penn Trafford back, but none of them in position to stop it.
And I think, unfortunately for Penn Trafford, Tizzy's bump was actually just the strafe that Tot needed to get the angle. It was like, I needed to be 3 feet to my left. Thank you very much. Still facing the ball. And boom, there it is. Lined up beautifully. And just like that, back-to-back goals from Bishop Carroll, the blink of an eye. Suddenly they have the lead. The tying goal crosses off the near post. There's the second opportunity from Penn Trafford. Oh, man, that was so close. You gotta make those. Ultras, you gotta make those.
You gotta make those, man. At this stage, whoever the digital carpenter is for this Rocket League is really cursing out Penn Trafford, hammering that digital woodwork consistently twice in a row. Both of those could have gone, and either of those would have been welcome from Penn Trafford to be able to level it up at halfway through the game. But they get denied, and like you say, you got to take those instead. You make life hard. You get the shot towards the center. Dill just denied yet again by the woodwork. Turned aside, and Bishop Carroll back into the attack, breathing ever more heavily in this contest between these two sides.
I don't know what Bishop Carroll are paying that bar, but they need to give it a raise. because the defense coming out of the woodwork has been insane. Oh man, Penn Trafford kicking themselves right now. They have to win this. You cannot give up this game to Bishop Carroll. Otherwise, you're going to be forced to win 3 in a row if you want to take home the title. Penn Trafford have been flawless throughout this season so far and did some uncharacteristic near misses. Dylan has finally had enough and puts in the tying goal. Let's go look at this again. Look at that angle. To get that curve through the air, to find that wonderful play. I love the collective poise from Dylan on that play. Despite all the misses, Penn Trafford finally send the ball home.
I like that word poise that you used to describe Dylan, because that's been what his gameplay has been all about throughout this series so far, is the tiny angles, that really good placement, being able to keep that momentum enough so that he beats out the threatening defender, but still has enough control over that. And now there's a little bit of consternation coming out there. Beautiful play yet again from Dill, really captaining this team to victory right now. Tizzy's got some space, gets taken away, denied out by Dill. He didn't have the boost, so a nice bit of team communication to be able to hold it up and pop it, and still doesn't get anything out of this. Bishop Carroll instead onto the offense. Max is going to be there, soft shot, turned aside by Tizzy. And the follow-up is going to be there, charging down to the other side of the field, has all the speed, doesn't have any of the boost, but at least trying to get a pop up there. Max being caught difficult in the corner now with Contori, and Max again has to find some space for this boost, gets taken away. Tizzy always around the field. He has a shot. Dylan going to be putting it high again. Ooh. And yet again, the woodwork coming to his detriments.
And Tizzy had an opportunity at the rebound, but Bishop Carroll have been so good at just snagging all of these mega boosts. Max now with a shot. Dylan's not going to let that one rebound out and pushes it off to the side. But Bishop Carroll, they are snagging everything. And Penn Trafford looking hungry for any boost, anything they can get on this pitch right now, because it's slowed them down and it's denied them the opportunity to be as aggressive as they want to be in this waning minute. And it's tie game that Penn Trafford so desperately need to win. A big booming clear. Contori comes through with the save. Rye is going to put it up off the backboard, but Penn Trafford rotating back. Nobody follow up on that shot. 10 seconds remaining, and it's Bishop Carroll going on to the attack. Dylan with a beautiful touch, driving down, pitch, has an open goal. Dylan looking to win the game right here. Gets past the defense, gets behind everybody. 3-2 lead to Penn Trafford.
Man, I thought Penn Trafford was in trouble, but PK Dill jumps up into the air, trying to get that extra touch. Ended up just sending himself to the other side of the field with no boost. Bishop Carroll smelled blood and went on and off offense, and they went too hard. They went too fast, thinking, guys, it's just 10 seconds left. There's no way they can counter it out. Let's throw everything we got against the wall and see what sticks. Instead, the counterattack, the control from Dill, being able to pick that up, getting 3 saves out there alongside his 2 goals. In fact, a total of 4 saves, picking up that Warden Medin, and 8 shots. Just so aggressive in the front lines. What a leadership, and being able to pull Penn Trafford back into this. We went from 2 games down, and Bishop Carroll now sitting, having to work back, considering they've just given away that 2-goal lead to a level series.
Oh my goodness, equalized. Yeah, Bishop Carroll started off so strong. Now it's even once again. And I mean, but in our highest octane game of the series so far, 14 shots versus 9 on the other side. I mean, that was hands down the most shots we've seen all day. These teams have ramped up and are now racing at full speed. We saw an elated Penn Trafford with the round of applause there. Celebrating that really, really important victory. It can't be overstated what a huge, important goal that was for Dylan. We've seen a lot of impressive goals from Dylan throughout this season. That is his 36th goal on the season. I think that's the most important one of those 36.
Yeah, that's huge. The fact that he's been able to come through and really peak at the right time with this team has brought Penn Trafford back into that. You talk about how important that game was. If you're sitting, having to do nearly a full reverse sweep, 3 games in a row without your opponents being able to pull it back for a single goal, going for the squishy save, actually comes out. On top of that is still, I thought he had committed himself to a difficult mechanic for no reason, but manages to keep up that momentum, clears it out nicely, and sets it up. And that momentum is the big difference. Penn Trafford have 2 games in a row right now. They've been able to bring it back. They managed to deny out the reverse sweep requirements and are looking to push this all the way. Bishop Carroll going to have to do some sort of mental shake-off to be able to get the game back in their favor.
And when Bishop Carroll winning was when we were playing at a little bit of a slower pace all around, when they were controlling the tempo a little bit more. And in the last 2 games, Penn Trafford have really been able to ramp it up and get their play style and kind of execute how they want to play the game. It is up to Bishop Carroll to respond. Todd does, rising to the challenge. It's Bishop Carroll with the first goal.
Just taking this time there, lets the ball bounce, realizes no one's challenging him up, goes over the top there, right? Desperately diving in at the back line as we get to see the cosmic blueprints of the world coming through there. And that's what Bishop Carroll needs right now. They need some sort of blueprint for victory. They've managed to get that first goal, a really nice bit of pressure, and they might have another opportunity. Goes high. Tots going up early for that one, spinning his way through, just not able to find the back of the net. But Penn Trafford suddenly looking very weak in defense when they had full control of the series.
Oh my goodness, that's leaving money on the table. That was a free goal coupon, and you just didn't cash it in.
Saving it for more important moments.
There you go. Okay, fair enough. All right, back to the other side. It's a demo on the defense. Creating an opportunity here. That one's going to go wide. And Penn Trafford missing their tying goal. Dylan's going to win out a challenge, 1v2 in the corner, but Max gets to the ball before Rye can find the shot, and Bishop Carroll are able to muscle the ball out of their own end, looking for something in transition, but an important 50 win. Max meets Dylan in the air, and Bishop Carroll go right back into the green half. Todd with a shot, Rye with the save.
Maybe that free goal was just cashed in the other way. He managed to go, okay, I just don't want them to score a goal, so shut it out the other way, got a free pass, a get out of jail free card, was able to keep this into it. I believe karmically it balances out somewhere along the line, but still Bishop Carroll keeping the 1 goal lead. That's important. This one going to be left to trickle up high into the air. Tot doesn't have any boost to follow this up. Dill is there. Dill has the shot, being able to level this out just after halfway into the game. Tot just not being able to get this out fast enough, and the post from Tizzy sets everything up. Penn Trafford level up this game.
We've seen that play all season long from these two. Tizzy just throwing that thing off the wall, pulls in 2 defenders with the great wall pass, and Dylan putting it home yet again. That's Dylan's 6th on the day. Tying up this series, tied up this all-important Game 5 here in our championship for the TEC Fall Season Division 1. And Rye gets the go-ahead goal. 2 in a row for Penn Trafford to take the lead.
Oh, this is big. The fact that they were sitting under such pressure for so long and they got denied the easy goals, that they kept hammering, they kept up with that aggression, and it's eventually paid off. We talked about it earlier. The more you try, the luckier you get. And that one squeezes in there. Penn Trafford being able to capitalize finally on a goal opportunity that they worked so hard to develop. And it's now up to Bishop Carroll. They had control of the series for so long. And Dole going to get denied out at the end there. Ball popping up high, and Penn Trafford might still have control of this. They will, in fact. But the nice, aggressive 50 from Max pushed it towards the green goal. Bishop Carroll needs to make something happen, but they got to stop this onslaught from Penn Trafford first.
And Max just narrowly able to do so with a big save. As we approach the minute 30 mark, Contori pushes the ball off the wall. A moment of reprieve for Bishop Carroll as they settle themselves in. Now try to see if they can strike back. It's Max versus the world down there, and unfortunately cannot get to the ball in time. Dylan with the clear. Tot getting over the head of Rye, but Tizzy comes through, puts it off the back, whirling for the double tap, can't quite get there. Rye with the shot. Rye's able to get it home. 3-1 to Penn Trafford.
Yeah, and it seemed like for a while, Bishop Carroll just hammering it down to the other side of the field. There's always going to be a green player who picks it up, sends a nice shot in, sends a nice passing attempt going, and finally it works out for Penn Trafford, extending their lead by 1. Being able to hit that backboard and then follow it up seems to be their basic game plan. And when we talked about at the beginning how both these teams really wanted to get their rotations, their offensive plays going, their communication and their basics down, Penn Trafford being able to do that at the end of the day, and just more consistently, being able to constantly control it down, not give away possession when they don't want to, and then mount some offensive opportunities. Dole looking for one more touch.
And that is the proverbial dagger right there. Can't help but feel that this is an insurmountable odd for Bishop Carroll to come back on. That was just a beautiful play. Dylan, just a star, an absolute star of this league. and been a joy to watch all season long. Penn Trafford are in a prime position to move up to championship point.
Bishop Carroll seem to be like not creating as many opportunities as they're taking. They're waiting for Penn Trafford to mess up, overextend, something like that, and then they can counterattack really well. Here's a good setup for Bishop Carroll. They need to make something happen now. The shot is in, denied out. PK Dill again coming in with the squishy save, cheekily throwing his body in the way of that. And the beauty of that van is that you can't afford to. Denies Bishop Carroll out at the death, and suddenly where Bishop Carroll was looking so comfortable are sitting on the verge of a game series point.
That ball was halfway in. I mean, half the ball had crossed the plane, but the entire ball didn't quite make it through before Dylan is able to just hurl that van in the way. Oh, what a beautiful save. What a great performance out of Penn Trafford, winning their third in a row, putting themselves on championship point. It's their work is not done yet, but they have all the momentum at their back.
Yeah, and you can see it in the change rooms, claps all around. Everyone knows how big it was that they've been able to rally the way they did. Still quiet consternation in Bishop Carroll back line. They're trying to figure out where they're going wrong. Again, this is the biggest goal deficit between these two teams. All of the rest of them have been so close so far, but Penn Trafford seems to have wrestled this firmly into their corner.
And a dominant team that we've been, this is what team we've come to know and love, where they don't make those mistakes. Bishop Carroll, looking for the opportunities, looking for overcommits, and Penn Trafford are playing very good fundamentals. They were overcommitting a bit early when we heard from the sideline report that was one thing that they were really trying to focus on. I think it's something that they've nailed down here in these previous 3 games, in games 3 through 5, all of which they've walked away victorious.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to that structure. We talked about it beforehand. When Tizzy's in the back line, here we see him not taking a single shot, not getting a goal, but working from the back line, using that distribution power, getting those 2 assists and sending up his 2 really key players, Rye and Dill, being able to work together at the front lines to create some opportunities for Penn Trafford and being able to solidify out the strategy. Rye got to collect a free goal in the first 2 seconds. Penn Trafford could not be more ecstatic in what could be their final game.
2 seconds. It took 1 touch and 2 seconds for Penn Trafford to take the lead, sitting on championship point. Now all they got to do is hang on. That's the start they were looking for.
All they got to do.
That's all I gotta do. That's it. Just win, Forehead.
Rocket League's easy, guys. Just score 1 more goal than your opponents. Just get that 1 goal, and now don't give away any pressure. Don't give away any sort of position towards Bishop Carroll. And you got to say, that's what Penn Trafford has been doing so well, though, is the fact that they have controlled the possession so much. They have been unafraid to just make that back pass, slow the game down, be able to set the last man back for a good 50 or a good touch that sends the pressure down back towards the purple goals. And Penn Trafford taking the pressure now off themselves, just slowing it down. A bit of consternation comes out from Bishop Carroll. They're starting to commit too many people. Still no one goes up for this. The ball bops down towards the purple line. And so far, Bishop Carroll not making any offensive opportunities. Going to see if Max can create something now. Ooh. Desperate defense coming out. At the end, their ball sent high for Penn Trafford back into the attack.
And back to your point, it's just, don't let the top scorer of the league get a goal in. It's not just anybody we're talking about here. We've got Tot on the pitch, who is one of the biggest threats in all of TEC. And look at this, Tot with the ball, trying to drive in. Dylan patiently waits and is able to get a nice touch that Rye can follow up on and drive into the blue half. Double commit from the defense, but does get the clear. Tot drops it. It bounces wide. The slow trickle bounce had me hold my breath as well. And cannot quite get it to go. Penn Trafford now trying to push down, and it's a battle for possession at the midfield. Dizzy's going to come through, put the ball off the wall. Not this time. Tot is wise to your ways. Yeah, it was.
And again, that's how hard Penn Trafford is pushing now. I think that's the good state of the mentality. Good pass comes across there, shot just wide. But at this stage, Penn Trafford content to just make these opportunities, force out big plays from Bishop Carroll, force out missed touches and overcommits, overlaps that they can start capitalizing on. Still gonna go for this. Gets a nice touch towards the center. That's not a good clear. As he sets it up high, Max gonna be trying to challenge this out. Rye wins it back in towards the purple corner. Penn Trafford looking strong over and over, getting touch after touch. Here comes in 2 shots above the crossbar, and Bishop Carroll finally get a bit of space to work with.
This seemingly looking a little short-lived. This Rye is going to drive it back down, and no real opportunities created. And here we go. It's Penn Trafford right back on the attack. Max not going to allow a flurry of shots this time, and immediately is able to get that clear. Trying to chase it down and just marking with it. Ooh, an important 50 win from the defense of Penn Trafford. They're able to keep that ball out of there and keep Bishop Carroll to a 0 score line. Bishop Carroll looking for that tying shot coming through. Max going into the corner. Bump by their own player. Kentori gets knocked offline, and now Tot and Max have to chase the ball all the way back down in front of their goal. Tizzy's going to get a touch there and disrupt them, buy some time for Penn Trafford to go back on the assault.
Exactly, buying time, getting good touches. Bishop Carroll committing 2 people to any of these clears, just chasing together around the field. But you can see they're trying to make it work, getting some nice passing plays. That's why they're holding so close together, is because they want to work it out, want to get some sort of very close assistance that they can use to get some possession, but it's not working for now. Penn Trafford being able to put that pressure around constantly. Here comes a nice touch towards the center. There's a bump attempt by Tizzy, trying to get in there, but he's forced to rotate out. And look at Penn Trafford, looking calm, looking demure in the back line. Dill's going to be able to pick this up with Tizzy. He's now got some control over it, gets denied about Kentori, and it's kind of dissolved back into no shots, but just a lot of really tooth and nail fighting from both of these sides.
And fighting for that possession, so important. And Penn Trafford just watching that clock, just praying that it ticks down faster and faster. To the gods of Overwatch. Ooh, nice pass to Tot. Tot's got a slow bouncer. Tizzy's able to get to it in time. Tot didn't quite get as much contact with the ball as they wanted and didn't have the force. Now this next shot is sent wide by Rye. A little bit of a tongue twister there. And Bishop Carroll starting to mount a little bit of an offensive. Good touch from Max. Keeping it the midfield line, and they're going back in. 30 seconds remaining for Bishop Carroll to find a goal, or this is Penn Trafford with their 2nd finals victory in a row. Dylan with the touch. Tizzy's going to drive it down. Chasing. No, decides to let Kentori go up for it. And still, Bishop Carroll can't get it out of their zone. 12 seconds remaining. Ball is up high. Max gets the touch. This is all Penn Trafford, just forcing Bishop Carroll against the wall, strangling him out to win this one in a 1-0. Tot tried to keep it alive. One last chance. Gets it over Ryan, but the ball falls. And Penn Trafford celebrate their 2nd finals victory, taking Division 2 and now Division 1. I don't know what they're feeding these kids over in Harrison City, but Penn Trafford are breeding champions right now.
Yeah, the level of Rocket League in general coming out of Pennsylvania is huge, but led by the side of Penn Trafford. These guys have put work into their Rocket League. They put work into their esports in general, and being able to pull out a 2nd victory in a row, yet again in Game 6, being able to secure that over their opposition. It's a beautiful way for them, and a big shout out to John Carlisle from behind the scenes, obviously working really hard with these kids, and the results are there. They're coming out as good team players. They're constantly working together. The communication's there. There's not one single standout player that Penn Trafford has ever relied on. But if I think there was one, it would have to go to Dill, again picking up that MVP of this time without the goals or the assists, but they only needed 1 goal to secure it because of their good team rotations, being able to deny every opportunity from Bishop Carroll.
And they did. We talked about, I mean, there was the 2-second goal. That was the difference maker. Rise, 1 touch, 2-second goal at the top of Game 6. It ends up being the difference maker and the only goal of Game 6. And Penn Trafford are able to keep Bishop Carroll and the season leading scorer Tot to a 0-0 score line. I mean, tip of the hat to Tot, does still finish off the season as the leading scorer. That's going to total 39 for Tot on the season. So a little tip of the hat over to Bishop Carroll. A hard fought game, leaving everything on the pitch, but a huge congrats to John Carlisle and the group over at Penn Trafford. Rye, Tizzy, and of course the captain Dylan. An outstanding victory, making Harrison City and Penn Trafford proud.
Yeah, 100% congrats. So all of the players coming out with their Rocket League, I'm impressed at the level that's coming out from the high school scene. So much growth coming out here. and so much future to look forward to for these players. Looking forward to that. But what I'm also looking forward to is Nizzy, who's standing by with the Penn Trafford team. Take it away, Nizzy.
Thanks, guys. I have here with me team captain PK Dill of the champions of Division 1 Rocket League. His Crocs are in leisure mode. They're not even in sport mode. So, he's relaxed. So, PK Dill, what's going through your mind right now?
They played really incredible. I'm just glad we came out with the win.
Yeah, and did you realize that they were the defending champs last of the spring season?
Yeah, we played them last season, and they ended up winning. And I'm just glad we came back and won.
Yeah, they were back for a vengeance. So what was your game plan going into this game? Peace Control Todd's kind of the player to shut down. How did you guys do that, and how did you guys flip the momentum halfway through the series?
Just really passing the ball and just not letting him do any good plays. I think that's what helped us win the game, because we were down 0-2, and then once we started communicating more, we kind of won the game.
Yeah, and last but not least, are you going to be back spring 2022 to get the back-to-back?
Oh, of course.
You have it there, right from team captain himself, PK Dill. Right back to you guys.
I love getting to hear from the players. I love the Atlanta environment. Lands are back, and I couldn't be more excited, and I couldn't be more happy for Dylan and the rest of the Penn Trafford squad. Outstanding game, outstanding. I'm gonna throw the question to you, Ultras, and that you threw to me after game one. Was there a standout moment for you in this series?
I think it had to come down to one of Dill's little angle plays there. There was the one where he turned his car upside down and got the little flick off the pass there. Beautiful little touch, being able to find those tiny angles. And the important thing was when they came out. There were some pivotal moments there that Penn Trafford was under a lot of pressure. I must admit, I would have liked to have heard how Dylan just rallied under that pressure, because this is the second time in a row that a Penn Trafford side has been able to come back from where they were actually sitting pretty close to being eliminated, pretty close to the championship being taken away. And the fact that he had that mentality and that big match temperament to be able to, at the key moment, get an incredibly difficult play, beautiful leadership.
Poise, my friend, poise. That was Dylan in spades. Personality all around, making mom proud indeed. Oh man, what a fantastic game. What a fantastic start to our championship day. We've got 2 Rocket League games in the book. We've got 2 gold medals, 2 first place finishes for Penn Trafford, the Warriors in green and gold. And, we still have more action to come. We are going to take a little bit of a lunch break. So, go get yourself a snack. We've got a good day ahead of us. So, go make a little bit of lunch. Don't go far. When we come back, it'll be about 30 minutes or so. But we're going to come at you with the Overwatch Grand Finals. There's going to be a lot more action coming from St. Francis University Esports Arena and the TEC fall season. We'll see you back here after lunch.
Hello, I'm Seth. I'm the founder of the Esport Company. I'm joined here today with.
I'm Brian, president of operations here at the Esport Company.
All right, and let's talk about, you have this charity event going on. You're with our dear friend Luke Trotz, just recently lost his life. He was the the director of esports there at St. Francis, and he's really helped us since the beginning. Brian, remember back in the day, when was your first interaction with Luke Trotz?
My first interaction with Luke was, I believe, in 2019 is whenever they were building out their center there, their esports center at St. Francis. Gave him all the equipment, talked to him, got the whole planning and everything. So it was probably one of the first time I spoke to him and actually got to meet him as a person.
Yeah, what was your first impressions of Luke Trotz?
Actually, it was pretty like upbeat. He was always upbeat, ready to encourage. He was always fun to be around. So it was actually a great experience to actually get to know him and be able to work alongside of him.
Yeah, I think my first meeting with Luke Trotz, I'll never forget, this is when we were trying to set up their esports center. We actually looked to get them set up, and they had like a makeshift office there at JFK building because they were redoing the renovations.
Mm.
And I'll never forget walking up the steps to their makeshift office. It was him and Bobby Anderson, and walking up there, I was like, "Well, I have no idea where I'm at, where to go." I was kind of nervous because I never met any of these individuals before. And St. Francis, they took it kind of under your wing and treat us like family. And myself specifically, even though I never went to St. Francis, Luke was just so gung ho and ready to kind of tackle this next mission and working together on it. He trusted us, and the whole St. Francis family kind of just had that narrative behind them where, even though again you didn't go there, they just treated you like family. And I'll never forget that. I was just so nervous. We sit in the classroom and he's showing us around campus. I'm like, well, this is really cool. But it's cool for him to be like this, right? It's not like a business. It was more like kind of a family relationship. Like, we've known each other for years. So that was my first experience with him, and just laughing and having fun. And said there was never a time where we were around Luke Trotz and he was ever like in a bad mood, or he was always just laughing, having fun, cracking jokes, about my skinny jeans or whatever the case may be. He was always the first one. Every time we post a video on social media, he'd be the first one to comment on. And that was that was back in probably 2018, 2019. So and then from there, of course, we worked together with another company and trust us with Aaron. When you remember, we sent the PCs. Remember that in his office, Luke's office.
I remember sending the PCs. Yeah, we delivered, I think it was 12 PCs at that point in time. So we had a few of them. We're using his office, and we're using Bobby Anderson's office at the time because they're the only ones with Ethernet ports and everything that we needed to do it. So we were all cramming around the office, setting up all the PCs and everything. So it was a great experience, and yes, the opportunity there was for that. Then we did all the chairs and all the other equipment too. It was just something to be around, having Luke, the St. Francis, the whole entire esports team at that time, as well as Bobby Anderson helping out with all that.
Yeah, I'll never forget. We were trying to set the high schools and what the strategy was for the high schools to get them on board. Like, we had this virtual computer or PC we're testing out, and he's like, "Yeah, so just come in the library. We'll get you hooked up, and you can test it all here using one of our PCs that probably the schools had at the time." So, like I said, just that family, that connection that he was able to provide for us and testing, and coming from a college standpoint, you just never get those opportunities to work that closely with a college. So, Luke was the opening arms and getting us together, and his impact on the Esport Company, like I said, will forever live on with the scholarship fund that we're doing here at the Esport Company for high school students. One in the fall, one in the spring. We'll get a Luke Trotz Excellence Award and Scholarship Prize for one of the most outstanding players. What they kind of perceive, right, and what they do. The teamwork, the encouragement, just the positive attitude, helping others get better. That is what Luke Trotz kind of leaves behind with us with the Esport Company. What do you think about the award? Anything else? Can you add on to it?
The award, like I said, we're still getting everything out here. It's more of at least to me, what I kind of wanted to tailor it toward, it was more of a leadership type thing, because that's what he was. He wasn't someone to sit back and watch. He was always open arms, ready to support people, ready to help out wherever and whenever he can. So it wasn't just about him. It wasn't just about St. Francis. It's about the community as a whole. So that's what we're looking for in these rewards. We're looking for other individuals, other students that have that same attitude and mentality.
Yeah. So that's what we're excited to announce that. And also with our high school jerseys, all the schools competing are getting jerseys. They'll be getting the Luke Trotz badge on the sleeves. So all the players in our leagues we'll know about Luke Trotz at the high school level and his impact. Will continue to move on as we are working in Delaware and Kentucky and all these other different areas. Luke Trotz will always have a space in the TEC High School League, even if it's like I said in those other states, not just Pennsylvania. So his legacy will continue to live on with us because he made an impact. Without him, we wouldn't be where we're at today. That's the honest truth. And losing Luke Trotz, kind of made us reflect and like, whoa, we got to kind of take a step back and reevaluate where we're at as a company, but where we're at in our lives and the opportunities we're kind of involved with right now in esports and living our dreams. And it was always one of his dreams as well, playing Overwatch. And I'll never forget that. We always have a little joke going on with the character in the game. It's called Wrecking Ball, which a lot of the players of Overwatch don't really like. But Luke Trotz and I always had that back and forth joke of us playing Wrecking Ball together. So, again, it was more like a friend. It was never a business relationship, which I can say I've never had that in my entire life. He was a mentor to all of us, giving us feedback, and just out there in the high schools hustling around like as a special person. So, when we heard about, of course, his passing and, affected us personally here at the office, it took me about a month to kind of evaluate it and just like, whoa, this happened now. Like, I don't know where to go, where to begin, and where to go. So now here today with this event, this is allowing us to kind of showcase what it means and our community that we built here together, and hopefully support and move on and forever. We'll have a special place at the eSport company. So what do you think, Brian?
Yeah, there's not too much more I can add on to that. Like I said, he was the one that's out there hustling for the high schools. He was there interacting with the community. I mean, I've seen him participate in at least signs out here during Thunder in the Valley. I've seen St. Francis Esports sign. I've seen signs even in Altoona.
Texas Roadhouse.
At Texas Roadhouse. They were at the Potato Fest here the last weekend or 2 weeks ago, whenever it was. So he's the one who's organized all of that stuff. Like I said, he's out there reaching out to the community. He's involved with everyone, from the kids and individuals to the parents to the school board meetings. He was your main point of contact for that. So he was one to really lead esports here in at least, Western Pennsylvania here.
Yeah. Helping us and trusting us to fulfill the league and partnering up with St. Francis. It was the goal. We just literally did a spring event. We had such big plans. We had a video, which I'm sure we can play right now, when we were at Somerset giving the championship and announcing in front of the bus, and then boom, it happened just so quickly. It was just, you couldn't wrap your mind around it. It was almost, it didn't seem like it was real until now. It's still, I think it's still setting in, but to the point where we're at today, it's, I always think about him every day. So it's, so I mean, I can't thank Luke Trotz enough. He'll forever have an impact on my life, and he'll never be forgotten with our company and our future activities. No matter where it's going to be, we're going to be in every single country in the world before we know it, and Luke Trotz will be there as well with us in memory and of course in spirit. So taking his impact and his mentorship, and it's been impacting me a lot, and I'm thankful for the opportunities that he provided us, and we'll continue to repay that back. More scholarships, anywhere we can do within, of course, St. Francis and everything he's been a part of, we want to help support, because like Brian said, he was out there hustling around, promoting the eSport company, promoting St. Francis Esports, and it's the least we can do. So I'm excited. I'm excited for this next season. It's gonna mean a lot, and I'm excited also to announce in the springtime we're going to have the championship at the First Summit Arena in downtown Johnstown, where Luke, of course, had a house in and was growing up there around that region. So, we're going to blow this thing up, meaning esports is going to be here in Western Pennsylvania, and I hope to have that announcement there with the scholarship there live on stage, and the students are there, and the crowd's roaring, and Luke Trotz is more there. That's the vision I'm going for at the arena, and that's what I know what Luke Trotz was excited for as well. So that's why we're doing this event. That's what Luke Trotz means to the eSport company, to me personally, and to Brian, to everybody here. Everybody's gonna know who Luke Trotz is. All the high school kids working with the YMCA, our amateur league players, all of them are gonna know, because without those people and individuals, you wouldn't be able to get anywhere. And that's business. You can't just do me and Brian. We got people all over here helping us out. So, this journey can't be going. So, Brian, any final thoughts or words or anything what you're looking forward to and how we continue to live on?
No, I'm just looking forward to expanding here what Luke started with the high school leagues. Keep pushing forward, as Seth said here, just to get the badge on the jerseys, get his name out there, get, I guess, him as an individual out there, what he stood for, his visions as well, just to keep everything growing and moving forward, just to kind of honor him and thank him for everything that he did for myself, you, and the company as a whole.
Yeah, and, Luke wasn't always involved with esports, baseball and a bunch of different activities, always sharing stuff on Facebook for community events. So, our region, Cambria County, we lost someone out there that was fully bought into this area and supporting this area and building this area up. So, I know a lot of people were impacted about hearing about him, and just, we can't believe it. We're shocked. So, but again, Luke Trotz will never be forgotten here at the Esport Company. He will live on, and I can't wait. I can't wait till this event here, the fall at St. Francis. We do something special, announce that scholarship award for a student competing, and make sure they understand who Luke Trotz was, and have a nice video on him. We have a bunch of footage of him, selfies, and our what was spring championship. There's videos of him, and just laughing and having fun. That's who Luke Trotz was, and that's who he was to us. And if you're able to give a couple dollars here and there through this event, then we greatly appreciate going 100% again to that scholarship fund and who he's about, and the Esport Company's going to match. So we appreciate it, and I look forward to this charity event, and hopefully we can do more of this pretty much every season. Maybe make this as kind of a staple, one in the fall, one in the spring, and do this every time. So that is Luke Trotz, and we're excited to continue, for his legacy. So.
Yeah, just stay tuned in. Watch all the streamers here. They're donating their time. They're donating everything else here. So just tune in. Hope you enjoy it, and we'll catch you next time.
Yep, appreciate it.
empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. sticks and your stones. Go break all of my bones. You won't ache my soul. You can't get to me. And there is no barricade that I can tear away. Shoot me down, go fire away, away. But I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. I'm a heavyweight. Push me down to the ground. What goes around comes around. You won't put the flame out. You can't get to me. Say what you wanna say. Go take it all away. But I'm here to stay. No, you can't get to me.
Kind of a clinic. Flip Stingray showing that he can play just about anything he wants and do pretty well.
Dragon Blades in 2021, impactful. Dragon Blades in 2021, well, you've heard it here first. We're not playing on the creator patch just yet. And it's Greater Johnstown coming up with the kills here. They're large, they're in charge, they're on the point, and they are here to take names and take this series. We're into overtime. It is the Torb off the table. It is the Flarian trying to keep this alive, and they can't make it happen. All 6 of Greater Johnstown in the final seconds of a 3-minute fight just scrape out a victory and upset the number 2 seed to move forward into the finals.
Between the words to say the words to remember. Now we're here to take control over your body and over your soul. We're gonna take back everything and lose it all. Lose it all. Lose it all. Feel it in your arms. Feel it in your legs. Feel it on your fingertips and feel it in your head. Just let your body go. Just let your body go. Just let your body go and move to the rhythm. Didn't think we could fall in love. Broken from the start, chained to our past. We had closed hearts. We are breaking free. It's just you and me. We might fall apart, but we're running away. Can we break free? Can we break free? Can we break free? Can we? They were blinded, tried to deny us. Didn't think we were following our hearts. We are breaking free. It's just you and me. We might fall apart, but we're running away with our Can we break free? Can we break free? Can we break
Broadcast of the esports company Overwatch inaugural tournament. Big Hungry Phil and Thibodeau coming at you live for the final broadcast. And we've got Greater Johnstown up against Forest Hills. Thibault, welcome to the broadcast. What is on the docket for today?
Quite in official esports terms, I believe we call this one a banger. This one's looking pretty good. Yeah, absolutely. Total haymaker here. We've had a long, great league full of amazing matches for these teams, one, to show their stuff and also just develop their talent in general. So these guys have really proven that they deserve to be here. They have shown up against pretty much every opponent in this entire league, and now are facing each other in what is, of course, the highest quality match we've seen so far, or hopefully will see so far. Yeah. I think there's a lot of potential here. Both of these teams have stepped up and had some amazing, really clutch moments, have shown absolute dominance where they needed to, and have really grown over the course of this league.
Yeah, Forest Hills, I think, have come into this already sharpened, all ready to draw blood. Greater Johnstown, on the other hand, came into this a little bit dull, in need of some sharpening. But now that we are at the pointy end of the bracket, they should be ready to finally, hopefully, be the team that can really push Forest Hills, who I have to stress have not lost a map all the way through groups, all the way through the playoff bracket. Not a single map dropped. It's been a bit of a cakewalk for them. Hopefully now Johnstown are going to play some degree of Giant Slayer here and maybe make Forest Hills work for their supper. Let's have a look at that playoff bracket, because it's been a little bit of a circuitous route through for some of our teams. All the way back in November, Salisbury, Elclick coming out in the playing games to Somerset. Somerset, unfortunately, picking up that poison chalice, falling to Forest Hills, putting them here into the grand finals. And then in the semi-finals, first week of December, it was Bishop Carroll going down to Greater Johnstown. And Bishop Carroll and Greater Johnstown coming into this actually had, I think, not quite the same overall map win percentage, but the same general scoreline here. Like, really, either one of those teams could have been here today.
Yeah, and it was a very entertaining, really close match where both teams really like fought back and forth. Like you said, quite the slobber knocker. God, what a word!
I haven't heard that one in a while, right?
I know, right? Yeah, and like you said, either team really could have moved forward in that bracket, but at the end of the day, Greater Johnstown showing what they can do and showing how they developed. Like you said, they've been sharpening over the course of this league. They're entering in as the third seed, but I don't think there's any need to discount them or anything. Forest Hills, of course, absolutely dominant. Like you said, haven't lost a single series, have looked amazing this whole way through, have looked just in general, like in addition to obviously having great mechanical skill, which you need to make it this far, you can tell that they're communicating and that they have some ideas and strategies about how they want to approach their game and can really force teams to adapt to their own style rather than needing to play into the ideas and strategies of their opponents, which is a big deal in Overwatch. That said, I think if any team right now is going to give them a challenge for that, it's going to be Greater Johnstown right now.
Yeah, just to add a little extra layer of complexity for Forest Hills, right? Not only are they a difficult team to pin down, they're a very flexible team within their individual roles, but we have seen them also do some fairly extensive role swapping. I'm looking at Flip Stingray in particular here for Forest Hills, right? Coming in as primarily a tank player for the first opening rounds and then deciding, actually, I'm a little bit bored with the main tank. I'm going to go ham and get some big old Genji blades as well. So very, very flexible team, very hard to predict. So whilst we are lining up Greater Johnstown here as the team most likely to inflict some serious damage on Forest Hills, Forest Hills do have some serious plot armor in their favor.
Yeah, and that role swapping actually adds such a layer that we don't often see at other levels of play. A couple teams in the Overwatch League have done that, the Shock, the Gladiators, and things like that.
Mayhem.
Yes. Well,
Checkmate, main tank.
He did very well.
He did
I
well.
love him for that. And now he's back and he gets to do his thing. I wonder if we'll see that again this season.
Here's hoping.
But yeah, we've seen that before, rarely in some higher levels of play, and it does add a really interesting strategic element. But here at this level, it's much more commonplace. Like you said, Flip Stingray has been going back and forth between tank and DPS. I believe a couple members of Greater Johnstown have swapped around before. I think it's been a couple weeks since they have done that. Maybe they're kind of locking it in or they've been feeling good in their roles. But even so, I mean, there's a question of doing it for strategy's sake. And there's a question of like, okay, I'm maybe not feeling it on tank today. Maybe I think you could do that a little better and I'm going to go to DPS and see if I can do a little better there. So there's a chance, especially after this first map, that we see actually a good number of swaps, maybe on both sides, as the teams try and kind of dial in where they're feeling good, how they want to approach the game, if they want to play a little more aggressively or if they need to play in a more tempered style. Like that's a whole extra layer that we really don't get to talk about often, but I'm very excited to see.
Yeah, it should be good. And of course, our players are currently live on stage, getting ready to go in. Let's have a look and see who we've got competing here. Starting off with Forest Hills. So the Forest Hills roster, if you have been following us all this season, you'll be familiar with these names. That's Flip Stingray, Jegwood, Karos, Devo, Vaco, and Napoleon. And sorry, I believe that was Kade, and I just misread that because the text was slightly small on my screen. I'm an old man. Apologies, Kade. Kade also there in the roster. We've purposefully not given these guys roles here because, as we've said, we're expecting a little bit of a swap here and there, but expect to see just these 6 players. It's a compact roster, but compact and powerful, I think we'll find.
Yeah, a 6-man roster at the end of the day is really all you need. You're not in the Overwatch League. You don't need that extra sub or anything like that. And this roster obviously has made a lot of magic happen. They haven't needed any subs. They haven't needed any emergency replacements or anything like that. These guys just show up and they play to win. So really excited to see, at the culmination, at the summit of this league, what they can bring to bear.
That's right. And on the other side of the stage right now, it is Greater Johnstown. And, well, we're used to seeing this now. The novelty has worn off, of course. We have a lot of players here who are not playing under a named account. So Trojans 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, Trixie Death, River Galaxy. We have a little bit of a wrinkle here where substitutions previously for Greater Johnstown have not taken the form of subbing in a new player account, but of sitting somebody down at one of the accounts that's already logged in. So a little bit of a weird way to work a substitution, but there are options here for Greater Johnstown.
Yeah, the little extra flexibility. You know, we talked about Forest Hills and how the 6-man roster is all they need. But in many cases, having an extra couple people around can help, especially, again, as they maybe get through this first map and figure out, okay, we need someone who can play this. We need someone who's really comfortable on this role today, who's warmed up for these heroes right now. You know, and I think Greater Johnstown with that flexibility could bring some interesting strategic wrinkles to bear. But of course, we're going to have to see how this first map plays out, what the meta is feeling like for these guys. We've seen a lot of different looks. We often really see just what people are comfortable playing, which is, you know, not uncommon. You want to play what feels good, not necessarily what's meta just because it's meta. Which has actually given us some really interesting compositions and team fights over the course of this league. It's made it really exciting to watch.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to JB Bamal and the insistence on running an Orisa in pretty much every circumstance, just because that is the comfort pick, the old Evil Toaster special. And speaking of special, Fibble, actually we have another addition to the broadcast for today, not just yourself and myself on the camera today, but we'd like to introduce you to Nizzy, who is here to bring us some action live from the floor and talk to some players and talk to us a little bit about what is going on today. So we're going to throw it to Nizzy and we'll join you again in just a couple minutes.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I can confirm that this is going to be a slobber knocker. I have talked to the coaches, so I hope I'm getting that term right, a slobber knocker. They are right over my shoulder in this arena, ready to go. They are locked in and ready. I did talk to the coach of the Forest Hills team. The biggest bit of information he gave for me is championship or bust. You know, they were here in the spring season. They unfortunately fell to Central Cambria Red Devils in the finals, and so they are back at it. A couple new faces, couple familiar. You know, Flip Stingrays back at it again. So that's the biggest thing they said. You know, they were perhaps, you know, they didn't lose a map all season. They're ready to go. As far as Greater Johnstown, little bit of information. They're going to be doing the pirate ship. Don't tell anyone. So I know we were talking about the Orisa that might come into play here. So you know, they're not as versatile, but they are the underdog. They are, you know, they're loose and they're here to have fun. And they did get that huge upset win against Bishop Carroll in the semis, and so they're coming into this game with a lot of momentum. And I think the coach is has been using that in practices and stuff to kind of get them hyped up. So guys, back to you.
Nizzy, thank you very much. Good to get that behind the scenes view here, but that does mean we should be just about ready to jump into our first map, and no surprises here if you've tuned into a match of Overwatch before. Starting on a control map, and frankly, what better control map to start on than the wonderful ever-present Lijiang Tower?
Yeah, just a total classic of the esport here. Lijiang Tower has been home to some iconic moments in Overwatch history, a lot of adapted moments in Overwatch history. Teams love to pull out new comps and strategies on control because it's arguably the most chaotic map type around. You could maybe make a point for 2CP. We'll say control is chaotic in the good way, in the way that we want it to be, where adaptability and throwing people off early on and gaining momentum early on can really decide the map itself and sometimes even the series. You know, you get a good head of steam going, and Overwatch can really become a momentum-based game, which is a great point actually that Nizzy brought up, right? Greater Johnstown playing with nothing to lose, coming in as underdogs, coming in, you know, pretty loose, as you said. Just happy to be here and happy to pull out some interesting strats. The pirate ship especially interests me. Like, hey, if you want to cheese it out. Let's see what Forest Hills can do against that. But I don't think we'll see that here. I think we're going to see something a little more conventional. The Reaper Junkrat for Greater Johnstown coming out, and the McCree Junkrat over for Forest Hills as well. So lots of direct front-loaded damage.
Yeah, it's the tank line difference that really interests me here. We've got Trojan 5 coming in on the hog. Typically a little more vulnerable, but huge pick potential. And that's pick potential right for you. Big connect on the pin, but Flip Stingray momentarily in the thick of it. Immortality Field committed to keep them in the fight. Trojan 4 able to get the res on. That's Trixie Death back in the fight. But in a 6v2, my friends, you are just going to be ult charge. Forest Hills not actually got the cap yet and still pushing forwards to hold at the choke.
Right, yeah, they are going to have to go back for the objective at some point, guys. There we go. There's a game to be played here, folks. There's an objective to pay attention to. But even so, like you said, Forest Hill stepping up in a big way. All right, we're just playing with fire at this point.
Yeah. What a read. However, Vaco gets a little bit overconfident, and now he's going to deal with Reinhardt. Rotates its way out of that, and the rest comes through, bringing Trojan 1 back into the fight. There's another 1-for-1 trade. Diva 16, Flip Stingray both get it in on that. Trojan 5 lands the hook, but cannot survive the hammer at close range. I mean, that's the problem with the Roadhog, right? It's like, that hammer's a problem, and you have to bring the problem on home.
Right, and Forest Hill's just stepping the big thing, in addition to the hammer being the hammer, as Flip Stingray falls off the map.
Goodbye.
Sorry, bro. We cursed you pretty hard. You know, just all this like or not even front-loaded damage. I would just say the positioning itself, even without the damage, all the space they've taken is really giving Greater Johnstown pause. How do you get to the point when they're already standing right in front of your spawn and they're getting hooks?
Oh, yeah, that's unfortunate there from Trojan 5. I actually think that was the secondary fire there, which is a little bit harder to land that headshot with. But now Greater Johnstown have to push in through that amplification matrix with the high noon from Vaco on the Cassidy. That's 3 down, and Forest Hills putting paid to that push from Greater Johnstown.
And a great timing on that ult combo as well. Let him walk forward. Let him get through the choke point. Let's see what happens. Flip Stingray on the Wrecking Ball. He's just going to move forward and cause some chaos. And Katie over here is literally kissing the spawn door. I mean, sign this guy to Selfless or something. I don't know what he's doing, but it's working.
Have they not realized where Katie is? Okay, we got the high noon. Good lord, no. We get the sound barrier out. The shadow comes in from Trixie Death. We're gonna see Flip Stingray down. Diva 16 forced to use the self-destruct. Oh, Forest! Trixie Death flips the shield. Such a great push there from Greater Johnstown, but that one little misstep puts paid to the entire push.
Right, Greater Johnstown stepping up going, all right, you know, either they didn't notice that Katie was there, or they were saying, hey, let's just move forward in a 5v6. He's not going to be able to get to his team. But moving forward that much really just gave an opening over to Devo to get that huge bomb. And at the end of the day, 100-0. Greater Johnstown not even able to use a lot of their ultimates. They tried to engage with those support ultimates in that last fight. But a Diva Bomb has a way of putting a stop to a push well before it starts. And Forest Hills, man, statement.
Yeah, the maths on that one isn't particularly great for the league. So it's 750 shielding and a point blank range for the Diva Bomb. I think it's 1,000 damage. So
I believe so.
It's a gamble. It's a gamble. Hard to make that one work. And I just think a little bit more presence with the shield from Trixie Death probably would have saved that for Greater Johnstown. But great play from Forest Hills. On to map number 2 here in Lijiang Tower. Let's see how things shake out here. Not a lot of changes so far.
No, keep their systems. Trojan 4, I believe, on the Moira is a new.
Yes.
But beyond that, yeah, this looks about the same. Trojan 5 still going to be fishing for hooks. This is a good map to do it. Plenty of places to go off the map, but at the same time, Flip Stingray is going to be doing the exact same thing on that Wrecking Ball.
Okay, that's unfortunate. They find themselves sandwiched in between the Lucio and the Wrecking Ball, and that's boop number 1, boop number 2. Trojan 4 and Trixie Death down to the primary fire. Trojan 3 over the edge, and it's the team kill gong. Looking to get the cap here for Forest Hills.
I mean, at least it's a quick fight, right?
Oh, yeah.
Not too much percentage will be built up by the time that Greater Johnstown are ready to get back into this fight. I'm curious to see if at any point they decide to swap it up. There's something to be said, of course, for playing your comfort heroes, playing what you know works for you. But Flip Stingray on this Wrecking Ball and Katie on this Lucio are really stepping up in a big way. Oh, but there's the connect.
Yeah, it was a nice run through there from Flip Stingray, but put themselves in the line of fire with the flashbang from the Cassidy, and the follow-up was there, so Flip Stingray down and out. However, Vaco and Katie more than happy to get a couple of EQ kills on the board here and put Forest Hills back in control of the point. Vaco's going to get River Galaxy out here. Jaguar happy to close in on the back and just lob in point-blank bombs. Greater Johnstown now have a presence on the point, but I don't think they've got the numbers to make this work. Trixie Death's able to find one there, but there's just too much here from Forest Hills. You need the full 6 there from Greater Johnstown to stand a chance.
Yeah, and Trixie Death going for that Panic Earth Shatter at the end, unfortunately, costs him his ultimate. So back to 0 for him, or 4% or so. Trojan 4 swapping over to the Mercy, hoping maybe for that Resurrection and that damage boost potential to help out River Galaxy and Trojan 1. I can respect that, but Stingray immediately going.
Oh, man, that you could see the communication. You can see the comms there of Flip Stingray. Yeah, I'm going to drop my minefield. And Katie being like, yeah, okay, I'm going to boop him into it from the back line. Great ult, great set play, great result here from Forest Hills. 66% on the board. Greater Johnstown yet to get a toehold.
That's 5 out of 6 there in that fight for Stingray. That is insane. The Wrecking Ball here is really paying dividends. It's a hero in general that really takes advantage of compositions that maybe take a little too long or move a little too slow.
Ooh. Okay, Trixie is able to find Vaco, and I believe the pin connected there with Devo 16. Trojan down, Jegwood getting no use there out of the ultimate, but the tags from Forest Hills find 2, Jegwood gets a 3rd, and now we've got Flip Stingray back on the point. Greater Johnstown have secured the flip now. They have percentage on the board, but they are slowly being worked down here, and Forest Hills will regain control of the point.
I mean, 10% is something, but we're in last fight territory with not a lot of time, and you know Forest Hills are going to step up in a big way. Stingray does go down, so that gives Greater Johnstown an opening, but they need to get to point. Are they even going to be able to touch?
No, they're just running interference, and boy, what interference that was from Forest Hills. Supreme confidence on this opening map.
Yeah, I mean, just a great showing. I obviously want to shout out Flip Stingray, who played amazingly. Katie had great presence of mind here, awesome positioning in all these fights, hitting boop after boop and just running it down, doing Lucio things. In general, I think Greater Johnstown, that's a warm-up map for them. It's no big deal. You got plenty of time here in this series to bring things around. But I want to see them not necessarily take their time, because you do need to move fast in Overwatch. It's a speedy game, but just make sure you're talking it out. You have a plan of where you're going, what you're using. Maybe think about that composition as you move into a new map with a new kind of topography, I guess. Think about how you want to approach the people that are giving you problems. Maybe swapping to a Sombra to deal with Flip Stingray on that Wrecking Ball, or going on a Sniper to try and pick out the squishies or take control against their backline. There are options here for Greater Johnstown for sure, and plenty of time, like I said, to figure that out.
But I think we quickly run into one of the comments we made at the start of this broadcast, which is that for some of these players, this is their first experience of this kind of organized tournament play, where they're playing with the same 6 people week in, week out, developing strategy. And if that is the case, they've only been doing this for, I believe, a little over 2 months now, yes, with matches and scrimmages and what have you. And having developed a hero pool depth that your team knows how to work around and work with is a tricky ask in that time, right? So it's simple to say, let's bring out the Sombra, let's bring out the Widowmaker. Unless you've had the specific time to sit down and practice how that works, you can often find yourself performing less well than if you're just running a hero that you know you can get consistent results on. So it's a little bit of a catch-22 here for the teams.
Very true. Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's easy to say, oh, just go this, but it's a little more difficult to put that in practice. We do know, of course, from Greater Johnstown that they at least have the pirate ship in their pocket. Not really something I expect to see on our next map, which is going to be Temple of Anubis. But even so, that fact speaks to me that they've at least been trying to figure out some different strats to develop some different looks to show. But at the end of the day, like you said, if they're more comfortable on a hero and they know they're going to be able to put their best performance forward on that hero, I don't blame them for sticking with what they got, even if it isn't necessarily working right there. I mean, that's just on Lijiang Tower. Lijiang itself is a frankly pretty crazy map where a lot of things can happen, and Temple of Anubis plays in a whole different way. But while we get into that map, we actually have some role swaps coming.
Yeah, we do. We have some role swaps, and I believe we have some substitutions as well. So I think Flip Stingray's coming back in onto the DPS. So maybe we see some more Flip Stingray. Genji certainly worked well the last time we saw it. And I believe CCTB is coming in for support, and Devo subbing out from Forest Hills. I don't know that we've seen CCTB in play so far.
No, I don't think we have. And we're switching Trojan 3s. Sean is swapping out for Rodney.
Okay.
Again, like you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, this is more of a, hey, come sit in this chair. You're Trojan 3 now. So it's the substitution is there, even though the name will not be changing. Over on Forest Hills side, this is a lot of changes. Vaca and Jegwood swapping from DPS to tank.
Looks that way. Yeah, so CCTB 12, in fact, is who's coming in, and she's joining us in the support line. But yeah, it's someone's put a big old stick in the Forest Hills pot and just mixed up these roles, because it is a lot of change here.
Yeah. So full recap: Vaca and Jegwood swapping over from DPS to tank. Katie swapping from support to DPS. Flip Stingray swapping from tank to DPS. And Napoleon, I believe, stayed. My short-term memory is never good when I'm casting.
This is This is the Mad Hatter shouting, "Change places!"
Yeah,
and everybody
yeah.
just getting up and running around. Yeah,
That was actually literally the reference I was thinking of, but I knew I couldn't do the voice, so I wouldn't bother. But you nailed it.
It is such a fun voice to do once you've got it learned. I recommend investing the time. It's very
That is
fun.
a great party trick. I'll have to work on that. Maybe for my next D&D campaign, that'll be my voice. Yeah, so a lot of changes coming through from Forest Hills. Greater Johnstown, of course, with the one exception, Trojan 3, switching around. Oh, boy. You know, actually, we should have called this. I believe we saw this last week. So I'm not... The Bastion was working out in a big way for Bishop Carroll and Greater Johnstown last week. They were really just kind of smacking each other around like the two Pikachus in the first Pokemon movie. Remember that? That was sad.
Yeah.
And Forest Hills with all these swaps, I mean, no surprise here, going for an entirely different composition. You've got the Orisa Sigma frontline. You have the Sim Bastion. Oh, and this is kind of nasty too, because you know that Bastion 1 is going to set up right there. Assuming he doesn't fall, he's got to run now.
Yeah.
But also between those two teleporter points, you can just go back and forth and really give Greater Johnstown pause. Really, break their ankles in a way.
I've been in comp games still where I've seen people set up the bouncing bastion, looked at my team comp and just gone, no, I'm out. I don't want to play this anymore.
Yep.
Instead, we're going to see, oh, wow, Flip Stingray on the high ground already finds one. That's River Galaxy down. Flip Stingray with the second. Trojan 1 looking for somewhere to stick those mines, but it is all Flip Stingray in the kill feed. Look at that bastion bounce.
Yeah, no, this is criminal, frankly. The sight lines that he can gain access to in an instant. The TP does go down, though. Great from Greater Johnstown. That is what I was going to say. You need to kind of have that teleporter under control. It's too much of a strategic asset. But Napoleon answering right back and saying, you take the TP, we'll take your Baptiste.
That is a deep, deep dive here from Trixie, but it does pay dividends. There's two, both supports off the table now for Forest Hills. Greater Johnstown with a momentary advantage. They just need to negotiate Flip Stingray. Vaco is able to find one. Flip Stingray gets Trojan 1 here as well. Another bounce to the TP, and Trojan 3 is down. You cannot pin this robot down. They got to bounce around. They're going to find the kills, and it looked great from Greater Johnstown, but Forest Hills on the defense.
Yeah, I mean, opening up with those backline picks was huge, but I think the only thing more important than the backline in this composition is taking care of the teleporter and taking care of the Bastion. And unfortunately, that's a far more difficult ask. Vaco does go down early. Trojan 1 with that early pick has been doing great stuff on the Junkrat, but Flip Stingray also knows where his bread is buttered and goes, that Bastion is a priority target.
Oh, get squished there, Katie, but Flip Stingray still playing the unprecedented angles. The unpredictable positioning means that they can just get in and wreak absolute havoc too with the ultimate now into Sentry mode, and you don't see many kills in Sentry mode, but one more defense mounted here from Forest Hills.
Says, oh, you hacked me? Anyways, absolutely unflappable right now. Flip Stingray, you can tell, is having a great time here, is being, enabled by his entire team composition to just brag, just go hard, get the picks. River Galaxy going for the hack, but Napoleon with the quick reflexes here almost wins that duel.
I mean, even if they don't win it outright, they still flushed out the Immortality field. That's one less resource to play with. But as that's been going on, we're seeing Trojan 1 taking down Jegwood. Pushed back over 33 HP. Not even a dream anymore now. But Trixie Death closes the gap, and Vaco finds them with the fusion cannon, takes them out of the fight. Napoleon able to get Trojan 5 down here. And Greater Johnstown once more back to spawn. But in this next fight, I'm looking at that glowing circle next to River Galaxy's profile picture because the EMP is in play for this one.
Yeah, the EMP and so many other options to combo it with as well. You can whole hog into that. You could use a Riptire to great effect. The support ultimates may be coming online in a longer fight perhaps, but that EMP can really open things up. They got to be careful with those tank ultimates online though. Oh, great hack.
There's the EMP. That's going to connect onto 2. That's both tanks no longer in contestation, but Forest Hills, for the most part, healthy, hale and hearty. Flip Stingray with the double here. Risk comes through from CCTV 12. In she swoops. Up comes Vaco back into the fight, and we are now down below the 1 minute mark here for Greater Johnstown, who, whilst they have made their way to the point, have yet to claim ownership of it.
And what's wild is that was honestly a really well done, well coordinated fight from Greater Johnstown. The hack to start off, the manual hack onto Jegward, keep him out of the fight for a second. The EMP immediately cancels out the supercharger, and then River Galaxy gets another manual hack to cancel out Jegward's Gravitic Flux. Now swaps over to the Pharah. Is just not having it anymore. Wants to apply some long-range pressure to Flip Stingray. He says, all right, I'll just hide over here and just catch you completely unawares.
This has been, as someone who has this happen to them a lot in ranked, this Bastion play has been super frustrating to watch, but it has been expertly deployed here by Flip Stingray and the rest of Forest Hills. It's a shutout here. Greater Johnstown now playing for a draw.
Yeah, Forest Hills, they said, oh, you know, well, they obviously didn't hear about the pirate ship, of course, but metaphorically saying, oh, you've got the pirate ship? Okay, we'll play Bastion too. We can do that. Why not? Why not? Absolute, like you said, total shutout here. Goose eggs all the way down for Greater Johnstown, unfortunately. So yeah, a draw is still possible. We've seen crazier things here, folks. However, they've got their work cut out for them. They're going to have about 4 minutes and maybe some overtime for change to just hold their ground, just do their best. Maybe bring out that Bastion strat yourself. That's one of those where you go, man, that really worked for them. Should we try that? You know, we've been playing some Bastion. Why don't we give that a shot? I would love to see them try and bring that out as a little wrinkle on their own. And it looks like they might. That looks pretty good. Forest Hills, of course, contractually obligated. We don't know what they're actually going to be playing. But the Widow Torbjorn sounds right up their alley. Or maybe a Doomfist. Ooh, Flip Stingray. I don't know if we've seen that too much from him. I liked his Genji last week when we saw that, but I don't know if we saw much Doomfist.
No, but I mean, stylistically, whilst the mechanics are different, you tend to find, if you are a Genji player, you are also a Doomfist player. Like, you don't find, oh, I'm a Genji player and also I play Widow, right? Like, it's that flanking style, projectile hero kind of play that we're going to see here from Flip Stingray. Greater Johnstown setting up in a very far back position here. They do have the bouncing Bastion ready to go, but Forest Hills, if they play this right, can actually win without properly engaging if they just get to the point.
Yeah, this is a safe play, but it gives up so much space and really forces you to look at how you want to position yourself as soon as Forest Hills move on to point. And Flip Stingray going for the flank, wants to get a pick when he can, but that teleporter is really denying him.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there. Trojan 1 did not see Flip Stingray there, but Greater Johnstown, in spite of the damage coming their way, have managed to win out this fight. They're going to lose River Galaxy at the back end of this, but I believe the TP should allow them to get back pretty sharpish.
Man, they're lucky all these shields are here. You can tell they all started to kind of crouch and wiggle around a little bit with that Widowmaker. I've been there. I've been that guy. I've just been like, whoa, hey, okay, now you don't need to hit me like that. But Katie, of course, hit a great shot to actually open that up and is hunting for more.
Oh, very nearly. Oh, Napoleon finds Trojan 4. That actually went the wrong way. I was looking at the wrong Bastion there. But Katie from range finds Trojan 1, and now it is 2 off the table. 3, no healing, 1 tank, 1 DPS. Vaco spinning to win on the point here, and just like that, 1 minute in, we are looking at a cap here for Forest Hills. They just need that 1/3 of a tick. And that's it. Forest Hills taking 1 point only on Anubis and coming out with the win. That's 2-0 here after 2 games.
That last fight went so quick we couldn't even talk about Flip Stingray switching over to that signature Genji. But I mean, really, the Bastion did steal the show on both sides of the game for that map. Just the TP strat is something that you and I have obviously heard of plenty and seen plenty in our ranked games at unspecified rank. But it's probably a pretty new look for guys that are playing at this level, that have this level of experience and everything. And Flip Stingray really just running roughshod, a 22 kill streak there. You love to see it.
Yeah, you really do. Looking a little bit rough here for Greater Johnstown, 2 games into the series. There is, of course, time for them to stage a comeback. The reverse sweep is absolutely a thing here in Overwatch, but that's 2 maps underway. We're going to throw to a little break here as we get map number 3 lined up, and to play spoiler here, it's going to be Havana coming next to our payload map, and we will get into that again after a short break.
All right, guys, I am here with a couple of members from the other high schools around, maybe Rocket League, maybe Valorant, who knows? We got a coach here. We are going to be doing a little mini game for, you guys haven't even seen yet, gift cards to Wally World. I got 4, so if all 4 of you complete the task, you could be making a trip to the fabled Walmart. So we're going to put those over here, but the way the game is going to go, we're going to place an Oreo on your forehead, and we're going to start this counter whenever it says go. You are going to try to, here, let me do faces. You have to try to scrunch your face and move the Oreo from your forehead to your mouth. If you are able to successfully complete that task in 60 seconds, you will be going to Walmart on a shopping spree. All right. So, Kyle, if you'd like to, okay, they got the cookies. All right. So if you guys would put your heads back, put the Oreo on your forehead, and Kyle will start the countdown. And good luck. 2, 1. Oh, we already fell. It's all right. Kyle's got on the reload. If you need reloaded, Kyle's just tossing cookies at you. Okay. All right. Okay. The Greater Johnstown is actually making a play. It's an eye patch, but it's off. You hate to see it. Conrad Weiser trying to make a play. That one's off. Penn Trafford on their way to victory. Forest Hills off. Kyle is tossing Oreos across this auditorium right now. Penn Trafford making a play. Penn Trafford trying to make a run. Remember, it's not a race against each other. It's a race against the clock. Penn Trafford couldn't do it. Penn Trafford, we got one winner. We got one winner. Penn Trafford takes the victory. We'll see everyone else keep going. We got 27 seconds, guys. 27 seconds. You guys can eat the cookies afterwards if you want the consolation prize. Oreos. We're not sponsored by Nabisco, but hey, Nabisco, if you're watching, we should be. 16 seconds, guys. We got Conrad Weiser trying to make a play. Everyone's casual. Okay. Greater John. Okay. 10 seconds. Trojans, can you get it? Forest Hills. I saw that hand. That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Man, I'm on it. 2, 1. All right. So that was high energy. I don't know. Was it more high energy than there? I don't know. But congratulations to everyone for just attempting and eating cookies. But it is only going to be Penn Trafford walking away with the $10 Walmart gift card. Let's do a quick interview with the player. Quick interview, then we're going to send it back to the casters.
Yeah, it's just all about the strategy. You know, you really got to like twitch your eye nice and slowly, get it right around your nose. And then once you start tasting the gold, it just comes right in your mouth. So yeah, you're ready to go.
Let me just get everyone's names real quick, and then we'll pass it back to the casters. So, Ian, that was, sorry.
Coach Carlisle.
Jeremiah.
Sean.
Well, thank you guys all so much for coming down and eating some cookies and winning some prizes. I'm going to have to clean this up because St. Francis is going to toss us out. All right, but yeah, Ethan's giving me a look. All right, so thank you guys so much, and back to you, casters.
sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you, for you, for you, for you, for you,
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you use that break to the best of your ability to do so, because we are at the pointy end of this particular match here. This is match point. It's the only game this season that's been played in the first to 3 or best of 5 format. And, well, that puts Forest Hills just one solitary map point away from an outright win here.
Yeah, and coming on to Havana, I mean, this is not a map you're going to draw, probably. We've talked about this before. Technically possible, but if it happens, we don't have any contingency plans for what happens if we get a draw on Escort, besides probably screaming.
Yeah.
Which would
submitted that to all the daily Overwatch streamer moment channels that we can.
Yeah, what we do is we take a clip of it and we sell it for a lot of money. Except we can't because clips are free. But we try.
We'll put it on the blockchain. We'll NFT it.
Yeah, it goes in both of our reels. Is what
of course,
happens.
yes, yeah.
It absolutely immediately goes in both of our reels, because I think we would be the first casters at any level of casted play. But in any fringe case, we're not worrying about that. What we're worrying about, actually, I see.
We do have a little live cam here. Yeah, look at that. We didn't know that was happening. We do have a little technical pause, but yeah, we actually have sight of the players in their jerseys at their computers. Live esports, everybody. It's coming back. Nature's healing.
Yeah, after a very long time, we are getting there. We are moving in that direction. I love to see over on the Forest Hills side, at least, we've got all these guys hanging out, watching the game, kind of hyping up their squad, I'm sure. Over here on Greater Johnstown side, you have your coach walking around, talking to the team. What do you want to do? How do you want to approach this? Remember your fundamentals. Like, just keeping them in the moment, in the zone as we get through this tech puzz. Yeah, and I love this, actually. I like the little mural in the back there for Forest Hills. That's really cool.
Yeah, would have been nice to be there in person, but we'll do our best to bring the action from where we are in Florida and Maryland, respectively. Forest Hill starting on the defense, and it's another wonky comp here. Flip Stingray starting on the Farah, but look at this tank line. This is, in my opinion, the literal worst tank line you could possibly run.
I agree. We should also actually talk about the swaps. Vaco back onto the DPS, Katie swapping from DPS or support to DPS to tank, and then Persists coming in the support line. Another substitution, an immediate hook from Katie. Okay.
Yeah, big hook from Katie. Trades coming in, though. River Galaxy able to find Flip Stingray. River Galaxy able to find a second there as Persists goes down as well. Trojan 5 able to rest Trojan 3 back. And Vaco is plugging away here, but struggling to land the headshots. Forest Hills on the defense give Greater Johnstown a little bit of a run around here, but it won't be long before this hold is broken. And we start to see them move forward. Another big hook there, this time from Trojan 5. It gets interrupted, and Katie gets the better of Trojan 5. Jegwood out of the mech now, and River Galaxy landing the flash, fans the hammer, looking for the final shot, and Flip Stingray ducking and diving away into the confines of that space on the right. Doesn't get away from Trixie Death, but Forest Hills consistent here with the kills. Look like they're slowing Greater Johnstown right the way down.
River Galaxy putting in so much work, getting some key picks and dealing a ton of damage. Also shout out to Trojan 4, because these reses are keeping them in this fight, keeping them moving and applying pressure on a composition that is pretty tough to maintain this far forward. You really want to as long as you can. Of course, you're burning time off the clock, but with the spawn advantages the way they are, Greater Johnstown are doing a great job of just trying to apply pressure. But Vaco in the backline, Flip Stinger on this Doomfist, they're getting so much work done.
Okay, we're not going for the kill, we're going for the setup here. Nice 1-2-5 damage, lands, interrupts the race, the punch is there, and it is shot after shot after shot into the bastion of Trojan 1, and Forest Hills hold on fast on the defense.
Yeah, are forcing a couple ultimates out for Forest Hills. That Diva, the Diva Bomb comes out. Looks like the Valkyrie was maybe committed earlier on. Oh, but
I want to see those. I want to see those hook stats. I want to see them because that's got to be right up in the high 70s at the very least here from KD.
Yeah, I mean, just doing a phenomenal job. Has played every role. Is doing the mirror special right now. Just proving to be a phenomenal talent here, mechanically stepping up in the biggest game of the season so far.
Oh.
And speaking of, let's talk about Flip Stingray, because goodness gracious, he has another ultimate. It feels like last fight he had one. He's just building them non-stop and going for these big slams.
Yeah, speculative big slam there, just thinking, maybe there'll be somebody there. Katie with a whole hog, interrupted by the shadow. Very hard to do there. You can find yourself propelled into the air a lot of the time. Vaco's able to find River Galaxy and Greater Johnstown are just backing away from the damage of Forest Hills here. Napoleon down, Persist down. Suddenly, no support ults on the table for Forest Hills. There's the DMAC onto Jegwood, and Greater Johnstown look like they may finally make their way to the payload and start it moving. Flip Stingray is still in this. Vaco is still in this. Napoleon and Persist with Vac soon, but now Greater Johnstown can get this moving.
Looks like they're actually going to be able to clean this up. Flip Stingray just trying to get away, just backing up. Still, of course, going to push forward because he's Flip Stingray, and that's what he does. But with so many people running back, you have to imagine this card gets moving, but he's going to go for it.
Oh, the Flip Stingray has just one man held the entirety of Greater Johnstown for long enough for the rest of Forest Hills, for the cavalry to come back in and keep this going. There's a sound barrier that interrupts the Fan the Hammer. There's no kill there for River Galaxy. Vaco finds Trojan 4 and Flip Stingray never touches the ground, never says die, and the hold is still going for Forest Hills.
A great ultimate from Jegwood there. Katie continuing to step up. This Roadhog is going insane. And like you said, Flip Stingray just stalling, just being that annoying Doomfist you cannot pin down. The counter Doomfist coming out actually from River Galaxy says, all right, enough of the McCree. It's not getting anything done, but you know what, Mike? Just punching it out.
Oh. Let's see if it works with 10 seconds left to go on the clock. Flip Stingray once more doing the darndest and succeeding with a little help there from Katie to take Trojan out of the fight. Katie with another kill on the whole hog. Flip Stingray over onto the point to keep it from moving as we get a couple of Greater Johnstown players onto it and up into it. River Galaxy finds Vaco, but they have to tag off the point, and that's as far as it goes for Greater Johnstown. Forest Hills need to move this 20 meters to clinch the series.
And you can see over here on the cams, the folks at Forest Hills are excited. They smell this blood in the water. They know that victory is less than 20 meters away. Greater Johnstown have to hold right at spawn, have to do what Forest Hills did, but better. That's a tall order and then some. We talked about that on Anubis, right? Like a draw can happen, but it's a tall order. Here on Havana, that's even more insane to have to try and pull off. Holding that far forward with that much of a spawn disadvantage when Forest Hills have stepped up in such a major way and have been so aggressive, excuse me, and explosive, just constantly getting picks, constantly applying pressure, never backing down, even when it's 1 or 2 versus 6. They have no fear at this point. They're playing so confidently, and it's hard to see this going any other way. That said, I don't want to curse it.
Look, I understand the appeal of the long-range shooting gallery here for Bastion, but there is fall-off damage for a Bastion, and you need all the point presence you can muster here. I'd love to see Trojan 1 set up a little bit closer here.
And look at Forest Hills' composition, potentially running double sniper. Flip Stingray does do some last-minute swaps here for the Junkrat. River Galaxy on the May is actually a great pick, I think. Some stalling.
Nice.
The walls helping kind of split up the team that is happy to just run directly at your face. But Katie immediately taking down that May. That is not a good start.
Yeah, a couple of pieces missing here, unfortunately. However, Greater Johnstown, the tank line starting to do some damage here. Persist and Katie both taken out of the fight already. And Greater Johnstown, provided they don't back too far from here, can prevent a lot of the progress on the cart until the rest of the team is back and ready to go. Trojan 1 in a bit of a dire straits to the back here, but now with the Galaxy coming back in, on the Doom Fist for a last second contest, but Trojan 1 is down. Trojan 5 is down here. River Galaxy tags back in, but they've got to go against the entirety of the 6-man roster here from Forest Hills. And Flip Stingray styles it out as the payload crosses the finish line, shoving his reclining character model into victory. Forest Hills, 3 points on the board. And that is it, your TEC Overwatch High School Tournament champions in the inaugural season.
And shout out to the coaching staff over here for Greater Johnstown, stepping up, just talking it out with the team. You know, hey guys, this is a series. This went the way it went, but there's nothing for it. You just got to move forward after this. This is a great learning experience for them. Obviously, I mean, these guys are all in high school. They are still just getting started. And I think having those conversations, talking it out, being mindful of where you're at and where you can go, so great for them. I think this has been a great opportunity for them. But looking at Forest Hills, goodness gracious, it's hard to say anything but absolute dominance coming out of them. Never losing a series, never even really struggling that much here in this grand finals in what we were hoping would be the most competitive game of the season. Unfortunately, just stepping up and, well, unfortunately for us, we always love casting a close game. For them, they're probably very, very happy that this game went as smoothly as it did.
Yeah, I don't know. I get the impression from the role swaps and some of the character picks we were seeing coming out that Forest Hills were kind of having fun with that one. Sure, maybe it means they can get back to playing ranked or doing whatever else they want to do with the rest of their day that a little bit quicker, but I feel like they might like to have seen a little bit more here. And I believe we've got one more nice little surprise here. We should have Nizzy coming back in for an interview with one of our winning players. So we're going to throw it back over to Nizzy now, and we'll join you for the wrap-up in just a couple of minutes. Okay, apologies, everyone. We are just going to throw it to intermission very quickly. So we'll see you after the intermission. Welcome back, everybody. Apologies about the slight mix-up there, but we are now ready to throw over to Nizzy to have a couple of words here with one of our winning players. So, Nizzy, take it away when you're ready.
Thank you so much, guys. What a game. What a game. I have with me here the team captain of the Forest Hills Rangers, Flip Stingray himself. Flip Stingray, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty hot. We just won.
Feeling pretty high. You just won. Were you on DPS the whole time? I'm sorry. I was out here playing with Oreos or something.
No, I was playing tank and DPS. I flop around all the time.
Yeah, it's in the name, Flip. He flip-flops. He's all over the place. I mean, there's a lot of versatility on this team that I've seen. They were here in the spring, fell unfortunately to Central Cambria. I don't know, were there any other players besides you? I remember you from the spring. Were there any other returning players, or are all these new faces other than you?
Our whole starting roster is the same, and then we have some new additions with our underclassmen. So
awesome. Now, are you a senior? Are you graduating?
I'm a senior. Yeah, all our starting roster is.
Wow. Okay, so we're gonna see a fresh face from Forest Hills next season. You guys planning on? Last question. You guys planning on coming back spring 2022 to get back to back?
Yeah, we're gonna come back for the double.
The double back to back. Got it. They're gonna come back. They're gonna take the chip, and right now they're gonna go get the rewards and get their get their loot, get their pictures done, and we will send it back to you casters. Oh, they have I'm sorry. They have a couple questions. Thibbledork. That's right. So you guys want to have what do you guys want to ask Flip Stingray here?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think in general, you've covered a lot of general points. What I really wanted to ask about are the role swaps. You guys had so many over the course of the entire league, but especially here in this game. Are those things that the team has kind of practiced out, or is it just based off what's feeling good on the game day? Like, what's the logic there?
Yeah, so what's the logic behind your role swapping? Do you guys do that on the fly on game day, or do you guys practice that as part of your practice regimen?
We have, with the set of maps that we have, we practice different team lineups just depending on what the map is. It all just depends. Like if we want to play hard brawl, we'll play me and Devo on tank. I mean, and if we want to play like more of a dive, I'll come on to play DPS like the Genji and Doomfist. So it's map dependent.
Okay, and if I can throw one in there as well, I think it's fair to say Forest Hills look a little more practiced than some of our other teams, maybe a little more experienced. What's your weekly intake of Overwatch to get to this kind of level?
Yeah, so what do you guys do on a regular basis to kind of get to this level? I guess you could kind of talk about rank. How do you guys are seeing a little bit more practice, is what Phil says. So how do you think made it to this level of skill?
So most primarily we have our main support and then me. We've played the game for the past 4 or 5 years, so we know how the games work. It's supposed to be played, and we're masters, grandmasters. So with the rest, like in the fall last year, everyone was new. So we were like using it as a learning curve, teach them how to play the game, and then from there it's just now they just know how it works and know what to do in certain situations. So with time, it's just practice. It all comes together.
Yeah. Anything else, guys?
Yeah, one more closer for me.
One more from Thibault Dork.
Obviously, so you guys are the starting roster are all seniors and are moving on to bigger and better things, I imagine. What are those gamers, that team's future plans for developing themselves in esports? And do they have any final shoutouts?
Yeah, so do you guys have any, like we were talking about your senior roster, you guys are an age roster, so do you have any plans for maybe esports in college or esports professionally? And what was the last part of that, Thibodeau? I forget.
Just any final shout outs to anybody if they want to give a shout out to.
Do you guys want to give any shout outs to the family who drove you here? Teachers, whatever. Use shout outs and also the other part.
So I know me and Kaide are looking to go to college to play. I'm looking at Penn State, and Kaide is looking all around. And then we want to thank all of our parents for dealing with us late at night, just playing around. And then we want to thank Mr. Grove for putting the team together.
There it is. Loved shouting out the parents. They are the real MVPs. I'm looking at a couple of parents on the sidelines here. They're very proud of their students. And without further ado, I think that's it. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Nizzy. Great to hear from you. Thank you also to Flip Stingray. Really, really great to get a very confident and a young man's impression of how that went and what is there for the future. I know Thibault and I cast a couple of other tournaments, a couple of other leagues, and maybe we're looking for Flip Stingray in the collegiate lineup in the next year or so. That'll be exciting to see.
Yeah, that would be insane, actually. It's crazy to think, right, that the pipeline into collegiate now is really at the best it's ever been. This is the moment for players like that to start stepping into the collegiate role and really, taking over the path to pro. This league has been growing and developing so much over the years. Like, a lot of people like to give it some flack every now and then, but at the end of the day, these pipelines are real. There are real ways to make it in this game, playing at the levels and the locations that these guys are playing at right now. So yeah, I'm so excited to see what players like Flip Stingray, players like Katie, and everybody else on that team can do if they really apply themselves and move into that with purpose. Yeah. So exciting to see.
Yeah, a solid, I think, 5 players picked up from the collegiate NA scene into this season. So Flip Stingray, keep up the grind. Looking forward to seeing if you can make that pipeline work for you. However, Thibault, as sad as it is to say, that's the end of the Overwatch portion of the broadcast for today. And in fact, for the season, but it's not the end of all the action. Coming up next, we will have the Valorant Grand Final, so please stay tuned to that. And one more time, Thibault and myself, thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing more of you in the future.
We are live. Nizzy is back at it. Are you sick of me? I hope you're not, because we're going to be doing some putting challenges with not only some students, but we're getting some of the parents involved here. See if they can beat their kids in putting. Okay, so they're going to get basically they're going to get, before I introduce them, they're going to get 3 chances to putt. You'll be able to see it. There's a red carpet laid out for them. They're celebrities. They're going to be able to get 3 chances to put that ball into the cup. If they get it on any of those chances, they get a $10 gift card to Wally World. And of course, if I typed in the wrong number, it might be $100, $1,000. So it's $10. Okay, so we're going to go down the line and introduce them, and yeah, we'll get this thing started. Let's hope this cord reaches. Here we go. First,
my name is Brian.
And who is your son or daughter?
I'm with Jeggy.
I'm John, or Jagward.
Jeggy, as your dad calls you.
I'm Chris, or Kaide. And we're both Chris.
Hey, I'm a Chris too, so I mean, that's the name. All right, so who wants to go first? Who's gonna break the ice? All right, he said it reluctantly. Like, he cracks his knuckles. All right, I got a top flight. It's been used, so good luck in it. Yeah, I mean, it just went down there to the SFU golf course and just, it's wherever you're comfortable. Yeah, all the way up there. Yeah. Brian's going to be the ref, so make sure you're not cheating. All right, here we go. First attempt from Jeggy's dad. Ooh, little off to the right. It's the nerves. It's, he's got to get the nerves out. All right, now he's moving up a whole foot. I'm messing him up. I hit him with that joke on the backswing. You hit off the rim. You hate to see it. We got one more chance before he embarrasses Jagward. Oh, here we go. We moved up another foot. That could be it, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, you hate to see it. However, Jagward could bring one home for the family. Hopefully everyone here is right-handed, because that's the putter that I have. All right, here we go. Jagward up next. So far, we're 0 for 3. Get it in that red solo cup. Oh, off the post. Looking like a Rocket League player with the game on the line, hitting off the post. Here we go. Yeah, scan it into the red solo cup. Could be it. Hey, Jagward. All right, let me get a quick interview. How do you feel?
I feel amazing.
He feels amazing. All right, here's your $10 gift card. Happy holidays. Enjoy it. He's already on his way to Walmart to go on a shopping spree. Up next, we have another father figure getting it ready. Oh, this is a stance. Yeah, he's ready. He's going to take a few practice swings. Here we go. Oh, on the first shot. There it is. Yeah. There it is. It's almost like he golfs. All right, and here's a $10. Don't forget your flower gift card. Already, I mean, the shopping spree is. Yeah, here we go. Kade, he's the support player hit scan. I've seen him take out pharmacies. I have. So Kade's gonna see if he can. Oh, he's locked in. He's not even listening. He's ready. Here goes Chris number 2. Here we go, Kade. He is on the golf team. Can confirm. He says it doesn't mean anything, but I think it does. Can confirm. Here we go. Wide on the golf course. Oh, it's wide right, and he is being heckled by his fellow teammates. You got to bring home a win for the Rangers. Here we go. Putt number 2, right down the middle, and Kade brings it home. And my third and last gift card. Here you go. Congratulations, and we will see all of them at Walmart. And we will see all of you guys back for whenever I come back. It's going to be a coach interview. Valorant up next, guys. Don't go away. We're going to send it back to the Be Right Back screen.
You can't suffocate my spirit, 'cause I'm the king on my own throne. King on my own throne, my own throne. You'll never see me fall. You'll never see me fall. Watch me reign, and I'll save them all. If it's silent in dismay, it won't break this feeling down. If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun. If it's silent in dismay, it won't break this feeling down. If I conquer this my way, I'd devour, I'd surround. If it hurts you just a little, then it heals you when it's done. Disappointment is the anchor, resolution is the sun. find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right, yeah. I can only say that it feels right. It feels right, it feels right, yeah. I can only say that it feels right. just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet. Hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella loved. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart. Yeah, I won't stop charging me, go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right.
Forest Hills kind of got destroyed by Conrad Weiser. Talk about that.
Yeah, that destruction is kind of an understatement. If you look at the scoreline, of course, Penn Trafford #1 in the entire seeding. They're understandably going to be the favorites coming into this, but Conrad Weiser, they took down their opponents 13-1. Like that's no easy feat. That's of course.
Respectively by CW and Penn Trafford, and the picks were Ascent, Haven, and Icebox, but we are going to throw it over to Nizzy for a quick briefing with both of the coaches. He asked them some questions, so Nizzy, take it away, my friend.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Well, we are just about to get into this. It's going to be a close game, guys. I think I don't know if the cast has touched on it, but this team, they have met in the regular season. 13-11 was the final score, and I want to talk about that a little bit because I talked to both coaches. Specifically for Conrad Weiser, I know they were talking about they had some tech issues in the original matchup. So they're here, they're out for blood. We're all in the same connection. So if one person's internet goes down, it's all out. So no more excuses here. They are ready to go. And I talked to them a little bit about their map bans as well. It did go in their favor. So for Conrad Weiser, that is. So they are looking forward to the maps that they're going to be playing on. And I also asked them about their ranks. And guys, their ranks are all over the place from Immortal to Gold. So just a real good conglomeration for the Conrad Weiser team. As far as Penn Trafford, Yellow, that is specifically, they did expect these map bans. So they were prepared for these map bans. Maybe they didn't go in their favor as much, like I said earlier, but they did practice up and they are ready for them. It's all about execution for them. I talked to the coach, and that's they just got to stick to the fundamentals and get it done. Last but not least, I want to talk about the coach let me know that the football team for Penn Trafford, I guess, won the state championship last night. So not only have they won the Rocket League, championships, but also their football team is on a high right now. So let's see if they can go 4 for 4 this weekend on championships. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Nizzy. Well, you heard it here, Golden. A lot of championship winning for Penn Trafford. Let's see if they can keep up this momentum and take it over in towards Valorant. We are going to be ready with Aiden Select in just a moment, but to break down the rosters, we are going to look at Penn Trafford Yellow first. We have Spooder Dooder, Gunzer, M&A, Quarter, and Dudelev. And for Conrad Weiser,
We have Squink, Agger, Background Guy 13, Kahlua, and Obama Tone. So, who are you looking out for, Golden? Tell me about it.
So it's obvious that we've seen Spooter and Doodle both pop off in their respective games, but for the opponent side, Conrad. So it's hard to understate the fact that Bushi and Kula both were at the top of the scoreboard, and Kula obviously as their. I'm expecting it's the Jet player because I remember one of Tenz's Smurfs was named this. So similar. I mean, if you want to really just ingrain yourself in that playstyle, you're gonna have that name. Right now, we should point out that in game he has ended up changing his name. It's like 486 800 DPI or something like that. So. Not entirely sure why that's happened, but if you see that player in game, that's who that is. It is Kahlua. So, no, apart from that, Bushi, of course, this guy, absolutely insane. I don't know how this ended up happening, but he ended last week 17-1, and that is some ridiculous scoreline. This guy stays alive and still ends up getting the frags. We even see Agent Select right now. We're gonna get into it. Conrad Weiser, they're gonna give us a show for the time being, talk out what they actually want to bring out, but they're not leaving anything to chance. If just in case Agents like somehow last 2 minutes and it lasts past the delay, the opponents have no idea what they're bringing out. I don't know what is going on right now, but yeah, Penn Trafford, these guys have every idea what they want to bring into this first map of Ascent.
Looking for that Killjoy along with that Brimstone, Sova, Sky, and Reyna. Definitely going to be interesting to see how they use this on towards attack. Definitely a defensive-oriented composition with that KJ as well. Could be huge on one of these two sites, particularly A. But Conrad and Weiser were the team to bust out this chamber last week and had great success with it. They're going to go back to it in the grand final. So much confidence with this pick for Squink. He's going to be picking up that chamber, and that's going to mean those long corridors, especially in mid, over from Cat and Sabrosa, are going to be controlled by this chamber. Once he gets that op, it's going to be deadly.
Yeah, definitely. I thought for a second that maybe Bushi was going to lock that Yoro. I mean, this guy did show up last week, but no, he's going to be sensible, hold on to that Astra. No, I'm not really blaming him. But something interesting, guns are on the Brimstone. That's not something you see very much in 2021. I can understand it. Like you want those like quick executes. So Brimstone is the only character that really gives you that. Omen takes a time to bring out both those smokes. They take time to travel. Even Astra, you have to like press F1 every single one by one. But Brim, you just put them all down and instantly you just go, right? So that's what Brim really gives you. And that's the only thing really going for him other than the molly. So I'm wondering if they're actually going to play a lot of post plant because they do have a lot of that in Penn Trafford's back pocket. You've got the mollies on Killjoy, the single molly on Brimstone, and the 2 shock darts. And then you've got blinds and flashes on both their other players. So this is going to be interesting to see. They're going to be starting on their attack. So if they want to show us anything of that sort, this is going to have to happen on the first half.
Absolutely. You see a stack towards A will be the target. Obviously, Dudlev has these flashes available to press forward onto this site. You have to imagine, along with that stim beacon, so many tools for Penn Trafford to get onto one of these sites, and A will be the focus. And it will be Kahlua now hearing a ton of noise, and already it's going to be Kahlua in a whole lot of trouble. He's going to blind fire his way through. Background guy takes out Dudlev. And a great start here for Conrad and Weezer, but they're going to start dropping like flies. Guns are a quick plant towards the safe site, and everyone encroaching back over. Conrad and Weezer in a 4v4 in defense. Let's see how they play it out.
Going for this retake. It's going to be slow shock dart to try and take Quarter out of position. It takes half of his health as well. Getting back in the generator. He's the only player right now other than the Killjoy in this site. It's going to be likely this player in hell taking the first engage, but everyone else for the time being is smoked out. Swing, trying to swing on the hell player, but it doesn't end up working out. Emily gets a 1, but the rest of the team ends up falling around her, and it's all up to Spooter, and he can't do anything to save the round.
Good early round here for Conrad Weezer, and the retake is to perfection. 3 remain alive for CW, and Penn Trafford to lose that first round. See already, both teams looking to get into the swing of things here, and the Spectres will be picked up on the side of Conrad Weezer to try to advance this lead in this economy into their favor, but so far nothing too out of the ordinary here. And you saw the retake potential, you saw the quickness of Penn Trafford getting onto the site, but at the end of the day, Golden, it was not enough, and they will look to save on this round and play for the next one.
Yeah, definitely. So 5 pistols, 2 people getting up armor as a third going on Gunzer right there. So he's looking to cause some damage in this round. We'll be running into 2 here. 1 Cypher Cam, and we have the Reyna here to support. 800 DPI, excuse me. Well, I don't know if we're going to call him 800 or 486 or Kahlua, but whatever the case. we'll deal with it in time. But you've got the two players here just locking it down, and this camera's going to take first engage. Like they're going to spot shoulder. There it goes. Even the turret comes out, so they know at least two are here. And he's got the guns to work with to try and survive backside with some assistance from the Reyna on the tree position. And entire Brent Trafford, they understand the pressure that's coming out. Smokes down, and it's going to run back to top mid. Look to spot out. Oh, there we go. They're going to run out through spawn. Doodle is the only person at the top of mid, and he's not even going to be spotted for the time being.
Wow, and this is a full rotation. Going back over to B, they already decided A was not the target, and they're slowly going to be encroaching their way towards the site. Bushi will watch Sabrosa just in case a lurker is there in presence, but will be B. That is the target. Arrow goes out. Will be taken away. Now full well. Penn Trafford know exactly where at least one is. They are going to rush on towards this site very quickly. Bougie in a really favorable position. Squink in a 1v1 quarter will take out one. Bougie, he's good for one. Dulev trades it back. And the bulldozing war machine of Penn Trafford makes their way onto the B site so incredibly quickly. Agar in a 1v1 here with Spooter will win that one out. And it's going to be the Owl drone used for a bit more intel being applied. Agar will know where one is as Quarter will back away very, very carefully as Penn Trafford are going to play for time here towards this B site.
It has to be all Quarter right now. He's taking first engage. He's right on the other side of the stairs. Gonna win the first fight with this background guy, but another fight also won by Quarter. Now, he's the only guy with a gun, so he needs to be the one to make all this stuff happen right now for Penn Trafford. 4-8-6 and a 1-on-2 getting wrapped from the top of sight and going back all the way. He's running out of bullets to work with, and Quarter ends up making that wrap happen. 1-1 now. They recover on the Thrifty.
Wow, recovering from that Thrifty scenario. No business winning that round, but they were able to use that rotation so effectively, making their way back over towards B. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They're going to start now on this B side, and already the rotation's becoming a huge factor for Penn Trafford, and that's what worked actually in their last matchup in the semifinals against Greater Johnstown. So it shouldn't be a surprise to Conrad Reeser. It's what we expect.
Yeah, definitely. Now, we're going to go to this. It's tables turn, honestly. It's exactly the opposite of what we saw previously, except for 4-8-6 going for that Bulldog fight. He's a solo Bulldog right now on the defensive side. I'm surprised. I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but they're going to have 5 Spectres running into this B site likely soon. Yeah, they're just going to go full commit right now. Not a fake like last time on the A site. Agar only has that classic. Not much to do. Likely sending some shocks to try and deny any quick plants, but it's already ending up going down.
Quick plan here for Penn Trafford. The Empress is available, and it will be Kahlua making his way over along with Squink. He's got that Sheriff ready, but he gets timing by Quarter. He's good for 2. Kahlua trades it back, but is it too little, too late? Spooter Neuter gets destroyed. And now a 3v2 for Conraders. They're going to push forward on towards this site. Background guy, he gets sprayed down by M&A. It's going to be traded out by Kahlua with a 3K with the Bulldog. Bougie trying to set up towards backside. Gunzer is hunkered down. He's got nowhere to go. He's in a 1v2. It's almost inevitability, but Gunzer, he trades out one. It's a 1v1 with Kahlua. He wraps around and takes the kill. The spray is pure for Gunzer. Clutch for Penn Trafford.
That 1 versus 2, that was everything for them. Last time, of course, it was also a hero rifle, or a hero Spectre technically on Quarter to win out that round, but that was picked up. This one was purchased. Now, 4-8-6, he's not struggling too much. He's still got the rifle. He's likely going to be missing some utility. Yeah, he's down 1 leader. He's down 1 star. I don't actually remember what those are called. Down 1 soul. He's only got half of all his util, but he's going to still be going for this rifle, so struggling on the buy after trying that hero rifle on the previous round. It's not going to work out, so now Penn Trafford up 2. Oh, they're full on utility, full on their buy. They're going to be walking, defaulting towards this top mid, this A site. No one towards the speed, no, not even any flank watch. And Quarter, actually, he instantly gets taken out inside mid. Bushi with a nice shot there, takes up the top frag already. 1 minute 25. I think they already want to execute, but it's not going very well for them.
Oh, not going very well indeed. Background guy is able to get 1 more frag. And this whip of the KJ used, and background guy has nowhere to go. Will be detained and actually getting lower and lower. Gets sprayed down by Dudev. That's going to be good for 1, along with the help of everyone. Penn Trafford now controlling A, hunkering down as Dudev. He's good for 1 towards Kahlua. And gets the trade kill. Frantically planting is Penn Trafford. They do get it down. And you talked about this retaking ability. Let's see if Squink can do it. He's going to get the Seekers destroyed. He's got the teleporter ready. He doesn't have an alarm bot here. He's going to try to pop off and get this in the right spot. There's location revealed with the recon dart. 2-1 here in the round score. 3v3 all across the board. Bougie trades out one. He's getting sprayed through the wall. And M&A, she's able to get the kill on towards Bougie with that molly. Dudev trades out Agar. That's a 3K for the Sky. And a 2v1 now here for the chamber. Emanate hunkered down in hell. Dudelev across towards default. The blind will come in. Squinky's got nowhere to go, and Dudelev does the rest. 3-1 for Penn Trafford.
What a hold. They don't even need that post plat, but M&A making those maulings work under heaven. That's exactly what you want to see from the Killjoy, even doing so much damage through the floor, and both players trying to push in at the end. That was beautiful by her. And now Penn Trafford up to, yet again, Conrad on a bit of a broken buy. I think a couple of them can probably invest in some light pistols or something like that. We see Agar with that Sheriff, Bushi with this SMG. They should be able to afford in the upcoming rounds, but 486 this time doesn't want to invest at all. I'm surprised he's not even going for some light buy or something like that. But this time, yeah, just a automatic pistol. While the rest of Penn Trafford still continue towards this A site, continuing on, not defaulting, sending the drone up mid. Should end up seeing this Astra. Nope, doesn't spot the Astra. So the rest of the noise is going to be made towards this A. Takes out the tripwire with the dog. Everyone regrouping now, and they kind of just have to commit once again.
Oh, the camera is going to provide a bit of intel, but that's just about it. Dudelev will march forward, doesn't spot Kahlua just yet, but blind fires in. Great anticipation from Dudelev. Taking the kill onto Kahlua. That's 2 quick frags for Penn Trafford, and that means the retake is so much more difficult for Conrad Weezer going into this round 5.
Another 3-on-5, and this time they don't have very many weapons to work with. Bushi, ooh, Korash gets a nice flank off, so Squink already gets taken down. Bushi's the only one with any sense of a weapon right now. Agar is going to headshot, but his teammate gets taken out, and Quarter with a triple kill in the round ends up bringing Penn Trafford up to 3.
Oh man, Penn Trafford 4th round win. Emperor still available for Quarter if they do want to use that towards one of these sites, but regardless, such a good showing from Penn Trafford in this early round. Quarter already exceeding 10 kills. Spoodadooter in a great spot. Let's see what Conrad Weezer can cook up here. 4-1. Let's see it. What is the answer, Golden? Because we've seen Conrad Weezer try to absorb some of this pressure, this aggression. And Conrad Weezer, let's see how they work on this defensive side. That will be the Hunter's Fury pop from Agar. He's good for 1. That's a great start to open up this round here. Let's see how Penn Trafford respond, but they're getting picked off 1 by 1.
That slow was great. Ends up denying the entire entry right now from that B main. Doodle has made his way all the way up, and I don't know if Sova reads this. Agar is going to go down with the drone in hands, in fact, and another flash blinds 2, and Doodle should have another free kill. That's a beautiful one, but he gets traded back immediately, and Spooter now last alive, 1-on-3. Low HP, understands that there might be a flank coming and expects it, but 486 doesn't want to end up getting too aggressive, doesn't want to give up any lives. He just wants to hold this guy inside this B main. And this Cypher is going to go back. I mean, just in case this guy's anywhere else, but I think they understand that this player is stuck here. As soon as that shot goes out, now they know everything, and 486 is in the weirdest angle in the world and ends up whiffing a couple shots, but cleans it up at the end.
Bit of a scare there for Kahlua, is able to take those shots and find that 2nd round win for Conrad Weezer. Moving into a bit of a decent spot for them. They have 3 ults available for this retake potential. They have that neutral theft along with the divide and Empress, but Dudelev, he's got this Seekers ready. That could be the go signal for Penn Trafford towards this A site. They've really prioritized A, and they've used it for rotations, as you see here. 3 seconds to go. His background guy will be using this camera towards A main. Try to get a bit more value. They spot the smokes. They know what's going on. They will see the arrow as well. Will be taken down before the recon is initiated. The dog will be popped. That will destroy the tripwire, and that means there is a way for Penn Trafford to get onto this site. Kahlua taking out those Leers, trying to dissuade Penn Trafford's approach, and it has worked for the time being. Spoodadooter is on the flank for now, not committing everyone over towards this A site just yet, and the bomb is leaving A as well, going towards all the way around T, excuse me, and looks like maybe another rotation for Penn Trafford. They aren't really okay with going to A unless it's absolutely confirmed, and that'll be the Hunter's Fury pop towards Bougie. 1 will land. Will 2 find it? It will. Spoodadooter from downtown takes out Bougie, and that's an opening frag, and A will be completely abandoned. B's the target.
Yeah, man, so much slowing utility. All those stars, all those smokes, and that Cypher cam and the tripwire, everything just stopped their A main aggression, and now they're just rotating all the way back towards B. There's very few people here, 1 person inside on mid, but Squink has not been looking too good in this game. The Sova at least gets 1, so Agar entries on the round. Another shock dart going in. Even a recon is not going to see very much, and Gunzer is going to make his way onto the site, likely get this plant down soon. In fact, it's quarter. He already has the ultimate, so not really needed, but even still, just getting the plant down is good enough. Nice shock dart from Spooter. Not entirely sure how that one happens, but 486, another miraculous double kill from him instantly from this market position, looking to get back into the site. He's even up the man count through the smoke. The spawn player should go and right through. A great headshot in the quarter. That's a labored fight, but Gunzer now in another 1-on-2 wins the first fight instantly. 486 now has to play the mind games, but his mind is taken out as the headshot comes through from Gunzer once again.
Oh, you see the pop off from Penn Trafford. A huge round for them, and they're hyped for it. And why the hell not? That was a huge 1v1 for Gunzer. We've seen him in that position time and time again. Second time this match, he's able to come out on top. And it will be 5-2 for Penn Trafford. That was a big round, stopping the momentum shift from Conrad Weiser. Still 4 ultimates available, and Squinky has this operator ready. He has 0 kills, Golden. If there was any time to get things going, it's got to be now.
Absolutely, but the thing is, no one's peeking him. There is no one top mid once again. They're all... It's funny to say that this might be their default. At this point, their default for Penn Trafford is 5 men towards A. It's so strange, but here's the lockdown. The dog takes out the trip once again. I figure he might want to end up putting that thing in a different place, but at this point, there's no really option that you have to work with. But there is gaps. There are so many gaps right now in this lockdown. No one's going to get detained, but these players are still on the site. Stuns going through to prevent the plant for the time being, but kills not quite just yet. Spam going through the Cypher should not end up surviving, but this is a defense kill already. M&A gets taken out. Doodle does end up flanking the site, takes out the Cypher at the back, but this Reyna is wreaking havoc in this held position. 4 in the round, all up to this Sova. Spooter is last alive. Doesn't give him the ace though. The headshot is so clean. That is some beautiful crosshair placement. Recovers the round for Penn Trafford again.
Didn't even need a plant there. There was so much chaos going towards that ace site that the plant wasn't even initiated. You saw background guy narrowly avoiding all of that danger for the time being, but it was too little too late. They wrap around the site and are able to take them down. Conrad Weiser, 2-6 here. And you see Kahlua in chat, he's upset with himself, but he had that. He had such a good advantage, got those 2 early kills from hell, and it really just feels like Conrad are just struggling to convert on some of these chances.
Yeah, definitely. It's funny to say, they're all going to 1v1s. We've had multiple different 1v1s, 1v2s that Penn Trafford just ends up winning somehow. Gunzer, I must point out, he's 4-4 on the scoreboard. Remember, both his clutches were 1-on-2s, so all of his kills have come in clutch rounds.
Ooh, M&A takes out a good early kill from her to start this round off for Penn Trafford as Kahlua. He's in such a precarious situation. We'll spot 1 barrel. He's got such a good placement, but can he get the shots down? M&A will claim the kill on Kahlua. Bougie in trouble. He's going to hear the Empress pop. He's in a phenomenal spot, but he goes for the turret first. Oh, it's an absolute disaster for Conrad Weiser. And it's going to be overflowing pressure onto this A site once again. Deja vu is Squink in a 1v4. He's got so much work to do, Golden. Can he find the kills? He's gonna wrap around here. Oh, the timing! Spooder's out looking at him! Dudlev's gotta be so careful. Squink, he's in such a dangerous spot! Spooder's not what is he doing? He's getting the kill over the corner. I have no idea what's going on. Spooder. Are his headphones broken? Do we need a tech pause?
Where are the comms? It doesn't even matter if he can't hear the opponent. Like, why are they telling him that he's in garden? That was a bit of a confusing round. A couple small blunders by Conrad Weiser. I'm not sure why the Reyna didn't end up exiting from Cat. The player inside of Cat ended up going for the turret. That's just, it's a mess of a round. But Penn Trafford still, they clean it up in the end. They've been looking so good in this first map of Ascent. They're still looking good. They have almost a full bank. Okay, I say almost. They're at 2K, but they're still looking pretty. They can die a couple rounds and still end up having a full buy. Now they finally change up their default. Instead of sending 5 men towards A, they send 5 towards mid, up through Cat. And it worked last time, but Bushi this time has this sniper. It's missing a shot, doesn't want to take another peek just in case. I mean, he did see 5 people after all, so it's a risky one. They're working their way up this Cat position once more, but it's a lot of people from Conrad Weiser in position to defend.
They know that this chamber ults down, so they can push through Cat, they can push through Sabrosa, there's no problem, but Kahlua, he's in a phenomenal position, is good for 2, and it is immediately transferred back towards Penn Trafford's way, 3v3, the divide is available, the neutral theft is available. Can background guy find a Penn Trafford corpse to use? That's the question. He's gonna make his way over towards Garden. Look to try to find these Marshall shots. He's got to be so efficient here as Dudlev is hunkered down in hell. Spooderduder takes out a guard. That's the Sova duel in favor of Penn Trafford. Number 3v2 as Conrad Weiser are running out of options. They need to find the shots. They need to get aggressive. They need to make a move, but there's so much pressure. Pincer on both sides. Penn Trafford. Bougie, though, is able to take out one kill. Is that good enough, though, for CW? They need to make their way inside. Spooderduder is doing such a good job at containing this A site, making it so difficult for Conrad Weiser to make their way in. It's going to be Spooderduder bulldozing his way forward with the 3K, 8-2. Penn Trafford doing such a good job of limiting Conrad Weiser's chances to retake these sites.
Wow, that was, I mean, everyone goes down at the end of the round, but again, it doesn't matter. They have so much money on the side of Penn Trafford that they're able to buy up. In fact, Spooder, he ended up max money at the end of that last round, and he's going to go for this operator right now. Well, he's changed his mind. I mean, you got some options to play with. You've got so much money, it doesn't really matter what you buy. He's going to go for this Odin, spraying whoever through the wall. I mean, Agger's got to be careful at the other end of this. He's the only player available to even defend the B site right now, so he's going to go for the dart. Is there going to be a spam? Not quite. Shot going out, and he's still very careful making his way down, so even if he does get spotted by the dart, he won't be spammed down for the time being.
Bougie and Dudlev might exchange blows, and Bougie grabs that first kill, tries to flick over towards Gunzer, and will not be able to do that. A 1v1, 1-4-1 for Penn Trafford and Conrad Weiser. 2-8 here, round score. Neutral theft still not used. It's been online for such a good amount of time. They haven't been able to pop it, haven't found a good enough spot, but looks like B was the target. It was a split for the start of the round, but Penn Trafford have made up their minds and the smokes will go down. This is the chance for Penn Trafford to get on towards this B site and put Conrad Weiser in a terrible position. Squink is going to be able to trade out on M&A. Gunzer has fallen as well, and good kills from Conrad Weiser to stop that Penn Trafford aggression in its tracks and force this rotation back possibly, but seems like Penn Trafford, they know they really have nothing left to lose. It's a 2v4, and they'll press forward with that Lear. That's going to be the go signal, possibly not quite for Penn Trafford, waiting for the right moment, and here it goes. They're going to go now.
Bomb picked up. They're able to recover it, but nah, okay. Agar's at the back of the site. Clean headshot in a quarter. It's all up to Spooder not really having the best mobility on this weapon, so we'll see what he can do. Gets a headshot as a second player in the same position, though, and he's not going to read it, but it doesn't matter. They're not going to peek just yet. Squink finally ends up recovering, and that's the first 2 kills for this man. Important 2 frags to end up stopping the bleeding for Conrad Weiser.
Also to get this chamber going. Squink has not really had the greatest of games so far. Those were his first 2 kills, so he needs to start getting things going, playing this chamber pick. There's a lot going, a lot riding on this pick. It's really going to be interesting to see how they transition towards this next half. Last round here for Penn Trafford and Conrad Weiser. Penn Trafford have put themselves in a pretty decent spot, and it will really be up to this round here to figure out if they're going to get the 9-3 curse or if it's going to be 4-8. Let's see what happens.
Well, back to what works, right? 5 men to its A, going in, breaking the trip. In fact, it doesn't actually do that this time, but Lockdown's likely to be destroyed by this Hunter's Fury, and it does, and he misses it. Okay, interesting. Lockdown's going to go through, but these players at the back of the site should be safe, and they are. So ending up being similar results as before. We've got Kahlua at the back of the site, underneath this hell position, likely gonna be looking for some frags, but it's Bushi to take first engage, but it's Kahlua to end up losing that instantly to Doodle. That's crazy stuff, even though Bushi took that. And it's still the attention gained up into heaven. There's 3 players up here. There's not really much for them to work with. Agar works his way in through the tree position and takes out 2 attackers, though. M&A still available in that hell, taking 486's position. The dart going back through to prevent anyone from taking ground. Then it's crazy from M&A. A triple kill and even the ultimate, but it doesn't need to even go through. M&A's got 4 down in this hell position. The demon that Conrad Weiser never wanted to see.
Man, she's been posturing under hell the whole game, and Conrad Weiser don't check it. They don't check that angle, and they get punished for it. It will be 9-3 for Penn Trafford Yellow, putting themselves in a huge spot for this next half. Will be interesting to see what happens here, Golden. Regardless, going into this next round, what are you expecting?
Man, I mean, we see another 5-man stack outside his site, so Connor Weiser, I'm not sure if they have any more ideas other than what Penn Trafford have already spoken. But it's outside B this time, but not outside A. So far, Penn Trafford, usually what they've done is just 5-stack to A, and then if they need to, if they get stopped, then they rotate back towards this B and end up taking it. And so far, they've been vastly successful, other than that one round where they started at B. This time, Conrad Weiser trying to replicate more success. Dart going through, going to spot absolutely nothing, in fact. They know at least, of course, one's here, and you can't really leave the site vacant, but gonna shoot it. Brim's gonna go rotate off, and Squink, oh, still not having too much success on that. I mean, you've got a scope on that weapon, so you might as well use it if you're gonna literally hunt for heads, but Spooter's gonna go all the way back. He's taking some damage, likely gonna be looking for a sky heal soon, and he's gonna come out for free. There's no one really looking towards this mid position except for Squink looking to regain it. No, they don't want to even default through mid. You've got the Reyna up top, but everyone else is still quiet inside this B main.
And Quarter, he's been able to lurk his way back. Now he definitely spots Agar. There's the shots down, but the Frenzy too much to handle. Doodlev takes out Squink, he takes out Agar. It's good for 2 for the Sky. Spooter Neuter takes out Bougie, and it's just going to be so much going on here in Market. And it will result in a 3v2 for Penn Trafford, but the plant will go down. That'll be some good money towards CW. Can Kahlua make his way onto the site to back up his teammate? That's the question, because background guy in a pretty horrid position in back of site. We've seen miracles before, but will it be too little too late? Oh, there's Kahlua on the back half. He's good for 1. Can he find multiple? He's spraying through the smoke. He somehow grabs 2. He grabs 3 with the right click. Kahlua, you madman. 4-9. Conrad Weiser pick up that round from the brink of destruction. How?
I mean, it's exactly like it was written, right? We've got Kahlua at the top of the scoreboard. Background guy is just sitting back, relaxing at the back of the site. Doesn't really need to do very much. He's able to hold it down just in case, but in this case, he doesn't need to. He's doing just fine, get the plant down, and Conrad Weiser end up winning that round, even though they ended up getting meat grinded, basically, inside that lane position. Very nice shots coming out from both the players holding down the market, but it ends up not mattering because you've just got the Reyna with the right-click classic. I mean, that thing does everything you'd ever wanted to. This time looking for that A. Rotating back and just trying one site at a time. You've already done this B, it worked. Going back towards this alpha site, and you've got 2 defenders. You've got the Killjoy, as well as Spooter, sitting behind this wood box and looking now for some attention. Oh, he's been spotted. This is a bit of a problem. He's stuck, no jet dash to get out. And there is a smoke to come down from his teammate to let him escape that precarious position. And now, in fact, not only escape, but there's a lot of players on the defense that have made their way over the brim. Puts the smoke down and tries to get back, cheats back towards that B again, and now Penn Trafford are doubting what's going on. The spike is still at A, but Conrad Weiser might also be doing some of the same, looking to maybe lurk some attention towards the other side of the map, but they don't want to go too far. Again, the fact that these 2 teams don't run actual like map-wide defaults kind of scares me, but so far for Penn Trafford, it's been working. We'll see if Conrad Weiser can make the same thing happen. They end up winning the first fight, but Emine is still down here in the hell position. We've seen her do a lot of work from here before.
Doodlev also making his way outside of the smoke. Emine can't find Bougie. Here comes Doodlev with the flick. He can't find the right clicks. And Bougie with that Spectre spraying his way through onto A. And he will go for the plan afterwards. Here comes Gunzer with that ghost. Can he find much luck? He can't. Here comes Kahlua on the flank. He's good for 1. Will he find 2? Gunzer in a 1v1. Oh my god, the knife fight come out. Gunzer finds the headshot on towards Kahlua. Chaos ensuing towards Garden. And in the 1v3, it's almost a formality here as Gunzer. He'll make his way outside of the smoke. He's gonna try and find some success, but Bougie will find the kill and will find the shots from downtown. It's going to be 5-9, and slowly but surely, Conrad Weiser making their way back into this game.
Bougie, a nice opening onto that site and able to close it down as well. Now Penn Trafford should be going onto this buy. We see Spooter with an SMG, but everyone else has got these rifles. Quarter looking good. Doodle as well. And Conrad Weiser still looking for the bonus. The 2 of them do end up having enough. They have enough money. They have a lot in their bank right now. So 486 and Agar both investing in the rifles. Squink has got the lesser weapon, but at least he's got these stuff in his back pocket that he brings to the fight himself. But even if they lose this round, they should end up having they should have a nice buy in the next. So this is a lot of leeway right now for Conrad Weiser. The only thing that isn't favoring them at this point is the scoreline itself, 9-5. If they lose this, it's not gonna look very pretty, but at least they do have some leeway in terms of their economy. Looking right into this. Hey, whoa, okay, Doodle, what is going on? Everyone just falls one by one straight to the choke point. They just spam all of Penn Trafford bullets going into A main, and they end up taking out 3 players before the site exec even starts.
I was going to say, there wasn't a lot of utility over towards A, so maybe Conrad Weiser had a chance. There wasn't the KJ turret to spot anyone moving through A, but it doesn't matter when you just blind fire through the smoke. And the brimstone smoke, not enough there. And it will actually do so much and conceal Penn Trafford's bullets as Conrad Weiser are now going to be picked off like flies. Background guy with a sliver of HP. He's going to try and make his way out. He doesn't have the bomb as well, so not much he can do. Potentially will just save this Vandal for next round, as definitely this one is done and dusted. M&A watching Sabrosa. Background guy will just lick his wounds and make his way back over to his spawn, but regardless, Conrad Weiser, another situation, Golden, where they try to get onto one of these sites, but the Penn Trafford defense is so strong and so steadfast, you can't do much to break through it.
Well, it is a full save coming out from Conrad Weiser. They have no HP on this guy. They've got a rifle, want to keep it to the next round. He's going to get at least another 1k, so he should be able to buy for one of his teammates if he forgoes like one tripwire. And of course, 486 has the money. Bushi as well. Squink has his weapons in his back pocket, but so far he hasn't not been too successful with them, unfortunately to say. The last half was the defensive half, so that's where Squink I think should have shown. But so far, that's sitting at the bottom of the scoreboard. It really doesn't. It doesn't prove fruitful, right? Because I think any other Sentinel, other than the Chamber, might have bore more fruit than what he's doing so far, because you really do need to be getting those kills as a Chamber. You have these weapons, like literally that's your entire kit. Yeah, you've got repositioning, but even that wasn't very successful in the previous half. And now they're on the attack. This is going to be even more of a struggle. And they do have the money to go for a couple more investments, but they end up going for a light buy, so they have a more standard stabilized buy in the future, so I don't really blame them for this. But background guy keeping the rifle, and Kahlua only with the SMG. And he's really got to make something happen here, and they've already been spotted inside his B main. That turret lets them know someone is inside here, and they don't really hear all the footsteps, so they don't know how many. But even still, again, neither one of these teams play defaults. They all just go 5-man to a site. There's not even any like lurk utility. Even I remember from last time, even the Chamber was played, Chamber doesn't end up putting down these alarm bots. I'm not entirely sure why, but I guess he just isn't completely used to the fact that Chamber is actually a Sentinel, believe it or not. Yes, he has weapons, but he also has flank watch utility that just doesn't get used in this league. I'm not, again, maybe it's just an experience thing, but whatever the case, yeah, they have to re-clear everything going back towards the site, and they do end up doing so, but in turn, there's only 40 seconds left for the site exec.
This pace, it'll be interesting to see if they even make it towards the site, and Squink might get timinged, but barely. Guns are not able to find the shots. And you talked about it, when you go for this Chamber pick, you know, especially with the composition Conrad have created and constructed, you are that second duelist pretty much. You have to step up, and being at the bottom, not a good sight to see if you are a Conrad Weiser fan, but regardless, Dudelev will spray through that smoke. Bit of deja vu for Conrad Weiser. They get PTSD. They are not feeling that one. They're going to run right back over, and they don't even get towards the site. They wasted so much time in the bomb. It's so far away. Quarter knows exactly what's going on. He knows the floodgates are about to be open. Kahlua is good for one. Is there enough time to even get the bomb down? There's clearly not. They're going to go for frags, and Penn Trafford will disintegrate this Conrad Weiser to offense. And honestly, Golden, it's just not enough time on the clock for you to do that. They wasted so much time over towards B. The rotation came in far too late for it to matter.
Yeah, you definitely, if they want to go for these types of plays, you either have to be confident like Penn Trafford and just like hard clear every corner, just walk into it and hope you win the fights, or you just got to put those flank watch bots down, right? You've got this stuff in your back pocket, like why not use it? I genuinely don't know, but whatever the case, 5-11, now they're on a full buy. Thank goodness they did end up saving that last round, so no sense in a 5-man save at the end. Even though they didn't have time, they might as well just go for it and end up getting any guns that they possibly could off of Penn Trafford. But at that point, their economy, again, is so good on the side of Penn Trafford that it just wouldn't end up mattering. But Conrad Weiser they just got to try something, right? And this time they're trying this 5-man through mid, and it's slightly questionable. No one's on the extremities again. They're working their way up. The smoke is going to go back in that Z position, so Doodle is going to be in front of it. Flash in hands. This could be disastrous for Bushi, but at least there's some cover for him to play up. Now there's 4 people able to back him up as well with the Sova watching this cap position. No one on the side of Penn Trafford wants to adjust. But there's already 3 people towards this B, so all the attention, I mean, they're here. They're ready to accept it.
They are walking into a trap. The recon dart will be using Spooner, gets a kill on towards Kahlua. That's massive. No more Leers available, and Quarter is right down near logs. Gunzer will spray his way over towards background guy. The shots from downtown are good. There goes the Cypher. Squink gets immediately bursted down along with Agar. 2 quick kills, making 3. Flawless for Penn Trafford, and you mentioned it. They were walking into that death ball, and just like that, Conrad Weiser dropped 5-12. 1 more round to go for PT.
What a beautiful performance by Penn Trafford. That's the way you really want to close it out. And now we're at the match point. Cotter and Weiser, they got to just go for it. There's nothing else for them to work with in their back pocket. They have 3K on 486. They've got 3.6 on Bushi, and everyone else is sitting. They're struggling. Agar has only got a pistol right now. I'm wondering. I think there is ending up. There's a tech pause right now, so at least there's some time for them to talk some stuff out. It's going to be a struggle. I feel like they. I honestly don't even know at this point, right? Because Penn Trafford, they're doing these 5-man stocks on their attack, and it's working out. They're able to outgun all of Conrad Weiser, and Conrad Weiser trying the same thing, and it just doesn't work. That is kind of indicative of just a straight up skill difference on both the teams. When one team does something that it really shouldn't end up working, like 5-man stacks towards the site, you should be able to stop that as a defensive team, especially if you have all this utility. You have the chamber, you have the Astra, you have the Cypher. There's so much for them to stop aggressive pushes, and they still ended up getting 5 stacked, and it's rough for them. So on their attack, I'm not really too surprised that they're struggling even more. It was a good pistol round win in the follow-up as well. Past that, when both teams have weapons, and even when, especially when Conrad don't, it's really difficult to find a straight-up solution other than is win the aim duels. Because 486, he's been trying. Kahlua, we saw that 4K almost ace in a 1-versus-1 against their opposing, I think it was Spooter, to recover that round for Penn Trafford. We saw that, like, okay, he can win the fights, but everyone else, they've got to step up, right? Squink, we mentioned it before, Chamber is one of those agents that you really got to be, like, you're not just a killjoy, you're not just a Cypher. Like, utility doesn't assist you in getting frags. You don't have wall hacks, you don't have your turret to slow people for you. You just have to aim. Like, you just straight up have to aim, and if you can't, then that's a big problem for them, because, again, they're only bringing 1 duelist, which is not entirely surprising. 486 is doing an extraordinary amount of work, but Doodle on the other side is, of course, chiming along, and we don't even see Spooter doing too well. He's 11-9. He did end up clutching that 1-versus-1 that one time, but he's not, like, extravagant on the scoreboard right now. So there's a lot of people in Penn Trafford that can step up, that can get these kills, and so far for Conrad Weiser, all we see is Kahlua.
Well, let's see if this Chamber does indeed want to play and find these kills here. Squink will make his way towards the site. Will he find any success? That's the question. He's immediately sprayed down by M&A, and clearly he does not want to play. M&A with a 3K. What is this Killjoy up to? The question really has been, can Conrad Weiser get towards these sites with so much utility to go through? And they're getting picked apart here meticulously, Golden. And it's already a 3v1. Agar will use the drone. He is spotted. Spooter knows exactly what's going on. He spots the clothing of the Sova and takes down Agar. 13-5. Penn Trafford dismantled Conrad Weiser in the first game. And for CW, it's back to the drawing board. And I expect that Chamber pick to be swapped out, because clearly it just seemed like they struggled to get onto one of these sites. They didn't have much success defensively. And that was kind of it, because that was a defensive side of comp, Golden. You need to see them step up in the first half more. Next game, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just, at this point, it's really well done to Penn Trafford. They played extravagantly. We see Doodle at the top of the scoreboard, 486, splitting the top 2 frags of Penn Trafford, Quarter right beneath the Reno on the opposing side. But of course, like I mentioned, there's so many people chiming in for Penn Trafford. Everyone is able to clutch up, and even Gunzer at the bottom of the scoreboard for Penn Trafford. He's got 9 and 10. But remember, almost half those kills come from his 2 1-versus-2 clutches. So very nice from him. Everyone in Penn Trafford is stepping up, able to make these plays happen whenever they need to. And Conrad, they really have to wake up in that department, Camel.
Absolutely. We will be making our way towards Haven. And I think one thing to note was that was Conrad Weiser's pick. They chose to pick that map, and to lose on that, it's got to be a huge confidence blow and a huge momentum downer. Honestly, to think about it, Golden, you have strategies going for this map, you have ideas, but just didn't work out, and they kind of got destroyed after that first half. They didn't really find much success, and you have to imagine it's a comp diff, because clearly they weren't really able to get onto these sites effectively. They didn't have a go button, that sky flash, anything of that nature. They couldn't string it together, and that's why they struggled.
Yeah, I actually, it's funny that you mentioned that. I actually didn't realize that until after the game, which I'm sorry for that. I should be the more analytical one here, but yeah, 486 is the only person bringing any kind of like vision denial in terms of flashbangs. He's got the leaders. Everyone else, I mean, I guess Bushi has the smokes and background guy has the cipher cages, but those don't really do the same job unless you're like, I know some ciphers have lineups to cut off some certain things, but I don't think this guy did. Bushi with this, he tried his best, but again, even on the defense where you should see Astra shine with that delay, with the stuns, with the pulls and you should be ending up like stopping these hard pushes, and it just doesn't end up working. So, well, I mean, even still, we got some time, right? We got some time to talk things out. They have some time. We have some players using the restroom, so we will have some little bit of filler to go through. So hopefully Conrad Weiser can end up talking some things out and working some things on Haven that they weren't able to on Ascent. But I admittedly, let's if I can take a look at the graphics real quick, I think we know who's attacking first, and it is going to end up being Penn Trafford. So this is going to be a bit dangerous for Conrad, because I think Haven, even still in this day and age, it's still a kind of an attacker-sided map, because again, there's 3 sites. It's kind of common sense. Sometimes it switches back and forth, and defense ends up having like some lock on it when you get some new strategies, but then attackers, they end up studying those and then they just bring it all the way back. So it's always going to end up being attacker sided at the end of the day. But right now, especially with this team and both these team comps, I hope to see something other than a chamber. Maybe bring a Killjoy. You can have a Killjoy and a Cypher. It's not really a bad thing, especially even on a Haven. You can have a Sage even. But I want to see that the chamber gets switched out, or he's going to have to hit the range right now and warm up, something like that. But having Penn Trafford on attack, this is going to make it very, very dangerous for Conrad starting on the first half.
Absolutely, definitely a factor there. Could also just be the nerves. You are playing in person. Definitely could be the first time these players are playing on LAN in a while due to the situation of the world, obviously. But regardless, Haven is that next map, just waiting on a couple more players to come back. But we have been seeing Conrad Weiser talk about it. They're doing some push-ups. I'm not kidding. They're doing push-ups. You can't see it, but we can. One player's doing some push-ups. I'm pretty sure that's Squake. He's doing some push-ups. He looks ready to go after that chamber performance. Hopefully, the blood's flowing. Everything's ready for him. They're throwing things. They're getting hyped. They're getting angry. They need to find something, because clearly that Ascent map wasn't them. They struggled on the defensive side. Hopefully on Haven, due to that split map, maybe they can find ways to pick off members of Penn Trafford, force the rotations, but Penn Trafford have done such a good job at these rotation plays, and we know they like to 5-stack, and especially on Haven, that can be dangerous. When you have 3 sites, you're going to have to spread yourself thin, and 1 pick is all they need. They will push onto a site if they see an advantage, and it looks like the players are just about ready to come back here, talking it out, making sure everything is all ready to go. But regardless, Golden, what do you need to see? Who do you need to see step up on Penn Trafford as well? Because, you know, they have to remain focused. They can't get complacent, and they have to stay disciplined. What do you want to see?
Yeah, so last time it was definitely Bushi to end up being that link to Kalua's chain, right? Because he was 17-1, like I mentioned, and so far he has not been having the best of performances, at least in this match. He's doing okay, right? He's 11-15 on the Astra, and on the Astra it's difficult to get the frags that you have on any other agent. So maybe we'll see that change with the map. I don't know if they're going to bring the Astra on Haven as well, but of course there are some people that just absolutely pop off on that agent. I don't understand how. So I don't really blame Bushi for his performance here. Agar tried his best. He ended up having 15-16, so it was almost even, but even still not quite enough to bring them over the scoreline. And even 5-13 is kind of it's pretty one-sided. So it is rough for background guy and Squink to both be combined underneath their 3rd frag on their team. And it's I don't really know, man. So to answer your question, Bushi, I hope that either he steps up on the Astra or he changes agents, maybe plays like an Omen or something like that. That can be a bit more flexible in terms of that kind of thing. But yeah, other than that, I background guy and Squink, they got to step it up. 5 kills, 4 kills, that is kind of unacceptable when you're playing in the grand finals. You have to do better. Like it's hard to just straight up say that, but look at what you're up against. Penn Trafford, the bottom frag for the team. I mentioned before, Gunzer, half of his kills came from 1v2s. If you don't have that kind of clutch potential on your team, even on the bottom frags, right? You can say that, okay, he's not having that much impact, but he's smoking, so he's doing that instantly for his team with those really quick execs. I actually mentioned that before the game even started, and that's exactly what they do. They just 5-stack a site, all the brim smokes go down, and they just go. And this is going to be even worse on Haven if they end up making the same strat, because again, like we mentioned, 3 sites. if anything, I would like to see Conrad Weiser play like the really OG EU strat for Haven, where you just use B as like a rotation point, and you don't really play it as a site. If Penn Trafford end up going 5-man B, you can end up playing retake, which is really strong on that B site because it's hard to hold. You put like an Astra wall and something at the top of the site, and it's just what are you gonna do? But so that kind of thing, that's hopefully something that we see. So they still split the map up into 2 sites, so that's a bit more lenient for the side of their defense. But we'll have to see what they have to bring out. We're going into Agent Select right now, so fingers crossed again. Squink, either bring something else other than the chamber, or put your bots down. Like, come on. And we're still getting teased. We're still getting a bunch of Yorus right now. I don't know what to think, Campbell.
I'd be very, very surprised if they do end up going back towards this chamber. But it looks like already Penn Trafford, they have the composition ready. At least 4 out of the 5 will be the Sage, Brimstone, Sova, and Raze. So a little bit of changes here and there. Dudelev going towards this Raze, and looks like Squink hovering that Viper. I doubt they're going to pick that since they've already picked Astra, but you never know with these compositions. Kahlua going back to that Reyna, he was definitely a strong point. You see background guy going for the Cypher, could be huge on Haven with a lot of trip wires and a lot of flank opportunities could be caught out. And Squink, in quarter, last 2 here. Squink, I'm very interested in. Quarter, most likely going to go for this Raze, or this Reyna, excuse me, and they're actually going to pick the Viper. Honestly, I'm a little surprised by this. And Quarter going to go with that Reyna, pretty standard stuff here. I'm not sure how to feel about this Viper. I mean, what are you expecting from this Viper here on Haven?
I think I like it. I respect it. Like you like the double smokes, right? Because you don't really want to run Viper by herself because she's like, you've got a smoke and you've got a wall. That's it. You can't really move them once you put them down. So you just have to commit. But with the Astra, it's nice to be able to run that flexibility between stars and your Viper smoke. So you can always run fakes if you want to. You can always just default towards this A, like put the walls up towards A and then go towards this B, put some attention towards C and then go back towards A if you want to. You always have the walls there to be able to back you up. Or vice versa. You could do that towards C, whatever. So you have some options. Right now they're defending. So Viper should also be really strong on defense because you just have these free damage walls that you just put down wherever you want. So it's nice. It's good that Squink has some help. I don't want to insinuate that he needs it, but at this point, anything that you're gonna get, right? Because we are in the grand finals here, so you want to bring out all the stops. Don't want to leave anything to question. So now towards the C he goes. So again, wall's gonna go up, cut off garage, cut off even B site. So I see what they're doing. They've got that wall multi-purpose, so it cuts off C. They have to walk through it if they want to get through the garage tunnel. And this time, Conrad, they're walking into it. They have to deal with it right now. And I think even the smoke is probably going to go towards his B door. He's got it in his hands right now, so some flexibility if he wants to change it up. But yeah, it's a toss it down right towards there. And yeah, so he's extending his reach all the way from B site to C. He's going to be playing in this mid, but Conrad are, again, walking into this wall. The nade's going to go through. And likely this Viper util should end up going up right now. Oh, that's a nice start from background guy.
Wow, sprays through that smoke and gets 2 kills. Huge to start off this game for Conrad Weiser, and that's the rotation already being ensued here from Penn Trafford. They have kept their wits about them, and they realize 2 frags already going towards C. Definitely don't want to stay around too much longer. Spirit might look to get an exit frag on Nagar, but it looks like he'll just remain content with sitting in that corner. But regardless, 3v5 for Conrad Weiser. Should be like clockwork here to remain focused and hold down these sites, but Spirit and Nagar get a little frisky here towards C long, and that recon dart will be used to force Spirit away. And it looks like B will be the target. Quarter stepping up, and he will have to work through this Viper wall as well. So much utility being covered. Love this idea with this Viper wall. Covers up C garage, like you mentioned, covers up so much. And Gunzer, he's gonna pop the stim beacon, looking for the 1v1 against Bougie. He's gonna have to wait for the Viper wall to be ensued, and it will rise up, giving Gunzer enough time to get through. And now Bougie with the reload. Gunzer pressing up against this Astra, looking to be so aggressive. He's got the right click at the helm and ready. He'll look to swing around the corner. He'll spot the Astra, but Bougie gets him first in quarter with the immediate trade. 2v4 now here is Spooter along with Quarter looking to press forward, but Squink, he's got a nice surprise for him, and he will spray down the Reyna. Good right click there, and Kahlua does the rest. And it's going to be the first round win going the way of Conrad Weiser. Good start here for the team that really just got dismantled in the last round.
Yeah, definitely a very valuable start. Background guy getting those 2 entry frags. I mean, he doesn't even see his targets. That's very fortunate for him. So I hate to say it, a bit of luck coming out in the first round. But I mean, again, you'll take what you can get. That's the first entry frag for background guy. So holding down that C. This time Conrad don't even want to deal with that. They don't want to deal with the cages, the trips, all the smokes, and we see the wall there again. Another tech pause, so we have some time to talk things out once more. And hopefully Conrad Weiser, they have some time to break apart this defense as well. But this is the same setup. We see the Astra Star is not yet getting put down. I think maybe there's a disconnect somewhere, but whatever the case, she's going to keep those for the time being, not wanting to expose any strategies that they have and let Conrad Weiser decide where they want to go otherwise. So wise by them, the wall's already gone down. You can't really see it from the Penn Trafford side. So, excuse me, from the from the Penn Trafford side. So that is all good. Now we finally see the stars getting dropped towards this A, towards this B. I said they're actually everywhere. So you've got setup everywhere. This is nice. I really like seeing this from Conrad Weiser because they're changing up their defense and not just stacking things all on one site. So they've got a lot more flexibility on the terms of the Astra. They have a Viper that's able to reach a lot of the map with just one piece of utility, right? And this, we saw before, there's a lot of delay. The wall, you can't really just walk through it blind unless you're really, really confident. But Penn Trafford, even though they did go 13-5, they're not that brazen. So I still respect their respect for their opponents. So very nice to see from them. So that, I think, the Viper definitely proves a lot more fruitful. So far, it's only been one round, so I don't know what's going to happen in the future. But for the time being, B and C and Garage all being locked down by that one piece of utility. Very nice reach from this Viper and the Astra and the Reyna. Of course, 486, Kahlua being able to hold down this A even without his utility. So, yep, good stuff. So far, everything seems to, on paper, at least be fine. I don't really see Penn Trafford breaking through anytime soon unless they have some really genius stuff. But for the time being, they have to end up breaking these trips, of course, with these with the shock darts, and they don't have a sky to end up walking through them this time. They have a drone, of course, so there's a couple options for that. But the rest of the quote-unquote Sentinel utility from, ironically, their controller and their double controllers, the Astra and the Viper, you can't really break those. So they have to just deal with some of this stuff. So it's a lot of time being taken off the board. Last time, on Ascent didn't really matter because they went so fast, but this time there's more delay. There's the Viper for free damage, there's a Cypher, and there's Astra, and there's of course guns on the other side. 486 is doing phenomenally well on that previous map so far. He's only got one, but again, only one round to show for himself. So a lot more stuff to work through on Haven than on Ascent for Penn Trafford.
Yeah, just being told that we are getting a bit of a PC restart on the side of Penn Trafford. So once this computer is restarted, we should be all ready to go. But regardless, Conrad Weiser definitely need to get these rounds on defense, especially considering their composition almost feels like a bit of a deja vu from the last comp. No sky, no real way of getting onto the site besides that Reyna here with that flash, with that Lear, could use that owl drone as well, but they need to start picking up these rounds on defense to make up for the fact that their attack is not as good. But looks like we are going to restart the lobby and get everything all good to go. You're seeing the players doing some poses for us here, of course. And clearly the push-ups from Conrad Weiser are kicking off strong as they win that first round, looking to build that momentum here. But looks like we're going to get a full lobby restart. But you mentioned it, what Conrad Weiser need to do. And what about Penn Trafford? What do they need to pick up on? You only saw one round. I'm not going to hold you to it too much. But what do you want to see from them going forward?
So to deal with this kind of thing, like this kind of really heavy setup with Astra, with the Viper, you really have to just end up baiting all this stuff out. Like you've got a lot of stuff to work through. You've got the Cypher chips, so of course, like I mentioned, you want to burn through those with either the shock darts or the drone, so you just want to drive through it. And then the Astra stuff, you have to put pressure. You have to just poke and prod every single place and make the Astra burn these stars, get them smokes down, get those stuns out, whatever. But get through all that fast, and then after that, only after that, you end up hitting sites. Because if you hit sites before that, it is an absolute disaster, especially if it's B or C. It depends on where the Viper ends up going, right? Because there's all that stuff you can't break. You can't even bait it out because it always recharges. So that stuff you just have to deal with forever. But the Astra and the Cypher, those two are the things that you can really end up working out this little by little across the 1 minute 40 that you have them to play in the round. So that is what Penn Trafford need to end up getting to. I don't know how long it's going to take, but if it ends up being before round 6, I see them really favored in this first map, or the second map of Haven. If it doesn't, then Conrad Weiser have a much better fighting chance in the second half.
Well, almost ready here. I see some of the players. They're playing Osu, they're playing catch, they're having fun. Great to see these players on LAN. really over the course of the tournament. It's been interesting to see how these two teams have developed over time, to break down the bracket, how it's been going for both these squads. Penn Trafford got here by beating Greater Johnstown. Me and you covered that game last week. That was a great one for being a 1-4 matchup. And really, for Conrad Weiser, they took a pretty convincing series against Forest Hills. And now, coming into this game, Conrad Weiser playing a team that, kind of more to their metal, more to their tempo, and they lost that first map, but still have a chance here on Haven regardless. And Penn Trafford want to keep this momentum up. They won that Rocket League championship earlier in the day for both Division 1 and Division 2. They want to keep that going here in Valorant. Regardless, looks like everyone over in the LAN event arena is doing everything they can to get this done as quick as possible, but looks to be almost ready to go. I'm hoping that this computer fix is good so we can get back into this game and see how these two teams compete on Haven. Because honestly, I'm kind of hoping that we get to see Icebox. I want to see these two teams go at it for a third time, because it's so interesting to see these two teams play. The rotations we've seen from Penn Trafford, the differences on the defense we've seen from Conrad Weiser, the adaptations from both sides have been super interesting and fascinating to see over the course of this series. But regardless, we're gonna have to wait a little bit longer.
Oh god, I think I just saw someone on Conrad Weiser floss. I'm not entirely sure, but
Oh no,
it might have happened. Okay, so confirmed that we will have to restart the lobby, so we'll have to just get out for a second. I think we're gonna end up rebuilding. I'm not sure if our admin's gonna do that, one of us, but yeah, whatever the case, that's gonna end up happening. Unfortunate to say, that is. Tech issues happen. It's a video game. It's not like real sports, so it is definitely something that we have to deal with over time. So hopefully, fingers crossed that Riot ends up fixing these issues, ironing them out over time. But for the time being, yes, I think we are going to go for a short break as we do end up having this rebuild. Thank goodness it's only one round, so not too much to have to happen. Other than that, Campbell, anything else to say?
Not much. This is the TEC Grand Finals for Valorant. Quick break. When we come back, more Valorant action coming your way. Don't go anywhere.
feel paralyzed.
All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. It took some time, but we had to match medic that first round. That took a while. I have to shout out to Riot for allowing that system to exist, but also I'm yelling at them because we can't give them guns. So we had to do the math and add to their money what their guns were before and their armor, and we just so it was complicated, but we got there. We're back in the game. Conrad Weiser up 1-0 right now against Penn Trafford. If you guys forgot that, it was good. Double kill. Background guy got a surprise 2K coming up the long C, and this time it's a different look from Penn Trafford. They're coming up garage very, very fast and 5 in already, but it's another spray down. Agar gets 2 straight through smoke once again, and it's deja vu. Looking through, he doesn't need any vision to get these 2 entry kills. Oh, okay, well, what do you do about that?
Yeah, there's not much you can do, and Agar, he's so confident. He might think there's one more player. He's gonna go for a 4K. He wants 5. Like the tracking, it's so perfect from Agar. And it's gonna be an ace for the Sova, all in Garage. He does it all by himself. What a second round for Conrad Weiser. What a way to come back from that hiatus.
Man, we spent all that time trying to fix all their econ and stuff like that, and he just ends it straight. 5 seconds into the round, he just gets an ace. That's nice. I'll take it. We'll take it. I mean, they'll take it as well. 2-0. They're up perfect so far. Beautiful performance by Agar. He didn't get a single kill in the first round, but gets all 5 in the second, and he just yep. There you go. You have a Vandal. He didn't even die. I guess he gives one of his guns up, but he's got the full buy going into this third, and walking into this A site is the entirety of Penn Trafford, and Agar is not available to defend, so it's both the SMGs that need to be up on point, and it looks like, it's a problem for 486. Doesn't mean to get detected, but he's still in the corner. He wants to go for a fight, but both defenders end up getting removed straight off the bat.
Oh, Swank, he's at a sliver of HP. Has got to be careful. And already, this A site has been contained and controlled by Penn Trafford, and now it's going to be about picking out these angles and using this utility properly. Spooter is going to spot out Agar. Squink still with 1 HP. He's pretty much dead to rights. Has got to be careful, and he'll be the one in the caboose position. His background guy will use that Sova dart to walk through, but he's immediately sprayed upon by multiple members of Penn Trafford. But it's going to be 2 quick frags going the way of Conrad Weiser. It is not enough, and Penn Trafford do what they need to do, win that Vandal round, and they'll come back right into this 2-1.
Well, that's a bit unfortunate for Agar at the end of the day, because that's not really the round you want to lose the way they did, because he's hoping that they're going to rush C again. If he's got the stack there, he's got the gun, but with that investment, a bit questionable, because again, they are going for a bonus. The rest of the team's going for a bonus, and now going into this fourth, he's the only one without a rifle. He's got the Sheriff working, and thank goodness for him. I guess they're not pushing him this time, or else there's no way he would get all those kills with just the 6 bullets. But now up towards this A once more, splitting this long and short. It's all up to the Reyna. 486 has got 1, a second one not available. M&A has an instant trade, and smoke's going down. Should let Penn Trafford get on the site.
Well, Penn Trafford will sanitize this A site once again. They're going to use the wall as well towards heaven. And they're going to make sure Bougie has no way to shoot down towards this plant. It will be the plant down. All ready for Penn Trafford. A quick move towards this A site. They're going to back away and play for lineups for the time being. Dudeleb is good for 1. M&A is good for another. Dudeleb for 2. Bulldozing his way inside is Bougie. He's good for 1. Pops off for 2. And in heaven, he's got so much more work to do. That's going to be a shock dart. And now guns are in hell. Spooter watching his angle. And Bougie in a really tough position, can't guard 2 angles at once, and will drop, and Penn Trafford win 2 quick ones back to tie this one up at 2-2.
Great hit on that A site. Now Conrad, they're on a full save. Everyone's got no money at this point. I mean, they might end up going for a light buy, pistols, SMGs on some of the players, a Marshall and background guy, but that's another A site take that works out for Penn Trafford. And it looks like they want to go for a similar sort of thing again. Defaulting towards his mid this time, nothing on the extremities once more. And again, don't really blame them, not much of a surprise, but they're the ones with the firepower. They can decide where they want to go. And it looks like they're going to want to put some attention towards Garage. Instant shock dart to prevent any early aggression, but of course no one on Conrad Weiser wants to go for that kind of thing. Straight up towards B, Squink gets detected, and all he's got is a pistol, and he's got some mollies to work with, but it's going to be a very, very tall task for him to stay alive, and he gets instantly taken out by quarter. A second kill. Icar is in that Hunter's Fury. He gets 1 kill off of that, but instant trade by this Reyna on the back of sight. A res for Gunzer. He's back up, and the spray is not going to land to get that denial. And at least one kill. Quarter tries to peek on, maybe a bit too brave for his own good. M&A tries to go for a fight too, almost loses her life. Out of ammo, the first player, but it doesn't matter. The trades come on back, and Bushi tries to recover, and it still doesn't work out.
Inadvertently, 2 frags there for Spiridooter as he sprays through and finds those kills. Or assuming that was Dudlev, was able to spray through, find those quick frags towards C, and that allowed B to be the focus. They got the quick plant down as well. Once again, Pentrafford doing a phenomenal job at being aggressive, getting onto these sites and using this double duelist comp to perfection. Quarter and Dudlev at the top of the scoreboard. That is what you want to see, especially out of your top 2 players, making things happen and getting these frags, giving space for Spiridooter and M&A to use their utility. And C hasn't really been a focus. Golden, and it looks like A will be the target once again. They're going to go from long, go from short as well, and try to encroach their way towards this A site. Utility will be burned. Here come the smokes, and the mollies will be used to dissuade any sort of approach. Squink once again in a dangerous position. Here comes Kahlua on this flank. He's shrouded in so much utility as Dudlev is good for one. Takes out Squink, and here comes Kahlua, but he's immediately shredded down as Bougie will use some damage on towards M&A. Will be traded back as Gunzer will find another frag and a 4v2. Dudlev gets the plant down, and deja vu for Conrad Weiser. They're in a 2v4, and they have no utility to get back towards this site.
This should be absolutely unwinnable. There's 3 ultimates on the board right now from Pentrafford, and even a kill on the Egar. That's a nice shot from Spooter, even spotting out the second player. It's a dink through the wall, and in fact, wallbang in return. Spooter goes down, but still, the 3 players with the ultimates are still left alive, so background guy, he understands there's no chance. 20 HP, wants to save this rifle. It's, oh man, Pentrafford up 2 again. They recover right off the back of that bonus round from Conrad Weiser. That's some nice stuff. And Pentrafford, I mentioned before this game even started, they needed to end up baiting out all this util, all those Astra Stars, all this Cypher trips, but it doesn't even matter. They just run straight through, get the kills straight through the smokes on this A site. And it really was all up to 486. I think Kahlua was in the corner with that ultimate. If he got one, he's able to dismiss out and just keep snowballing, but he gets instantly deleted by every single player on Pentrafford pushing into that A. Beautiful stuff, beautiful teamwork from the attacking side right now, and it's at this point it's quick. It's round number 6. I mentioned if Pentrafford figured out this defense from Conrad Weiser before round number 6, they have a beautiful chance in the second half, and at this point it looks like they definitely have it figured out.
They also have this gun advantage moving into round 7. 2 ultimates available for Bougie and background guys, so could use those to try and push off a Pentrafford attack, but the question is, will it be enough? Because Dudlev, he's got that showstopper, the Brim ult as well available, along with that Empress. It will be moving towards this A site once again. They have these Alliers as well from Quarter to set up an initiation towards this A site. Nobody in heaven. There's the wall being summoned. Now they will encroach towards this A site, and Kahlua, he's trying to use this timing. He doesn't get spotted by that Boombot. He's in a great position right across this wall. The smokes will be thrown down. Bougie's covering this angle, and actually, it's a rotation. And it looks like actually Conrad Weiser, they're not calling this bluff. They're staying over at A. 4 were at A, and that means C is exposed along with Garage, and it's only a lone background guy here. He's got the tripwire, he's got the camera, but it's going to be so much to worry about. Let's see what background guy can do in a 1v4.
And teammates are starting to encroach. He's got the Silva back to try and support, but Squink here in the garage as well. Only with a pistol. I don't know how much he can really do. So they all vacate. Going to play a 5-on-5 retake, but they're already going to go try to get back onto the site. The Lear's going to get instantly shot out, and they're going to be able to get 1 kill. As a Hunter's Fury coming out as well from the attack, and Doodle trades one back on the background guy. 2nd kill for this Raze. Another trade. Back and forth it goes on this C site, but at the end of the day, it's all left up to Bushi, stuck in the garage, walled off. 1-on-3, has a wall of his own, but I mean, what else is there to do? Spotted. Gunzer is going to try to go for this fight, and the free fire comes out, and Bushi peeks into it. Beautiful gunplay by Gunzer, and a 5th round goes to Pentrafford.
5-2 here. Still have that showstopper. Didn't use any ultimates besides that Hunter's Fury. That'll be a good investment for that round win. 5-2 for Pentrafford as they look to build on this advantage. 5 rounds in a row. After those first 2 rounds from Conrad Weiser, it has been all Pentrafford yellow. And now they will look back towards this A cycle, and then this has been the story. It's been A, it's been B sometimes, but A has really been the priority for Pentrafford, and it's worked every single time. There's the Viper's Pit used, and that should mean that A is not even possible to get onto, but there is a bit of space open at short that could be used, but they're actually going to end up going towards long. They have that showstopper along with the Brimbolt available to maybe force this Viper away, but regardless, A will be the focus regardless of the utility being used.
Oh, that drone can't see her. She needs to avoid this drone so badly, and it does. Okay, they know where she is, but no tag, which means she doesn't necessarily get driven out. And in fact, Doodle's going to go down inside the smoke. That's a good hold so far from Squink. That's exactly what you want to see. Conrad understand this weakness on the A site and to send the Viper over to try and protect, and it does end up working out for the time being. Wall is still very wide, able to cover this B side as well, and that Bushi getting spotted. Beautiful pre-fire in a quarter. 2 entries to the side of Conrad on the defense.
They're going to make their way on towards B. Emanate going to use that wall. Bougie won't be spotted quite yet in a 1v1 here with Emanate. Gunzer takes out background guy. He's good for one here on this Brimstone. Trying to get more done. He's got a stim beacon as well. Sprududer will pop the arrow inside and loft more utility towards this B site, but the spike is over towards B. Somehow Gunzer gets a kill onto Agar. And now a 2v3 in favor of Conrad Weiser. Kahlua, he's got to be careful. Somehow Sprududer doesn't find the kill. The flick is good for the Reyna. And now in a 1v3 Gunzer, he's got the ultimate available. Could maybe use that to get a couple kills, but there's no time on the clock for him, and he will just lick his wounds and move his way back towards A. And this will be a timeout here for Conrad Weiser. They'll run this clock down, and there'll be a 3-5 advantage still towards Penn Trafford, but regardless, great defense, and it was all from that Viper Spit. It was all from Squink holding down A and putting up a stronghold towards that site.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a blunder by Doodle to even walk into that smoke without a gun out, because you saw, there was an idea, right? You knew where he was, so you're trying to hunt him down with the boombot, but holding the boombot, or you're just clearing, might be not the best idea in the world, so hopefully he learns from that. I don't think he's going to make the same mistake twice, so we'll see what happens when Squink gets his second Viper Spit up in this first half, if even that happens. We'll see. 7 points. He needs some kills along with the rounds ending, so not entirely sure what's going to happen there, but that's a good round to take with that pit. That's exactly what you want to see with that Viper, that util to just hold down certain sites, and now they're going to see her back on A with that Astra, so 2 pseudo sentinels on this alpha site where does seem like Penn Trafford want to put at least some attention. Their spike is towards this mid position inside the window, not spotted, but Emanate ends up picking that back up. So quarter looking to make some noise. They want to keep Squink and this Astra over here, but they hear this walk out and leave Squink alone. Dangerous now because quarter is making a lurk happen. Smoke's going down now. The footsteps are heard by Squink at the back of the site, but the spray is coming through. Oh, that's not exactly what you want to see from the Viper holding, and that's the site already been taken by Penn Trafford.
They have ultimates as well to try and deny, and they will use the Hellfire here. It's going to be used towards that heaven area. And now it's going to be a force in from Agar. Bougie is blocked off from this wall. And they really can't find their way inside due to the Smolly, due to the slow barb. Gunzer, he's going to try his hand. Doesn't need a peek. They just got to wait for Conrad Weiser. There's not enough time, and Sprududer straight away takes out Bougie. Quarter finds the angle. He's going to dismiss inside, aggressively moving towards background guy. Gunzer does the rest. A flawless victory for Penn Trafford. Conrad Weiser struggling to get these retakes down. Penn Trafford does such a good job at getting onto these sites so quickly and increasing the tempo of the game round to round.
Yeah, that's a good take as well. You can see that they were just waiting for this footsteps of the Astra to just leave that A site. They didn't know exactly who was on there, but they know as soon as one person leaves, that site is weak. Squink is the only one left to defend, and the Viper stuff is there, right? The util is there, so you got to think that this guy's probably still anchoring the site for as long as possible. The Astra could be absolutely anywhere, so as soon as they hear one leave, they end up lurking up, and as soon as they're able to make their way past the initial crossfire that doesn't actually exist, they just take the site for free because there's only one person there. Now, Agar is the person to support. Agar is the one to try and help Squink out, but this is still very rough because they're still, Penn Trafford sending 5 men up into this Lear to clear out this short position. The drone's not going to see anything, and there's a rocket launcher from Doodle. Should be able to get at least one. Gets a nade kill onto Squink as well. There is another player potentially on the site that's able to do something, but already been taken out. Trade from Emanate. It's a good work for her. Now it's already a 2-on-4. 1 minute 10 left in the round. So much for the spike plant. Oh my god, Doodle. What in the world? A quad kill to end out that round.
I mean, we talk about it, increasing the tempo of the game from round to round. You see it just then. Dudlev double satchels his way inside of A and uses that showstopper to tremendous value. Gets 2 kills and then turns out into a 4K for Penn Trafford Yellow. And now 3-7 here, looking to run away with this one. Conrad Weiser need an answer. They need someone to step up. You cannot have your Astra be top fragging here. They only have one duelist, so much pressure on Kahlua to step up in a big way in these next few rounds, and hopefully towards this attacking side we see a favorable offense. But Conrad Weiser, they played for the defensive side. They have a defensive composition, and nothing has been working as Dudlev, he'll use that nade along with the Boombot for a bit of entry on towards the site. Dudlev, shrouded in mystery, makes another kill happen towards Squink. Kalua's good for one, Bougie good for another, and Gunzer in hell. He's doing a lot of damage here, gets one kill onto Kahlua. Good trade back. Here comes Gunzer, pressing forward aggressively. Another kill towards the Sova, and it's gonna be Spirited who does the rest and scraps up a kill on towards the Astra. Bougie falls, and a 3v1 now for Background Guy. He'll look for one, he'll find one kill, but with no more utility, so much to worry about. There's the shock dart from downtown, narrowly avoids it. He's looking for one more kill, he's good. In a 1v1 now, Dudlev encroaching on this Cypher. It will be a 1v1, it will be a timing battle, and Dudlev wins it out, finds the head and gives the Cypher a haircut. It's gonna be a 1v1 win for Penn Trafford Yellow, 8-3 last round before the swap, and Dudlev having a hell of a game here on Rays.
Man, I mean, that 1v1 Background Guy, he had a chance there, especially as Dudlev, I think it was about half HP, took a lot of fights, won most of them, and he ends up winning that 1v1, trying to put him, trying to get front and center Background Guy, but Dudlev sends him right back to the back of the line, and it's 15-4 on the Rays right now. Penn Trafford look beautiful on this attack. They're going to run this A again. If it works, why stop? Why switch it up? But okay, as I say that, they run straight back towards the other side of the map. Love it. Love to see that. Still changing it up, and even Conrad Weiser, you see them trying to change it up as well. They're sending everyone to try and support this Viper over on A, but every time it gets hit, it doesn't work out. No, M&A, that is unreal. She doesn't stop moving. Instant headshot to this guy, and even Background trying to hold it down at the back of C site. Finally something different from Penn Trafford, but it still ends up working. At least the entries end up happening for them. 2 ultimates taken off the board for the side of Conrad. And they have to go for this retake. There's nothing they can do. They can't save. It's the last round of the half, and it's a 5-on-3 in favor of Penn Trafford.
They'll have one Lear, possibly a couple of stars here, and that'll be the go signal here for Kahlua as they press their way onto it. They're all lining up tremendously well for Conrad Weiser. What a turn of events here, a 2v2 now. It's gonna be so close. Kahlua in a 1v1 now. It's gonna be a 1-on-1. Which Reyna will reign supreme, as it's gonna be Kahlua pressing forward. He's gonna look for the tap. He saw the barrel. Here comes Corner in the corner, and he takes the kill. 9-3 for Penn Trafford, and Corner making it happen on the big stage, winning out the 1v1 and putting Penn Trafford in a huge position to take this next half.
Man, Kahlua really had to flip a coin to decide where this last guy was going to be playing, but in fact, the Corner was right at his feet the entire time. Looking down long, the potential of garage, even a flank from this spawn. There's so many places where this last guy could have been, but in reality, right around the corner, poor guy, Kahlua, there's no way you can really just read that kind of thing. So, just honestly, coin flip, and he loses it right there. 3-9 again, though, Penn Trafford. I mean, we have not quite seen the curse happen just yet. So I don't know how bad Conrad Weiser want to take this, but they've got to find something again. Bushi, I did mention before, not too surprised to see him at the top of the scoreboard, but in reality, it's unfortunate to see that Kahlua has kind of gotten quiet. He's 10-9, so he's still sitting tied with Bushi at the top, but it's still not enough so far. Running into the C site, trying to replicate the success that Penn Trafford had in the previous round. Quarter is sitting in this garage position, just quiet the entire time. Gunzer reveals his location for the time being, but Squink gets 2, traded back by aforementioned, and Bushi right back in return, and all of a sudden it's a 1-on-4 for M&A. Quick onto that C site. Conrad end up taking it.
Kahlua makes quick work of M&A with that right click and takes down the Sage, and just like that, 4th round win for Conrad Weiser moving into the second half. Big round there. They're going to be able to buy up possibly and look for that next round win, but regardless, Conrad Weiser winning out the pistol round just like the previous half, and they took that round win and rode with it. The question is, can they bounce back after that? Can they look to win the bonus? Can they look for more opportunities? Because, Golden, it's been a struggle for Conrad Weiser winning multiple rounds in a row, and Penn Trafford has done such a good job on this offensive half. Excuse me. Let's see if they can replicate that on defense. And Agar, well, making me eat my words, a quick kill on towards Gunzer. Bushi takes out Dudlev, and just like that, a short-handed Penn Trafford in a 5v3.
Wow, the Wise by Conrad as well. No one's going short. Oh, okay, as I say that, Agar is going to run down and probably going to lose his life to M&A. Good shot. I mean, you have a shorty in this position, you're going to win at least one. But a reload comes through. The Cypher doesn't want to challenge just yet. The Astra is going to sit atop mid and pull her in. Yeah, no, not much you can do about that. Very nicely done from the Astra on the offensive Conrad. Now it's all up to the two players, Spooter and Quarter. They've been known to do some ridiculous things before, but all they have are classics, and even known one of their positions, Spooter has tricked the cage in the Swan position, looking to get out. No crossfire to be had close, but there's one on the left in the smoke, and it's going to dissipate. 486 has got the first, and 8 HP is all that's left on Quarter, and there he goes. 5-9 eco round win for Conrad Weiser, and it's a beautiful light show.
Man, 5-9 for Conrad Weiser. Slowly but surely making their way back into this one. You're going to see the buy come through here. Bougie and Kahlua, along with Swink. Seems like everyone's going to be picking up these Vandals and Phantoms, and on the opposite side for Ben Trafford, much of the same. No ultimates available for either side. You see Kahlua 2 away from that Empress could be huge, and as well for Quarter. That Reyna battle has been significant throughout the course of the game, but Dudelev has been the player to watch for Ben Trafford, Golden. It'll be interesting to see how, as this game progresses, he can get more done, but regardless, a bit of a spray actually does catch towards Squink. They'll be taken down to half HP, and that's just about it. So good opening shots for Penn Trafford, but regardless, you know, a bit of a difference here for Conrad Weiser. We've seen Penn Trafford, they let you go for the 5 stacks. Much more of a, disciplined attack here for Conrad Weiser, playing it slow.
Oh, wow, they are very, very laid back on this well, it's kind of a bonus, kind of not, considering the fact that it is a 3rd round, but the entirety of both teams has full rifles, so very nicely done from the economy of Ben Trafford. Shock dart going through, delaying any push through mid. But the entirety of Conrad are resetting back towards the C site. Attention paid towards this A as a tripwire to prevent any pushes, but Quarter! Okay, that's a nice long range spray. Ending up being a headshot, but Gunther, no! No, he doesn't check the corner! Second kill happening from Spooter and Quarter with a second of his own, and just a beautiful lockdown of that long C with the Vandal. Masterclass of aim from this guy. That is not the distance that you really want to be fighting with this weapon. You usually see like a Phantom going for those sprays, but he commits to every single fight. Instant headshot in the second 2. That is some beautiful stuff. In 10-5, I mean, they stopped what little bleeding there was from Conrad Weiser. And it's just deja vu again. 2 rounds in a row. Conrad seemed to be very good at their pistols, but then they just can't follow up.
I'm surprised Squink went for that 1v1. He was already pretty low in comparison to Quarter. And he took that 1-for-1 and lost it. And that meant C was not an option. And at that point, it was just easy for Penn Trafford win their 10th round and make their way into the double-digit mark of a potentially game series deciding match. And M&A gonna mess up the slow arm. Might have just been actually dangerous for her, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 here as Squink takes the kill here with the Spectre, looking to press forward as Dudelev. He's got that boom bot, gives him a bit of safety, and now he'll look to meander his way around this Sage Wall and now puts himself in a favorable spot. He's going to be able to hear all this utility being used. Squink will go for the plant. Now Dudelev on the flank, getting so much done. That's 2 quick kills. And now a short-handed Conrad Weiser looks to lick their wounds, and Kahlua will drop to the grenade. And it's going to be a 3K for Dudelev. He's looking for more. And now Bougie. He's over towards A-Long. It's almost a formality at this point. He's gonna get spotted. Looks for a shot. Looks for one more. Quarter with the wall bang takes out the Astra, and Bougie falls. 11th round win for Penn Trafford, and it's looking easy for him, to be honest, Golden. It hasn't really been much held back from Conrad Weiser. Hasn't been much to say from them. And 5-11, they have the Vipers put along with the Empress available. The question is, can they use it effectively?
Yeah, this time they're not in the defense, right? So you can't just put it down and hope people walk into it. You have to actually take a site and get in there, get the plant down, put that bit down, and hope that no one finds your Viper. Bit of a risk for them, but the thing is they have to get on site, and that's the main struggle for them so far. Ending up leaving a couple corners unchecked, but even Doodle last round getting into that wrap position, and M&A's kind of replicating that success. Let's see if she can find anything. It looks like the cross is gonna happen. I don't know if she's found one. Squink gets taken out, and background guide even. But Hagar with the trade, Bushi right back, Spooter with one of his own. It's back and forth even still, but the thing is, there's no room to make mistakes at this point. A 1-on-2 for Kahlua, and he can't end up winning it out. Now match point for Penn Trafford.
Skillfully making their way back onto site is Penn Trafford. They get the retake down, and Conrad Weiser They've really tried everything. They've tried slow pushing it. They've tried fast pushing towards C long. They've tried making their way towards A. Nothing has worked. Penn Trafford have been so diligent on this defensive side, and they are not looking to slow down at all. 12-5 here for Penn Trafford. 1 round away from winning the Valorant Championship here for TEC and making quick work of Conrad Weiser. Let's see what they have to say about it. It's going to be an A push, and Dudelove, if he finds a pick here, could be massive. He spots Squink. That's going to be all the information he needs to back away and retreat, as it looks to be an A push, but another slow affair here for Conrad Weiser, and it feels like that hasn't been working, Golden, as it gives time for Penn Trafford to set up shop and get the utility down, but honestly, looks like A will actually not be the target. Conrad Weiser gonna look to force away and move over to B as well as C and make their way inside of Garage possibly, but Gunzer, he already has this locked down. The question is, will they make their way over to B, because that's exposed?
Oh, he's been seen as well. This mixed information exchange from the outside of Garage. So now smoke's going down, and we'll end up maybe signifying that this B hit's going to happen. The Viper is going to put the wall down. M&A still in the corner of B, though. So maybe able to do some damage. There goes Squink once again. Another entry from the Sage onto the Viper, and even more. That's all it. There's no way to win this round. At this point, Bushi goes down. M&A with a beautiful triple kill to finish out the match. 13-5 on the second map for Penn Trafford against Conrad Weiser.
You can tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets, Anton. Read a bedtime story and tuck it away for good. Penn Trafford will win 2-0 over Conrad Weiser. After all of the antics, after all of the pauses, all of the mathematics we had to do behind the scenes, we finally have a victor. Penn Trafford 2-0, win the Valorant Championship. Congrats to them, pushing forward and taking out Conrad Weiser. Great showing from them, but regardless, didn't have enough firepower, it felt like, Golden, at the end of the day to make things happen. Regardless, though, I believe we are going to be getting an interview shortly with Nizzy, with one of the players. We're going to get that as soon as possible. But regardless, post-game thoughts, Anton, Golden, on that game. What'd you think?
Yeah, it's honestly, Conrad, I mean, well played by them. On their pistols, these guys are absolutely monsters, right? They just win every single pistol round. They win the anti-eco. And then Penn Trafford, they just come back with all the rifle rounds. They end up pushing in every single one of their attacks. Like, that's why I mentioned before the game even started that this is going to be very dangerous for Conrad, given that Penn Trafford's, their efficiency on their attacks and the fact that we're starting on attack. That doesn't leave Conrad very much room in their second half. And in fact, we saw even in this timeline, they won 2 rounds. That was it. 4 rounds was all that Penn Trafford really needed to take. And Conrad, at the end of the day, I mean, you can see what they lost to on the scoreboard. 158 econ on Doodle. But I mean, enough talking about that. We are going to be sending to Nizzy for the post-game interview. So we'll see what the players actually have to think.
Well, what a big win. What a big win. This is their 3rd championship today. 4th, if you're counting their football team state championship last night. Guys, what are you feeling? I got Dulev and Quarter with me. What are we feeling right now?
I'm just feeling great. I'm feeling excited that we won. It's just been a great experience being here and playing.
Yeah, it's just a really great thing for us to be out here with 3 wins, 3 final wins for our school, which is just amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it's huge. Were you guys ever in doubt throughout the day, throughout nerves coming in here, maybe during the game?
I was like a smidge nervous before the match, but it all kind of died down when.
Yeah, it was the same with me. It just gradually kind of gotten more nervous as the time came closer, but then just kind of all crashed down when we started playing.
That's usually how it goes. Are you guys brothers? You guys look alike.
No.
Can confirm they are not brothers, but they look a lot alike. Well, I will let you guys. Actually, casters. I think the casters are gonna have some questions. So just give me a moment, guys, and they're gonna put some questions in my ears.
I mean, I'm gonna let Camel go first. I need some time to think after that one.
Okay, yeah, I have a question, Nizzy, for them. Honestly, just how do they feel about this victory? How do they feel taking down Conrad Weiser? And did they have any plans going into this game for this team?
Yeah, so what was your guys' game plan going into taking on Conrad Weiser, and how did you guys take them down?
We noticed that they usually play default. They usually are slow when attacking, so we just didn't feed into them. We didn't push out when we didn't need to, and really it just came down to time, and they had to just slam onto the site, and we were ready for it.
Anything to add to that? Not at all. He said it all. Camel, you got anything else for me? Anything else?
No, that's it. I think Golden's got a very good question coming up. I can feel
Golden, hit me with it.
I mean, so listening to that answer, right? They mentioned the fact that Conrad ended up barreling onto site every single time. They take a while, and then at the end of the day, they have like 20 seconds. They just got to go. But ironically, Penn Trafford, not really replicating that, but they go like at the start of the round. Like, is that the game plan like every single time? Because we mentioned even during the game, like these guys like just 5 stacking sites, and they just end up pushing in, and it always works. So is that the gist of the game plan, or do they have like other things in the back pocket for stronger teams?
Yeah, so Golden was curious about your aggressive play style, getting in there, 5-man stacking, going right off. Is that your game plan for just Conrad Weiser specifically, or do you guys have other game plans in your back pocket, or is this that aggressive style how you guys go?
Most of the time we do 5-man stacks, but sometimes we do defaults. It was nothing like too specific for Conrad Weiser. It's just how we normally play.
Yeah, it's more just like we figure out something that works and we just keep going at it until it doesn't work, and it just kept working, so we kept doing it.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. That's how they go. All right. Well, if that's it for the casters, I'm going to send it right back to you guys, and then we'll go to a quick little break and then some other stuff. Meanwhile, these guys are going to go celebrate and do some pictures and get their plaque. So back to you guys.
Thank you, Nizzy, for that interview with Penn Trafford. Great to see how they were and what their strategy was going into that game. And it looks like, I believe, we're going to be going to, I think we actually have, if I'm not mistaken, our outro here. We're going to be giving it over to Seth and Brian. But before that, exclamation point casters for our socials here. It's been a pleasure casting for everyone in chat. It's been me and Golden Falcon here, so you can do that for the socials for us. Follow us on Twitter, and if you want to see more casting from us, that's the best way to do so. Exclamation point socials for TEC socials, their Twitter, their secondary Twitch, all of that good stuff. But regardless, looks like we're going to be throwing it over to Seth and Brian to wrap up the day and wrap up this land. So I believe we are ready, so we're going to take that over to them, and it's been a blast.
Alrighty, we're live. This concludes our day. Chaos still here as Conrad and Penn Trafford finish up their games. Valorant, Overwatch, 2 divisions of Rocket League. We are here early and wrapping up here right around 5 o'clock. Ahead of schedule. That's how we do it. Right on time. You can't thank everybody, first of all, for this amazing season. We had a lot of schools, newer schools join us. Conrad made the trip 3 hours. Penn Trafford's a little far away as well, but they trip out here, and I think they're all kind of blown away, and I'm blown away by their participation and excitement as well for this. So, I cannot thank everybody out enough, and we have a lot of things planned here for the spring season. We'll be unveiling here over the next 30, 45 days to the current schools that are still competing with us and the new ones that maybe be watching from a bird's eye view saying, what's going on over there? Well, there's a lot going on, including maybe some internships for some of these high school students, including some of the software, the stat tracking next level for some of these more colleges to get involved. And there's a lot more, and potentially, even a bigger space, bigger land event to kind of have a big bomb drop off on the entire Pennsylvania State High School League. This is here built by the community for the community here in Western Pennsylvania, and we'll continue to do that across the state of PA, now all over the East Coast. So, this isn't just a little one at a time thing where we have bigger plans and bigger visions to make this thing even more successful than it is today, with more people, more schools involved, and of course, more students, not only playing, but again, getting those opportunities. And that's what we look to provide. And that's what I think makes us a little special here. So I appreciate everybody out there that's watching and tuning in, and, parents supporting their son or daughter or their child here in the league. Can't thank you enough for doing that. And, of course, the team manager here that made the and then the schools and everything else. So appreciate it. Brian?
Yeah, I really just want to thank all of these schools, all the team managers and students for a successful and exciting season to watch. From the first week to the Actions Championship here that's concluding here, it was an awesome time to work with everyone, get to meet everyone, share the excitement of esports that's growing here in Pennsylvania. But I have someone in my ear, saying we're having a little technical difficulties here, but I think we're good anyways. But yeah, like I said, I just want to thank everyone here for that opportunity. Thank you as viewers for supporting this as well. As Seth said, stay tuned for the spring. We have a few things here to be worked up on, and excited to announce a few initiatives that we're going with and trying to get more colleges, more schools, and bring knowledge here to esports. I know we have a bunch of projects going on, but really, thank you guys for viewing, watching the stream. Thanks for all of our casters. Thanks for everyone who helped me out on the operations side for the league. And I think it was great. For a quick recap here of the championship, we have Penn Trafford winning 3 of our titles here, Forest Hills winning the Overwatch one. But hey, overall, it was a successful day. So I want to say that overall. So thank you guys.
Yeah, and there's more games coming next season, a lot of different updates, I would say, and changes. And we're here to kind of ruffle some feathers here in the high school scene. We're going to think outside the box, have a bigger grand vision, because we're on a mission with a purpose, right? And that's why we're doing what we're doing, and that's why we have our schools that see it and believe in it already. It's our second season. That's it. Second season, we're doing this all in-house. I want to remind you, all in-house, from our merch to the people here working and doing some production and, everything. So this, we're on this entire land event. It was just a couple people here on our team that are working for us here full-time, creating jobs, creating impact, and the goal is to make Pennsylvania the hub for esports and create new jobs and make this the hub where everyone knows about esports and come to Pennsylvania to work. So we're all about job creation, that community growth, and then educating, developing, of course, the next generation of future leaders. So that's what we're doing here. More things to come, including, what's coming up here for the spring. You'll be hearing about us, probably seeing Brian and I's face on announcement coming up, because we're going to shake the world. We're going to come out here with some new exciting things where everyone's going left, we're going right, and we're going to continue to do so. We're going to worry about what we're doing, what we have going on, and we're going to let the results speak for themselves, right? No lip service here, no politicians, nothing like that. We're about what we're doing here. So, and the results kind of show for themselves. So, we're excited here. We're excited for new schools to join us already. We didn't even talk on that. We have a lot of schools already saying we're in for next spring. So, and that's with us even doing any marketing or just, hey, all word of mouth, because why? Teachers say it's the best league we've been in, everything. So it's like, a little pat on our back here as well, saying, wow, we've really built something here in terms of what everyone else is trying to do, that have bigger teams, bigger funding, everything. Doesn't matter. We're doing this. We're taking over the esport company. Technology, education, community, that's TEC. Right, Brian? That's TEC and the esport company. But that's our mission on a purpose. No one's stopping us. This bus isn't stopping anytime soon. We'll probably pull up to the arena, do something even bigger and better than this event. And then next year, we'll up that here at St. Francis again. Who knows? So that's the energy. That's the excitement. We've been here for all day long. Penn Trafford's here waiting. Feel bad for him. So we're going to head him out. Appreciate everybody again. Josh run this. Rack was helping with the cameras. Bryce run around. Austin was clipping. Over here, Chris doing all the mini games and doing interviews, keeping everyone active, engaged. Kyle's over here doing some of the marketing stuff with Kit. Kate was doing some little behind the scenes vlog. I mean, this is a team, people. This isn't just one person, or we're outsourcing this to another company on another state and saying we'll pay whatever. No, this is in-house, paying people, creating jobs, creating impact, and we're excited to continue to do it. So that's the eSport company. Be ready for 2022. That's all I'm going to say.
Yep, and I think that's about it here. So Seth's sign off here. So I'll leave you at that. Thank you guys again, and we'll get you next time.